si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él.
Oh, so suddenly you poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, run away, 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 away.
to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be around. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night.
I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night.
Hello once again everybody and welcome back to the Skyesports Masters in the European Qualifier week. Our first round is over, we move to the quarterfinals and this is where the big boys will now come to play. I'm the Eternal J, I'm joined by Dweg as per usual on this one. Been a very fun and interesting first couple of days, but as I mentioned before, this is where some of the top end tier 2 teams will now do battle to try and claim the spot in the Skyesports Masters.
And realistically, this is where we get further into the conversation of being less favoured teams. Teams that we would edge, but not by as much. This is where we more so get those competitive games, get those surprising games. And there's a lot on the line for a lot of these Tier 2 squads to try and get to LAN.
Perhaps a few more upsets and surprises, perhaps. We've only seen one of them over the course of our bracket so far. We've mostly had all the key favourites sort of run their way forward and get the necessary victories, but a couple of close maps here and there. Very interesting things to find out whether or not it's going to continue as we get, of course, to our quarterfinal invitees. To remind everybody of how this is all going down and what this is all about, the main event has 6 directly invited teams. Only 1 squad from the European region this week will join 1 squad from the Indian qualifier next week, and that will be our 8 teams that go through to the LAN event in Mumbai.
And just knowing that for an Indian representation, this would be probably the biggest event of the history. To come out here to play in a Tier 1 event with a lot of Tier 1 teams, a lot of prize pool on the line, a lot of eyes on this tournament. And for one of these European squads, especially for the Tier 2 teams that are here involved, they won't get many qualifiers like this. So going all the way and granting that spot is going to be pivotal for this year.
Yeah, certain dark horses and underdogs would love to get a crack at a significant event like the Skyesports Masters, right? We're talking about those lineups like VP Prodigy and Forza, obviously currently remaining in the qualifier at the moment, but they are up against some other squads that have a lot to prove, right? BetBoom, Fnatic, Guild, Preezy, all teams that were touted to possibly make a run at the major, but they didn't quite make it, so they're here today to try and get another opportunity to bounce back.
For all 4 of those teams, so BetBoom, Fnatic, Guild Eagles, and Preezy, they kind of hang around the top end of Tier 2, in and around the top 20 to 40 position on HLTV for any section of the year. And those are organizations that are constantly looking to go to LAN and looking to prove that they've got the guts of what it takes to enter the Tier 1 atmosphere.
Well, they are, of course, our high seed invitees. They got right into the quarterfinals, and they'll be taking on the respective parts of Bait, 3D Max, VP Prodigy, and Forza. Again, those are the 4 squads that made it through from round 1. We've already eliminated Sprout, Gunfire, TSM, and Na'Vi Jr. So, as appropriate, we will get to see a little bit of interesting affairs because, especially with the CIS derbies involved, there can be some surprises in today's matches.
Yeah, there can be. I look at the first round, and even though there was a lot of 3-mappers, there was a lot of really convincing series. There was a lot of maps and best of 3 overalls, Jay, where they were just convincing. And now I look at BetBoom and Bait and I think, geez, I actually don't think there's much in that series at all. For 3D Max, they'll look to try and threaten Fnatic once again because they've got history between one another.
Yeah, best of 3 played only recently. That second matchup of the day is certainly going to be interesting to me specifically. I'm very excited to see whether Fnatic can turn things around because a lot of faith has been lost in that international team. But we start things off with BetBoom and Bait. And this one, of course, as we said yesterday, might have quite a lot of intrigue about it because it is a CIS derby. And just to add a little bit extra spice into things, BetBoom are playing with a sub for this qualifier.
And they're probably playing with the top rising hot prospect in the CIS scene, which is Magnajez, who is been unreal in Spirit Academy. He was out on K23 before then and played a little bit on Boston Crab and Webster's in with that sort of Russian and Belarusian scene. So a guy that's familiar at the higher end of Tier 2, but when you've got to stand in such an important game and such an important qualifier, this is not going to be easy for BetBoom at all.
Especially considering the team on the other side of the board, right? We mentioned before that Bait have a serious chance of doing some damage in this kind of a best of 3, a serious chance of potentially winning it because they showed us quite a lot of positivity and confidence against Sprout. Yes, that second map was driven to an overtime, but remember they 13-3'd them in the first round of the tournament. And now considering the teams and the formation that they've been on as of late, I think there's a serious good chance to threaten the likes of BetBoom. On their basis, right? On their core 5-man lineup, there was a good chance that Bait could threaten BetBoom. Now with a stand-in involved, there could be some serious upset potential.
Well, you mentioned that 13-3. That was Overpass, the first map in the series, and that's where MPL went 22-7. He was just lighting up the board. And then he comes out in Anubis, and he pretty much displays that again. So that dynamic duo between Wrinkle and MPL is just a hard-hitting combination. The Orb and the in-game leader constantly putting up impact. We saw some good rounds from Captain Kirker as well. But those two in particular are going to be my 2 guys to watch out for in this series.
Yeah, certainly stood out during the last couple of days. Now, the standout here against BetBoom could throw us our first curveball in the quarter-finals. Map vetoes, Dwayne. We have seen a bit of a head-to-head between these 2 teams in the past where we did see a little bit of potential shared territory here. So just tell me what you think about this.
Well, there it is. I mean, Vertigo always gets banned in from Bait. Inferno always gets banned from BetBoom. The picks are slightly different than what they normally are. And we tend to see Bait going in towards Anubis, but it's also a strong map for the opposition. So not picking into that, going into Nuke, which is a punish. And Mirage, too. I look at that for BetBoom and say that's pretty standard. There's not really too many surprises in this one.
I mean, Mirage was played in the last best of 3, and I realize it's going on a very long time ago, back during November, but the fact of the matter is that they were able to beat them with their full 5-man unit. So now with the idea that you have that shared territory and the experience behind them, is that going to be a positive for them?
I don't know. Like, when you've looked at that amount of time and there's a stand-in that comes in, I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference of what was happening in that last head-to-head. For Bait, I actually would consider them favorites, which is kind of surprising when you consider where both of these teams are. But just seeing the recent run of form from Bait and knowing, of course, they've been able to upset teams, they've also coming into this against BetBoom at a stand-in, I actually now look at the Ukrainians as being the favorite in this best of 3.
Well, just to highlight the run of form they've had in the last few weeks, I mean, they actually took series wins in best of 3s over ENCE and Koi, and obviously those are teams that are in the major attendance, so they've got those victories above some very high-level caliber opposition that you would certainly rate as higher of the likes of BetBoom. I know that they're not necessarily a Tier 1 team, they're not necessarily a Tier 2 team either. They're sort of in that Tier 1.5 transition sort of area, which might, again, bode well for the likes of Bait and the fact that they are well-practiced and they are match sharp in terms of the series that they're playing. And for BetBoom, the idea that you're coming up against a squad that will threaten regardless of the lineup involved, and now you've got a weakness. So yeah, I do sort of see Bait as sort of shifting over to slight favoritism now.
And in all honesty, for BetBoom, this whole stand-in conversation could actually be a potential player on trial, a potential player trying to be their new 5th in the roster. Because look at the last 3 months. There's a lot of Tier 1 appearances. There's also a lot of losses. Not making it to the major would have hurt. The last place exit in Katowice would have hurt as well. Their record on HLTV has 4 best of 3 victories out of 12 in the last 3 months. there is not a lot of success to go the way of BetBoom, and now kind of seeing them in a position where they're one of the favorites in this bracket, they're one of the teams that should be making it to LAN, it puts a lot of question marks on what this year is going to present for BetBoom.
Yeah, especially considering the tail end of last year when they got to the first ever CS2 LAN in IEM Sydney, that they really set the bar very high for themselves because they made the playoffs of what is a top-level Tier 1 event, right? So you expect massive things to follow on from that, but we haven't really seen that overall. You think about the entries into this year and the fact that Katowice was the last place. There was the Rest European Series where we had BetBoom as one of the key favourites and ended up losing out to Bleed in what was their last best of 3 on HLTV. So to bounce back here in this competition is going to be a key factor, but you have to take a look at that form from both teams, compare the pair, and think that Bait may be coming in with a serious chance to pull off the upset. I have a very hard time saying this, Dwayne, but I feel like a 2-1 series might go the way of Bait here.
I'll say that it should be Bait getting this win 2-1 for me.
Okay, we're in agreement. Upsets on the cards for our opening game of the quarterfinals of the pistol round of Nuke will go live, and Bait are set and ready for the upper site execution.
Yeah, they've got lobby players that can try and get that util up high. Essential going to come out from the door. Already first contact being made. 1-for-1 trade. Good shot there from main. And Nafny trying to come in from heaven.
Undetected in the rafters. He's missing most of his bullets, but he connects those tags together and eventually wears down the HP bars as Wrinkle and Captain Kirk betray. Chiron gets involved to one-on-one. They know exactly where each other are as Chiron gets caught jumping off of the silos. Captain Kirk will dome in his head and take the pistol for Bait.
One aspect that we saw from Captain Kirk out in that first matchup of Sprout was that even though he wasn't at the same impact levels as someone like Wrinkle or an MPL, he had some really good multi-frag sequences. I remember that triple kill that he kept getting out from Monster and just those defining CT parts. I mean, right here on the T side, he's getting real involved in the trades. Gets that 1v1 clutch forward, and notice how he repositions while Chiron is in the air, while he's trying to drop down into the bomb site. Catch him while he's still in the air.
Yeah, great start for Bates. BetBoom and the basics on the USP. No need to force invest in this one, so should be a second conversion pretty easy for Bait. And it just, again, sort of is a good start for what is on paper, what should be, on theory, our underdogs, but chance to prove the point. Try and stay away from this upset, of course. BetBoom got a little bit of time to think things through.
Yeah, the RMR was insanely disappointing for BetBoom. They got off to a good position where they beat Into the Breach, they beat Enterprise to get 2-1 up, and they got slammed in the best of threes. Up against Into the Breach, Na'Vi, and Eternal Fire. Guild Eagles as well, I should say. It just wasn't anything.
These pistols are going to try and show something a bit more in this one. Mac-10 picked up from Chiron. It's actually turned into a 3 versus 2. Make it 2 versus 1 as the trades are very good on the upper bomb site. MPL's all that's left here. Planking around. AK's now in the hands of Zorti.
Yeah, this has actually turned into a very scary prospect just because of that upper stack. MPL's still at the advantage to try and transition this into a 1v1, and he should be able to win this against Chiron.
Hearing the footsteps coming in from the vents. Knows the player's going to challenge. Jim's caught switching to another weapon, though. Chiron can just bail out the whole of the round here for Bait. 2-0 start, but 4 casualties taken.
It's not the easiest of rounds there from Bait, and they'll know that they have to strengthen because they'll be coming close to the double eco status in the next gun round if they're not converting. And for BetBoom's mindset, get that big green out from Zorti and try and put the emphasis of pressure on.
The M4's out as well. Nafany's taking a Negev. Okay. This is a little bit wild. I'm not sure if that's a misbuy. He's missed the window to try and refund it, but Zorti's going to catch that AWP shot anyway, so MPL caught first and foremost. Casualty taking the start.
Certainly not a misbuy. Otherwise, you'd see that being refunded with how it works in CS2 now. Play it aggressively. Look, they're probably anticipating Bait to go in for a topside execution quick just because of where the money lies and get themselves into a fast A play, and that's where he can defend himself from default. Zorti, though, a very good opener with the AWP.
And Negev is playing inside or just ahead of the squeaky door, so imagine it's just a case of hold mouse 1 and mow down them if they go for the lobby execution again. Instead, the outside smokes are set, and Nafany is going to try and reposition the nades to open up vision. Nothing really caught by BetBoom, though.
Walking down on a silent contact from Bait, not giving much information away. Managers does get caught, though, and this actually speeds them up in secret.
Footsteps will be hard, and only Chiron here to respond towards it. Down the ramp, sees several players. That spray goes so far awry, though. Essential brings back control for Bait.
Zorti did so well to get the opener, but it should just be a save from this point onwards. No real attention being brought down from lower with success. And for Bait, they'll be very happy with not only the 3-0, but the idea that 4 players can stay alive, that stabilizes the economy for their own sake.
Yeah, BetBoom are going to try and get out as much as they can in this context. Cash in hand will only be so much, though. Again, loss bonus is still building out for the CT side, so Bait will be in a comfortable spot. BetBoom. We'll see how much they can drop around them if they want to go for another buy.
And for Bait's sake, just being able to give us more and more out on Nuke. I mean, the more that I reflect on this veto with the Mirage pick, something that we actually do see quite frequently from BetBoom is overpass picks. Now, I look at their last couple of overpasses, the one against Bleed in the semi-finals of Res European Series. They probably should have won it. They choked it on their T side. They also had a bit of a poor overpass against alternate attacks. And then from Bait's point of view, they had a very good overpass in that opening game. So normally, we see BetBoom quite enjoy the overpass. They realize in the recent history, though, we have to go a different direction, that we have to go into Mirage. So we're kind of looking at both opening picks not always being the standard.
To work a decent veto in. Bait, of course, on their map pick to start things off. Has been a very decent time on this map thus far for them. Again, BetBoom yet to contest. They will bring back as many guns as possible.
And what has to also be reflected on is that for BetBoom, if they're not sort of working out their ESL World ranking and keeping a high HLTV ranking, they might find it very difficult to get invites to LAN events. Because I have a look at the Chengdu Closed Qualifier. Man, that was atrocious from them. Couldn't even take a map off Nemega in their opening game. They go up against Forza, and one map goes to overtime. Other than that, they kind of got destroyed in the series. So it shows that while there's been decent success at the LAN atmosphere in which they're getting experience against tier 1 teams, that they were only 1 best 3 away from qualifying to the major, their online results look really weak.
It's led to this slight dip and plateau in terms of their HLTV ranking. They're still within the top 25, so that's always that on both rankings, of course. You are right in terms of getting results. If they can't do that, then things may start to dip, and there may be significant changes. You mentioned the prospect that Magno Jez could be on trial here, that he might be playing a few more tournaments in terms of potentially figuring out a future roster move, like a permanent one for BetBoom.
Well, Spirit Academy would be silly to let him go, but if they do, I mean, it's something that has to be considered because, again, for BetBoom, they haven't made a single player change since bringing this organization forward with this new roster. They've had a couple of changes with the coaches, but with the starting 5, we haven't seen it. So definitely up for discussion. Anytime your goals are not reached, you have to at least be considering it. And after what the performance was at the RMR, there is no doubt in my mind that there's been discussions on moving a couple of pieces around.
We could be seeing a preview for the future, especially if BetBoom can get this series over the finish line. Still very early in the best of 3, though, as BetBoom will get their next chance at a key rifle round. We're still seeing Nafany on this LMG.
Well, he saved it from last round, didn't he?
I thought we picked up the M4 in the last round. Might have to double check that on the VOD, but yeah, BetBoom. Again, a lot of pressure on them in this context, and I'm sure that the tech pause is not going to help things, as it will just to continue to simmer as this series goes on.
And for Bait, just to kind of know the position that they're in, I would have looked at maybe the first few months of last year and said that it was very successful. They were able to make it to the Paris RMR. They kind of got close to making it to the major as well. And they've got some strong players on the roster. They haven't utilized a huge amount of roster changes. You kind of maybe search for the last 6 months or so that definitely haven't been playing as much as they did in the earlier portion of 2023, not quite finding the same level of invites to the tier 2 tournaments, kind of working a lot of the qualifiers to up their game and to make qualifications happen. Just knowing that you can take a map off VP, that you can beat Koi in a best of 3, you can beat ENCE in a best of 3, you nearly beat Metasport, a team that's been catching a lot of people's eyes in the tier 2 landscape recently. They have got some good results to their name.
Kind of very curious how the major cycle from Paris and Copenhagen have worked out in similar sort of mirror images to these two teams, because Bait, similar story to BetBoom, got into the RMR, had to go to the last chance qualifier, and then got eliminated in their opening match. And well, exactly what happened to BetBoom here only a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, that game against Guild Eagles in the first round was just atrocious too. I mean, neither map was competitive in that best of 3. So yeah, very, very big underperformance in comparison to what we know these guys could perform out on LAN.
And for Rinku, Owner, and Captain Kirka, the team that they also went out to, for those of you that remember, was Cloud9, which is where Nafany was playing on. So a little bit of revenge, hopefully, in them in this qualifier if they can beat him back. Again, quarterfinal single elim, so losing, you're done here. A little bit of vengeance just to add to their hurt over the last couple of months.
And maybe an opportunity, Jay, to kind of reflect on the next game as well. Give some viewers at home a bit of insight. For 3D Max, we know that they've had a couple of stand-ins similar to obviously what BetBoom are going to be doing in this qualifier. They've had Masuta play a game, they've had MBK play a game, and they're up against a Fnatic side who their last tournament won the entire thing, was able to beat Bleed in a grand final. On a good best-of-3 winning streak right now. So the international squad for Fnatic is looking for more chances to go deep.
A team that's on the warpath of redemption.
Would you say redemption?
I mean, well, I guess like in terms of the name itself, Fnatic looking for redemption. The squad has got a lot to prove as a five-man
you
unit.
always do this. You do it with the same with TSM. You're like, the name, and then look at the players, look at the results. It's completely unparalleled, right?
I mean, yeah. That's not to say that Fnatic aren't going to have to field a roster for all the top-level tournaments. Again, they have a partnership until the very end of the year. So these guys have got a lot of big shoes to fill, regardless of the way you look at the parallels or the results in past and present.
Well, the way I look at it is that they are a Tier 2 team. They might have partnerships. They might have opportunities at the higher-end Tier 1 landscape, but they are a Tier 2 team trying to generate as much as they can. And rather than recycling the old guard of Tier 1 players that are, just looking for the paycheck, that are just looking to hold their weight, they're going in with some youth. And I actually think that that's the correct decision, because you have a look at the Fnatic iterations that we've had for the last, 2 years or so? Nothing's really caught our eye since they were Swedish, since it literally was before the international project started.
I don't disagree. They go out in a similar story, in a similar situation of BetBoom. Again, exact same placements in the RMR and the LCQ. Both teams would like to make a run to LAN, and both teams may be on the warpath against each other in the semi-finals as well. So we'll come back to that match when we get to it. For now, we're ready to get back into round number 4 of BetBoom and Bait. AWP is Zorti looking ahead for first contact. Again, the AWP is part of this rebuy of the BetBoom side. 16 points of health for him.
I saw in T-Spawn the droppage of the smokes out there to the little railing. Now, that's the position to line up the diag smokes outside for just one individual. So only need one player in T-Spawn to throw that util rather than needing 2, and it can focus more of your players inside a lobby. Now, the diag smokes have come out, but they're only utilizing the single walk. No one else is regrouping with MPL.
A minute to play with. Bait have just done the damage past utility rather than anything of any contact. They are setting up again for the upper hit, it looks like. Eyes are set onto the lobby, the ramp entrance, rather. No one's aggressing there from BetBoom.
And Nafany close towards the door in a strong position with this Negev. Bait will be up against quite a lot, and that resmoke down from door might have to cancel the upper hit for a moment.
Molly's set. Nafany dead set on that squeaky walk. Now he's known about. They'll try and trade some wall bangs back. In the end, it's Magnajez with the opening kill onto Vicenthiel. Captain Kirk, meanwhile, storms and leads the charge into ramp. Player in the corner should get checked upon, and Chiron still ends up with a pick back. AWP is Zorti in with one of his own against MPL, and Owner is ready for the walk forward from hell. He gets his killers. Captain Kirk finds the back lines of that B bomb site. The plant will be secured. It'll be 2v2. Make it 1 for the retakers. Nafany, that Negev does come into effect, and Owner has to prioritize his plant.
Tap it, try to draw the fights out in the open. Oh, comes close, very close to being able to win it all. Low HP there from Siren. And for Bait, I actually didn't think that there was going to be much of a chance that they win that round. The top site hit goes as a cancel. You've got the Negev firing bullets in through the door. They come out from ramp. Magnajez gets 1 kill, drops down towards lower. Chiron's finding success. Zorti's getting impact with the big green. That was a 2v4 at one point, and Bait get it into what is a 1v1 scenario at the end.
BetBoom just about edge it out. Low HP on the last player, and both sides taking heavy damage. You can see how that will apply to Bait with the earlier eco that BetBoom did against them. Tech 9 on 1, can afford the rifles on the other 4. And BetBoom will have all the firepower bases. A lot of utility utilized, or a high percentage of utility utilized very early in the round, though.
Chiron out here from ramp is going to be up against quite a lot, so try and engage into a fight and drop off the railing from the right-hand side perspective.
No util support for these players over at ramp, and nothing for MPL on outside. He's forced to take a fight, which he does win.
Yeah, that is crazy. I can't believe MPL is caught in transition there when the smoke's clear, and it actually warrants an opening kill. 1-for-1 trade out towards ramp. At least they know where the AWP is.
Man advantage maintained by Bait. Nafany still looking to utilize this negative here. When's he going to see contact, and how much will he gain out of this squeaky door? At least stop them from making their way in from this position to his covering fire, but still made a lot work elsewhere in the map up. It seems to be another upper take.
Yeah, this contact from Siren close range could actually set up the Negev very nicely.
Util in the hands of one in the backside. Stops being heard. AK engages. Nafany and his Negev are only good for the one pick. Captain Kirk deals with Chiron up at heaven, and Bait re-established themselves on the T side.
And for Bait, we're getting a sense of their T side, which is very workable with just the picks. MPL outside gets a very good opener. You work out from ramp and you get that 1-for-1 trade. You reset, you play man advantage, you go into the top side, and the trades are very clinical. They come out wide from the door. Notice, I mean, you were mentioning, Jay, that Nafany at the backside was holding out util. Those door players were just walking. They weren't setting up the exec. They weren't smoking down main. They were being silent on that walk forward.
AWP shot of Wrinkle going to continue with the kill counts on Bait. Magno Jets caught towards outside, and Nafany. Deagle hoping to hold a bit of a contact. Wrinkle's going to walk his way forward. The smoke's being sent up, will block off that mini position, so if he's going to take a challenge, he's going to have to get ahead of the curve. Doesn't see anything yet.
Just hoping that someone's going to scale outside and work in from main or garage. Bait, slow this round down to an absolute T. You've got one player of Wrinkle deep with the AWP outside. Everybody else is pretty much just maintaining lobby.
Minute to play with. Nafany again trying to play central site defensive from Mini. Not seeing at the edge of that smoke. That might provide a bit of an angle to attack against Owner, but the kill shot doesn't connect to that Deagle, so the Mac 10 can deal with them all the same. This is a 5-on-3 now, which should continue to go the way of Bait.
And they might get one with this Zeus in from Hut, but it's not going to be enough to threaten the round. A low time left on the clock, but no surprises here at all.
And Siren now known about. Chiron does get one pick back, and the Zeus misses. There's the Deagle that finds the picks in the end. Still 5-1 on the first quarter start for Bait, looking very good on this T side.
Yeah, they're looking comfortable, and for BetBoom, they're going to have to transition success in quickly. Otherwise, this is going to be a blowout map that Nuke is going to be taken comfortably. We're going to go into Mirage with a lot of pressure on the favorites of BetBoom to be able to recover this series and make sure that they're winning out this series. Bait would be in a lovely position to keep going here.
Can minimize the half in just a round. Here and now, smoke set to the diagonals. Outside control again, trying to be prodded for by Bait, and they've made it work relatively successfully so far. It's more been about the lobby control and the access they get towards upper and ramp.
And this is heavier outside than what we've seen previously, though.
Zorti's might have to be the man to deal with it here in secret. T-side have gone down with the vent dive, though. He might connect this shot, but he might be running right back into the trade. The AWP is so focused on secret. This has been an easy kill for Owner that provides access now to that B bomb site. Rotations will not be able to beat the Bait camp. It will be a 4v4 for a retake.
Yeah, this is a strong pause from Wrinkle. Try and cut off any of those rotations coming down to the secret position. Captain Kirker gets one of those entries, and Wrinkle gets one outside from T-Red.
Magna Jez's trade is still not enough to get the advantage back for BetBoom. 2 versus 3, and with him being low HP as well, Siren might not be all that enthusiastic about going for this. He's backing away towards board. Magno Jez is going to go ahead and join him. Bait, very nice flank on BetBoom. Couldn't account for that vent player, and that dismantled the whole round.
I expect that we're going to see more Nuke picks coming through from Bait as well. They picked Nuke against 3D Max only the other day, and they also picked Nuke against Metasport in that lower bracket final matchup of the Dallas qualifiers. Got away with a 13-7 against the Swedes too. So they've shown that they can pick into this map and they can show success. And now 6-1 up, looking strong, looking very comfortable on the trades and just the space being taken on T-side. Yeah, I can see Nuke being picked in more frequently as time rolls on for Bait, and if they can obviously move forward in this best-of-3 series, it's probably something that we will see in the next game.
A tactical now taken by the BetBoom camp because this has not been the start that they would have wanted. CT side can only get up to minimums now against the Bait camper, and that might even be a stretch from this position because the buy is not comfortable for BetBoom at all.
I mean, realistically, it should be eight or more rounds on T-side for Bait in this first half.
Haven't seen anything that would test the likes of a 7th. Buy-ups of BetBoom. Awesome best for the half buyers have only been able to do damage in previous rounds, and only one conversion for them found on the rifles. At least this is a half buy with the money line being where it is, so they can establish themselves a bit more of a confident basis in the next gun buy. But Bait facing the aggression, deal with it so effectively. MPL, nicely done.
But he just keeps retreating, doesn't he? They know that Nafany's going aggressive towards outside, so keep falling back, make it more uncomfortable for the lower upgrade. And for Siren, he would be desperate to respond out here with at least the M4, but he needs more distraction to come in. He can't press all the way into hut and into lobby without some level of a teammate.
You can see that Bait are anticipating that he is going to press as well. A crossfire with Centhiel and co. Start to cross back ahead of that hut entrance. Siren has to time this well and catch them when they're caught off guard. They do leave lobby for the most part. MagnoJez may be about to face much more resistance. Wrinkle does catch Chiron. Wallbang headshot. 5-on-3. Siren now starts to make his move. Are they ready for it? Slow walks up with the AK. Oh, Bait's in the mistake spray, and from that, they're just picking apart now the BetBoom side. MagnoJez, only M4 pushing in. The pistol on the back sight, overwhelmed in an instant. Nothing that a lost CT can do. He's got to save.
I always notice really good macro from the CIS teams, especially when it comes to individual positioning. Now, right there for Essential, that is just enough of a jiggle out to hut to try and bait the player and just make it so uncomfortable with the burst, with the spam, whatever it is that comes through for that M4. That slight jiggle gives up all the ghost and the information. An easy 7th up for Bait.
Half advantage gained. BetBoom continue to struggle to find answers here.
And in the series against Sprout, we only saw Bait struggle on their map pick. So the idea that it's 7-1 on their map pick is quite positive for the series if you use the chain logic.
Equally, it was a one-sided opening map against Sprout. Early starts in the series certainly look positive for them regardless. Essential takes one out of the way of MagnoJez. Nafany and Chiron will get trades together on the center of the bomb site though. Wrinkle brings it back to a 2 versus 2, but Siren leaves it all on him as Owner goes down to the trade. 1-on-3 for the AWP. Bob also well out of control.
It's just one of those notions where Bait have been very successful with slowing the clock and working timings. They go into round number 9 and they want a pace changer. They're expecting potentially BetBoom to go aggressive outside, maybe have the inner bomb site weakened because they want to adapt, and you go fast into A, it doesn't work out at all. This is probably where MPO and all the guys on the team go, all right, let's go back to what was working. Let's go back to that slow and passive defaults where we work the outside smokes. We get a player down in secret. We get someone out to Africa. We work the timings in ramp. This one just didn't happen.
Wrinkle just playing for X's at best now, not seeing the player up at heaven. I think Zorti has seen him though. Adjustment going to try and counteract soon enough. Wrinkle. 35 seconds, and he has got a little under $10,000, so we can gain out of these exit positions. Nothing at all. Zorti ready when the crosshair locked on. There's your second for BetBoom.
And for BetBoom, they need to try and capitalize as much as they can in this late portion of the first half. Get a round streak going, try and put an odd economical state. You mentioned the 10K for Wrinkle. What about everyone else? MPO after the buy is less than 1,000. Owner doesn't have a crazy amount of cash either. And Captain Kirker's got to go into the investment too. So I would say 2 good gun rounds in a row from BetBoom, and you forced a reset.
This would be that second. Coming of AK safe in the previous round on Nafany and Siren as well. Bait again careful to their approach. Nafany suspecting there might be some sort of vent dive, so we'll get down there to protect Secret because once again the diagonal smokes are set in. The nade from Magno Jez will clear out Vision, but he doesn't win the fight on MPL.
And once more MPL outside onto Magno Jez, gets that opener. That has been a consistent thorn in the side of BetBoom. And Zorti is with that AWP to ramp. Bait really slow this down. They get a pick outside and they just retreat. They go back into lobby. They leave one player of Wrinkle towards Africa to see if any of the CTs will re-aggress T-Red and make an info play outside. Other than that, slow the time down.
BetBoom won't extend any further to catch a trade back to evens. They won't hunt for the response. Naughty especially, his AWP, Molotovs and flashes. Sent, the shot misses anyway. Captain Kirker with a straight clothesline. Nafany will try and get downstairs, try and hold on to some defensive line, but he's well out of the bomb site, even in the vents. Clear out lobby just in case. 30 seconds. The bomber hasn't gone downstairs just yet, but it doesn't matter. Their positions held are just going to clear up these players anyway. Siren caught in the open. Second player also known about. Smoke Deep will try to protect themselves, but Chiron is traded back by Wrinkle. It's all on Nafany once again.
You just know with 2 players working ramp and going down to lower that it's not a lower take. It really isn't. All those players still in lobby. They're waiting to cut those rotations. They want to lean back up to A. And Nafany can hold on to 1 AK, but going to get hunted from heaven and out from main to make sure that that rifle does not get held in. Bait with another strong round on T side. I'm seeing a lot of good ability from them with the timings.
Catching BetBoom off so many times here. Round 11. See the broken follow-up investment from BetBoom again. Nafany on the Negev.
It doesn't help individually that they're not shooting back as hard. I mean, even Zorti just getting baited out there in ramp. As soon as you miss that shot, you know you're gone instantly.
Beta just playing a wonderful T-side. BetBoom cannot seem to keep up, cannot seem to contest. Trying the unorthodox setup once again with Nafany hoping to hold them out a squeak door. They've been so patient about it, they won't offer anything ahead of the smoke itself. Essential instead comes out from main, gets his 2 kills, overwhelms a triple in the end. A beauty of an execution. BetBoom slaughtered once again.
And potentially that IEM Sydney run has tarnished what we actually should expect from BetBoom.
Yeah.
You come into that first Tier 1 event, remember, that is the first CS2 international LAN. And they make the playoffs, fair play to them, they have a deep run there. But getting absolutely smoked in Katowice, going into the RMR where against Na'Vi, you lost 4-13 and 7-13 on the 2 maps that they lost. Against Eternal Fire, 7-13 and 1-13. Against Guild Eagles, 4-13 and 10-13. Just getting demolished in best of 3s on LAN.
Now getting demolished in this first map of the best of 3 online. Bait will get up to 9 and most likely 10 off the back of this as well. Money's broken for BetBoom even if they hold on to this AWP, and the hunt is coming through from Bait as well. Players around the corner, flash in, shot missed, dead man walking, and dead man down. 7 to the good on Bait. A complete whitewash in the first half.
You could only imagine that Zorti is looking over at the Forza runs recently and thinking, oh man, if only I was still there. And for Forza's point of view, that's probably extra fuel for them. Try and go further than Zorti can. Try and go further than BetBoom can. See if we can go in that Dark Horse run. 9-2 on the T side of Nuke. And there has been bare rounds that have even been competitive.
One M4 for Magna Jez, the stand-in hasn't been very special in this BetBoom team, and to his credit, no one really has been. Part of the reason why things are looking so disastrous for them. Siren does try and catch off a kill. Magna Jez does at least catch Captain Kirker in the opening frag. Essential being low HP to that upper site engagement, so a bit more positivity now for the CT side.
Smoke starting to clear. Timing is everything for MPL. It's actually a double main setup for both Magna Jez and for Nafany. They are very close to one another.
A minute to play with. NPL just wrapping over. Running up with his teammates on the outside. Wrinkle's expecting players to make their moves into lobby and be wrong to assume so. Now they make their way down towards Secret. They're going to try and charge into the speed bomb site. Nafany is holding with his FAMAS, but they do stop ahead of the stairs.
You say that they're charging into B. There's still a lot of players that are looking to cut rotates. This, to me, seems like a fake to lower. Try and pull some over rotations, try and get that entry frag for MPL, and just make the CTs uncomfortable to go back into the A site.
Especially as they get the kill onto Nafany, but no rotates are called back here. Might still be a B site commitment. Bomb is still downstairs with smokes and all. They're waiting for more aggression, but it's not coming towards their way. Essential lurk upstairs in for Mini. His teammate walking forward. MPL does get caught. That bomb makes its way upstairs as well with Siren and Magnajez will hold their line together. BetBoom to secure a third at least to get a consolation at the turn of the half.
Well, for BetBoom, they just didn't over-rotate from A, did they? That's the bottom line in that round. They didn't get players dropping in the vents. They didn't get players moving from ramp into lower or even going outside to drop into secret. So you try and come back up from vent. You try and catch that A site being weakened with maybe only one player or players caught in transition, and it's a tuck set up at Tetris and closed vent corner. For BetBoom, though, I would say underwhelming. Once more, it's not their map pick, but still, you're a team that play at a tier 1 level. You're a team that people look at the higher end of tier 2. You should at least be able to hold your weight, at least be able to show competitive rounds against a side like Bait, and we haven't seen that.
Absolutely not. The teams that they've faced off against on Nuke in the last 3 months have been the likes of Na'Vi and Eternal Fire and Cloud9, and all of which are staunch opposition. They can't really be counted among that position. And yes, those matches were one-sided, but even the idea that BetBoom come to this kind of position and face off against the Bait side who not competed at nearly the level that they have.
I wouldn't even say that Bait is in the conversation at the higher end of tier 2. I would say they're middle of the pack at tier 2 at the current moment in time.
The end result, of course, is that BetBoom should walk into this series as favourites, but Bait have proven so much. BetBoom playing with hindrances, and those hindrances are on display. 6 rounds to the good as Bait enter their CT side half, and BetBoom will need to challenge some serious magic. They go to the attacking half and quickly dive their way down Secret in the pistol.
3 CTs also dropping quickly. This could be quite chaotic at the double doors.
Got a good read. NPL leans up, sees heads. That's Goosh down, though. Doesn't do much in return towards BetBoom. His teammate, however, might have something else to say. Indeed, Essential gets 2 kills. A triple found for Essential. And the Jewelries of Owner come in to trade back his 2 dead teammates. Hold on control of the bomb. Nafany, also known as Squeak Door, and Renka will backstab against him. Get the pistol for Bait.
And there might be BetBoom players going into this matchup saying, who even is Essential? We've never even seen him, never even heard of him. Comes down there at the lower setup. It's obviously a very good bait, isn't it? MPL to take the first contact. And because they know they've gooshed him, the idea there is put pressure on him. Make sure he drops. And they can hear him running away. They can hear him going up the stairs towards the observation window. So instantly, you're not going to close check that right-hand side. You're going to look up at the observation window at the stairs. And that's where the bait can come in. 3 kills for the USP almost instantly for Essential.
Headshots are plenty for him. BetBoom setting up Zorti with the hero Galil. Other than that, harsh eco basis. Nafany dropping his teammate to bring that weapon up to his fold. On paper, Bait should hit 11. BetBoom have stressed some of their force buys in previous and damage done in their ecos, particularly in the second round of the game, but not equating to anything special off the back of it, and nothing here against Nafany. MPL straight headshot, saw the shadow, pulled the trigger.
Yeah, for BetBoom, they are hoping for aggression, and it's just not coming whatsoever. There's a lot of players outside to fight.
They do engage against MPL with a numbers game. They do overwhelm him, but Captain Kirk with the SMG also loses his life to Zorti, so aware of the Galil now, but double up on Wrinkle, in fact, is caught towards outside. A 3-on-2 as BetBoom have low HP, but now they've got a couple of guns to play with.
Yeah, Zorti's the only real way that this round is winnable, and it's unfortunate that he's down low on just 29 points of health. Essential clearing out lobby, working the information that outside's been exploited, and they've got Owner down at the lower bomb site as well.
The wraps over from Essential will start to realize that Heaven might have been compromised. Chiron did walk up there. He's in the rafters at the moment. SMG working outside, not focused on the site itself. Might have to turn his attention towards position though. Check position, see his contact, get the kill, swing back to the second. Low HP against the last two players, and Magnajez is now in a one-on-one against Owner.
Get that bomb down. The MP9 up from Vent can challenge with a high HP.
Making a bit of noise, swings out in the open. M4 wins the fight anyway, as Magnajez keeps BetBoom in contest.
And not an easy round to work whatsoever from BetBoom. I would say that Bait had some overextensions unnecessarily. They're going up against a lightened buy. There's not a lot of upgrades outside. And you kind of got MPL challenging from main, looking into red. You've got outside players peering too aggressively. Zorti catches, what was it, one of the garage players just literally walking out into the open. So just being too hungry and too greedy in that scenario has actually thrown the round away and given it to BetBoom.
Hold your nerve, Bait. Fast plays in from BetBoom, who have a lot of nerve to try and springboard momentum off the back of this. Essential does get one kill out of it, and that's the only real central site defender. The rest of them playing outside of Heaven and Hell. And rotating in from the vent stack, or the ramp stack rather. Lan down, no kits in play for the retake.
Probably a save. I can't see a retake here. 4v4, being locked out, and heaps of util still. I think hold on to your weapons, bring them into the next round.
Nothing presenting with an aggressive fight. Exit frag positions being held at best here for the CT side, so let's see how many players they can take with them. Captain Kirko watched. Oh, Zorti turns away at the wrong moment. And that is a rifle that has been dropped. Can't quite get recovered yet. Oh, Wrinkle's got Chiron. So much damage can come through. The round is still not on for them, of course. But 2 to remain alive, 3 to fall in total. It's damage that can get punished in the next. And they're continuing to hunt. Owner's got Magnajez. Siren trying to defend himself. NPL takes him aback. And BetBoom have been wiped out.
Well, Bait should actually buy again here. Everyone to drop. Captain Kirker holding on to 5-7 and armor. They should buy. They should make it very uncomfortable for the economical state of the opposition.
They're bringing in upgrades, but they aren't going for the full-on force here.
Playing it very safe.
Give him a chance to punish on the reset. Faster players in from the T side once again. This time Nafany gets ahead of the game against Essential. Check position against the 5-7. Doubles up against the Owner. Damage being done to Chiron and Magnajez again with these pistols, but so much more return to the CT forces, so damage cannot compound for Bait. The safer option does not pay off.
Just missing that smoke towards the door means that they could just get exploited on A. That BetBoom could just run out and go for the A take. Bait, from a scoreline perspective, feels slightly uneasy knowing that you're on double digits and BetBoom are up to 6. But we do have to be real with ourselves and look at that first half and the lack of competitive nature in the gun rounds and only expect that to be the same in the second half.
Well, guns we have to play for here on Bates. This is where we'll test that theory. 4 to the good. The lead has closed a little bit for BetBoom. Still a fair way to go. This will be their ultimate test. With this round, they can get to 8. With a follow-up rifle, they can get to evens. Not now.
And for BetBoom, just to be able to hold some level of survival in the series too, you want to see them show competitive nature out here on Nuke to at least go into Mirage with a gut feeling that it should go to a third. AWP from Wrinkle, he was on it in that opening series against Sprout and very consistent with the T-side AWP too.
Only AWP on CT side here for Bates. Nothing to respond on BetBoom's part. T-side AK is alone for them. Captain Kirkut. M4 to challenge these rifles to put an all-important round down for Bait as the upper side execution comes in. Essential is caught off guard. Owner in the rafters gets one pick before Siren can take him back. He's low HP though, and the only player isolated on the site itself. Chiron drops elsewhere as Captain Kirker loses his own fight. The backstab slowly closes from Wrinkle. NPL gets his nades onto Magnajez, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Zorti is the main threat. The plant can be secured, and backs are turned towards his backstab, but it's an AWP to take a shot that Siren loses to. It's Zorti alone now. Both players are tagged, and this AK tries to work aggression, slowly pushing into the open. Nice set towards lobby and the squeak door. Wrinkle and MPL have got to act quickly here. They haven't got kits. I don't know if there were any dropped on the site itself. AK swings, engagement foul, but Wrinkle holds his patience and holds the round.
That whole retake comes in with the success from Wrinkle almost instantly. The AWP player coming in from lobby from the ramp perspective and strikes in from heart. It's a difficult shot at that kind of range, but work that 2v2 and then just trade off of one another. Magnajez looked as if that was the kill that kind of gave a bit of freedom to BetBoom, that gave them a bit of an advantage in that round, but not to be. Bait responding quickly.
And establish their next on the CT side, their second out of a total of 4 required in this half to gain the map win.
And maybe not the third, though. I mean, the economy is in an awful state with only one alive.
Well, buys back from BetBoom equally could also concede a nice reset against them the same. They have got the better buy here as proof in Siren, the opening kill on Captain Kirker. Wrinkle also got tagged to 3 elsewhere. That AWP, very easy to take down.
Just those double nades coming into main really affecting Wrinkle. MPL outside is trying to fight back. They need a bit of a star. They need a hero moment because this round is falling apart for Bay.
Senthio, he could be the man. He's closest to the T side. Nades coming in against those smokes, trying to pop open the vision. I think he just got tagged there. I don't know if he got heard though. Mast in the corner now has got no breathing room. The AWP of Wrinkle, though, aggressive fighting despite being low. Gets Siren back to a 3-on-3.
Lovely shot from Wrinkle. And Zorti has been left on the outside. The regroup from Nafany and Chiron is indoors, and Wrinkle is looking for another.
Oh, he's got balls of steel here. But a tight angle to take. Anyone who tries to make their way in from Heart will have to face him. And if his AWP is quick enough, he could catch the man. The walk downstairs will continue from Zorti's part. The outside player starts walking against him. Might have heard some of those footsteps here. Indeed, Zorti gets engaged upon AWP. Ready for Chiron. And Nafany's all that's left. His AK known. Wrinkle makes it a triple somehow. Starting this round, nearly going down, but coming out so fantastic with the AWP. It's map point for Bates.
And if you are BetBoom, you've got to be fuming at that round. You saw the AWP out there from main with the double HE, so you know that he must be extremely low. You've got a player on 3 points of health and another player that got dropped within the first 15 or 20 seconds. That round was the perfect start for BetBoom. And Wrinkle on low HP, it shows how dynamic of a player he really is. That even on low HP, he knows he has to make a difference. He knows that if he just plays back and he's defensive, he's going to get a 1-for-1 trade at absolute most. Try and catch them off, get aggressive in door, get aggressive in heart, and he can produce magic moments like that.
Six map points for Bates, and mentioned the economical problems the CTs have. The reset applies to BetBoom though. No AKs in this final true gun buy, or the final chance to buy for BetBoom here. Galil's on a couple. Zorti just refunded his. I'm not sure what is going on there. Glock being brought into a round like this. Surely that must be a mistake. He does get it back in the end. Okay, that's a positive. MPL, however, trying to get positives on the kill count. Seen 1 second player's already walked past the smoke at red, and they've read that.
They try and get the cross smokes to open up the avenue down to Secret. Captain Kirker sees nothing in the door. Doesn't know about the player tucked into the right-hand side.
Blind fire from MPL, can't get kills, but you should hear these footsteps downstairs. 4 players total diving down into Secret, and no one's there to receive them from Bait. Captain falls away. Now finally Wrinkle will get up here, but his AWP, how much can he gain against the mass numbers of T-side players?
It's difficult for the AWP in this scenario. Open up the single door, and he's pretty much a goner.
Looks into the glass, headshot not gained. Flash tries to keep him away, tries to suppress timings, but the smokes are now down to suppress one of his entry avenues. Sees that second player. Flash blind against him, though. Now his backup has arrived, and the T's can storm the bomb site. Bait are forced to back off. And while they're going to concede on the save course, Ential dropping might end up sorting things out here. Siren and Captain Kirker. Now Captain Kirker falls. M4 now in the hands of the T-side. Bait are slowly rotating away.
Those aggressive maneuvers were very clinical for BetBoom, but also very risky. I mean, a walk forward on that re-smoke to the left-hand side of ramp, if that's being watched properly, that's an easy kill for Bait, and then even out there for the squeak door to cut the rotation, that's just a straight-up timing, and oftentimes that's what you need. When you're down 6-12 and you're not working with the best of weaponry, you need to make a risk, and both of those kills worked out successfully for BetBoom.
Stay alive for a little bit longer. A couple more kills coming in from MPL on the exits. But they have to be a little bit careful about themselves again. They don't walk into this round with the best money state in the world. The buy-ups from Bait can toss weapons back and forth, get the FAMAS on the scent deal. Captain Kirk might have some problems. Him another FAMAS here. And Bait. Still needs to hold just one round to get the map under wraps. BetBoom understand that much.
Bait know that they've got a lot of chances to close, but do it early rather than later on and give lifelines here for BetBoom. Aggressive approach in from Hut for 2.
UMP taken forward. Face sees one, doesn't quite manage to do any damage of any sort. Wrinkle does catch Siren aggressing back in towards Hut, so AWP bait and switch with the SMG. Thought it might have been an easy hunt. It's not to be the case. Smokes come down. MPL will be restricted. It's going to get ahead of the game here, though. Player, edge of the smoke, spotted, but Nafany wins the fight.
And the captain can peer up from secret when this molly clears. Now, the reposition for the I should say, owner who's coming in from ramp, he's got to be wary that Hell can be completely exploited, that they can wrap in from heaven and come to A.
Going to leave that up a bomb site for the moment and try and evade contact. Check lobby, realize nobody's out here. That bomb still might contest secret. That kill on Captain Kirka changed the complexion of the entire round. BetBoom, apply the brakes.
Yeah, they are waiting for the info play. They're waiting for BetBoom to get on the front foot, to get an idea of what's happening in this round. Now, because they've got lower from Bait's perspective and they've taken aggressive lobby, they just play retake A here.
And Zorty's got a wrinkle now. A bomb site will look to be taken now down on a man disadvantage on base. If they do go for retake, they're going to have to be particularly sneaky about it. Blind spray. Zorty does catch Captain Kirk on the adjustment. Sentinel has allowed him to cross, and Owner can swing up towards heaven. Adjustment there from the AK. Looks back in towards closed vent, but Zorty strikes on the site itself. Low HP, but 3 kills to his name. BetBoom are starting to try and bring this back.
One of those rounds where maybe it wasn't required to go in for that retake. When you're working with the 3v4 and they lose that vent player, I would have liked to have just seen a full-on save. They get caught in the moment, I reckon. They kind of present a couple of kills in heaven. The Hut player gets into a good position, and they think that it's winnable, but it just really isn't. Bait are going to have a bye round in round 22 and round 24, so 2 good chances to close.
Orpid on Zorty. Outside control established by him and his teammates. Bait have to bait him in to get a little bit closer if they want to punish that big green. You can see they're hiding behind some of those common misfire positions. As you say, though, for BetBoom, this should be a pretty easy round. It's just those USPs out. Bait will look towards the gun buy. Any damage in this round will be a positive bonus, but it can't be expected.
Well, fair play to BetBoom that we're still fighting on here. Anytime you go down at a massive scoreline difference of 3-9 in the first half for Nuke, it's pretty much a done deal there and then. We can anticipate maybe a couple of rounds, maybe a bit of a threat, but the series, or map at least, should be wrapped up pretty quickly. So knowing it's 8-12 and now coming to 9-12, they've actually hanged in the map here nicely.
Nafany turns out those 2 kills that should secure the site. And you are right, BetBoom have managed to turn this around in the second half to a certain capacity. It's still going to have to be an overtime grind if they want to make it work. So it's still not the most comfortable of positions for them, but at least they're alive and not conceding and not looking as poor as what the outlook initially seemed like. But again, Bait, harsher eco base is building their cash back to a rifle buy in the next. That is their key concern, to bring back the weapons, contest BetBoom, and try to see what they can adjust against the previous rounds that they've had against them. No casualty onto Magnajez. Wrinkle unable to hold, and no one coming in from the vent, so no knife kill for MPL. Again, standard night for BetBoom.
And for Bait, if they're not closing in this next rifle round, pressure is going to be seriously on. MPL just tries to see if he can keep him in the bomb site, catch off one of those players from door, but not to be. This is the round that can dictate quite a lot. And a notion, too, in that last round when Wrinkle was playing under Hell, if he gets one kill with that USP, he can afford AWP with body armor. Because of that, he can't. So he has to go glass cannon into this round.
And he's done well with low HP. The aim punch. Hit those shots first and foremost on the big green. The AWP of Zorti, of course, out. Trying to contact against Wrinkle. The AWP battle is won out by the T side. Shot straight to the head. Advantage for BetBoom once again.
It's starting to get frustrating that they haven't closed yet, and now they've lost another opening man advantage. Aggressive towards the outside as Senthiel gets caught in from main.
And Nafany straight kill. Chiron catches MPL, aggressing player towards the outside control. Owner and Captain Kirker do get a couple of trades, but they are forced to fall back, particularly the captain who is low HP. Owner sees two more, has the information to his name, including where the bomb is at. And Captain Kirker's going to go for a swing, but that's a little bit risky with low HP, losing his life to Nafany, doing a lot of damage towards the map, but 3 kills total for the captain of BetBoom. And now number 10, and as you said, Dwayne, this is where they can really start to pressure this map.
And you feel for Owner and Captain Kirker there, because you have to keep fighting. You're in a 2v5. There's no way that you can win that round if you play defensive. So get on the front foot, keep searching around. But you shouldn't be in those positions. You shouldn't have to be working 2v5s. They just give up way too much. And for BetBoom, this is where an experienced team like them that play at the higher level can show their difference. They can show their quality in scenarios like this.
So much experience on this team. Making withdrawals from their knowledge base. Engagements of these pistols, trying to catch them off guard, trying to force mistakes, but they're just not happening at all. Bait. Oh, lose 3 to Magnajez. Triple in. The T-side players do end up losing 1 man over on a Senthiel's part. Is 5-7 only good for the 1 frag, though. Owner. Let's see if we can get anything more out of this. Let's see if we can get any damage done. I don't think it will mean much. Maybe an AK to hold into the next round. Because Bait will be pushed all the way to number 24, and BetBoom will press for overtime.
Well, for BetBoom, I'll put it this way. If they get it to overtime, they probably win the map. It's that scenario of coming back from 6-12 down. If you press it into overtime, normally you've already lost the map already. Bait need to close it in here. And at least for Wrinkle, he's got armor. So he can transition the AWP differently. As an example, when he was body armor, without body armor, I should say, when he's glass cannon, you can't go for an aggressive main pick, because if the HE stack comes in, you're just dead instantly.
Of all the teams to take attack at this moment, it's BetBoom. Bait will still have a chance to think things through, to talk things out, because they need to find a return.
Well, I would say for BetBoom, the scenario changed from let's survive and keep this map competitive to now we can win it. And anytime the scenario changes and the mindset changes, that's when you show even more structure. That's when you show even more of a threat.
Well, the AWP will have its Kevlar this time for the CT side. The M4s, much util as they can afford. Only 1 kit in play for Owner. This is the setup for round 24 of Bait. And as you mentioned, Dweg, need to see them close it here or risk BetBoom stealing away Nuke. A stellar start in this series could turn to mush in a moment's notice. That moment is now.
Well, they've gone for the smokes outside, but they've only gone with 2. Working the majority of players still out here to the ramp entrance and lobby. That AWP is on the move and going to take ramp, and Owner can dive down to the lower bomb site.
Wrinkle's been stellar with the AWP. Can he provide that oomph? Can he provide that X-Factor impact? Magnajez, Molly sent back towards Owner's position. The double doors cleared away, but Owner has not taken any damage. They're not fully aware of his exact positioning. Walks his way forward, the decon door being protected. BetBoom still have that bomb in lobby.
This is a good alert for MagnaJez because it's pulling more distraction over. If he can rotate that AWP down from ramp towards lower, that could make this round even more deadly. Wrinkle strikes at ramp with the orb.
That's one pick back. Siren down. He's wary and waiting for two more. Zorti's orb. We're going to try and stand off against him. Chiron has caught Captain Kirk elsewhere. MagnaJez checks the rafters over on the B-bomb site. His teammate over at Obs needs to get that trade together because Wrinkle's still involved in this. And Zorti's all that's left. The bait will look to nip it in the bud unless Zorti goes massive right here. 25 seconds on the clock. He has the bomb site. He's going down towards B, though. Needs to prioritize this plant.
MPL knows exactly what's going on. He's got to be careful about fighting too early.
Swings. Orb caught off as the plant will be secured, but no more than that for Zorti and BetBoom. 13-11. Bait will just about hold on to Nuke to start this series.
Well, it was entertaining, wasn't it? 9-3 half into a 12-6 scoreline, and then it nearly goes to overtime, and it doesn't. Bait close out their map pick just when it's required.
And again, like, you could have saw a lot of lack of confidence from the likes of BetBoom off the back of that 12-6 half. We were expecting that the second half was going to go much more the same for Bait, given the way that the momentum had swung, but not to be in the end. The T-side really brought it to the fold here on BetBoom, and it's a lot more encouragement, right? Yeah, again, this could have been a very, very disappointing way to start the series for them, but on Bait's map pick, it does go their way with a bit more competitive nature.
Yeah, for Bait, it is underwhelming. Yes, you take your map victory, but you have to come into this series knowing that you're the underdogs, and you got to put pressure on your opposition. Now, when you got them up 12-6, if you close 13-6, 13-7, you think, geez, strong performance map number one. We've got a good edge in this series. The idea that it comes back to be as competitive as it did, I felt as if you've let BetBoom back into this series. You've let the favorites get more comfortable, get more familiar with the playstyle, and that means that BetBoom are going to be more of a threat than what we maybe early anticipated.
Yeah, with their map pick coming up next up, and as I mentioned before, right, the experience of this side to battle back from this position, I think that a lot of it came down to their experience, because towards the end there, you could really see how the momentum was really spiraling confidence. They were taking fights so well, they were winning them out so efficiently, they were finding the right angles against Bait, and they were caught so flat-footed in so many of those rounds and those entries, and I feel like that was a difference in experience. Again, BetBoom as a squad are still relatively new in the CS landscape. They've still got themselves back since July of last year, so they're approaching a year, but like in terms of the players on the server, they've had their moments in the higher levels of the atmosphere, and you could see how that worked so well over the course of that second half.
No, they didn't give up. They didn't believe that this series was just done, and that is a good fighting wish there for BetBoom for what we should see for the majority of the rest of this best of three. I think for MagnaJez, we saw more impact from him going into the late stages of that T side. For Siren, though, it was a fairly poor performance from him than what we normally see. We know that he's typically one of the stronger riflers on this team, only getting away with single-digit kills of 9 at the tail end there. So looking to try and get more, and looking to get more comfortable on a map like Mirage.
Maybe someone like him bringing a little bit more to raise the bottom floor of BetBoom would have been enough to tip that map in their favor, and maybe looking at him to try and raise that basement level in the second map and the third may be enough to bring BetBoom back to proficiency, because outside of him, most of those players look like they were really good, right? Nafany and Zorti up at the top frag counts at 19 apiece. MagnaJez was not that far behind him, and for a stand-in, very encouraging stuff for him. So BetBoom as a squad really came together by the end of the map.
And for Mirage, it's a map that both teams play quite frequently. So that at least means that we're going to get reps under the belt. We're going to have a lot of familiar territory moving into there. But for BetBoom, just to try and see if they can send it to that final map of the series and show us that grit that we saw from them in the second half of Nuke.
I will say I'm encouraged by some of the individuals from the Bait side of things. Again, Wrinkle ended up top fragging in the server, and his AWP had so many impactful moments that set Bait up in this position. Without him, equally situation, without him showing up in the way that he did, I don't know whether or not this map would have gone the way of Bait.
Yeah, Wrinkle's always going to be that highlight player, isn't he? I mean, even for MPL, I actually think we got a pretty mid-series or mid-map for him. Didn't show a massive amount. We know that he is a very good player. We know that he's in a lot of active roles. Going out to Mirage, I actually think we're going to get a much better performance from him than we did on Nuke.
And that could throw another spanner into the works, because you mentioned that both teams like this, play a little bit of this map. Obviously, it is the pick of the BetBoom side, so no surprises there. But the idea that you've got potential in Bait to really resurge, if the AWP can get involved in several areas on that map, of course, if that rifle of MPL also start to take star roles, you have 2-star players that could really kick in the boots of the BetBoom side. So, there's potential for Bait to work into the second map of the series, but the confidence must certainly be sitting with the on-paper favorites.
You mentioned the best of three series, which was an upset for Bait against against ENCE, a top 10 team in the world, only not that long ago. That was actually Bait picking Mirage against that team. And that was probably more so trying to get a little bit of a curveball and going a different direction against a favorite team. But if you've got enough faith to pick into a map like Mirage against a team like ENCE, you've got faith that you can close in 2. You've got faith up here against BetBoom that you can win this map of Mirage and close it in a 2-0 series.
And they've threatened it against BetBoom in the past, yeah, again, a handful of months ago now in that last head-to-head, but that was the one map that Bait took against BetBoom back in November. It was a 13-10 result, so we can expect some bit of a bloodbath. We can expect this one to be competitive, and we can expect Bait to give it a good old fight. It will be Mirage, our second map of the series, when we return from the break, so do not go anywhere, as the quarterfinals will roll on when we return.
Simplemente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él. Pues nos fuimos, y yo el ave, campo otra vez, tiro lino. Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer lo dijimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Pilla el ave, había un coche que no limos. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él.
Well, we hoped for a bloodbath in the CIS derby. That's exactly what we got for map number 1. 13-11 did go the way of Bait. However, their map pick is taken. Now we move to Mirage, the pick of the BetBoom side. And we do, of course, talk about the fact that, yes, both these teams do like to play it. Sometimes Bait like to pick it in certain capacities. Even some of those higher-end oppositions have faced some staunch opposition from their own part of things. But coming off the back of that first map, Dwayne, I mean, look, this still could go either direction.
I actually think that looking at how we reflected on Nuke, it could very much well be 2-0. Bait played very well. They probably should have closed a lot earlier. With the performances that we were seeing from Wrinkle, with just some of the team cohesion, they should have closed a lot earlier. And I look at Mirage, BetBoom have played it once in the last month. And for Bait, they've played it against Metasport, against ENCE, against Perivision. They played it in a couple of open qualifiers. And that's all in the same time window. So there's a lot more officials to pull from.
That is certainly true. I mean, look, Bait have got a lot of momentum coming into this tournament and have shown it already during round number 1 and especially in the first half of the quarterfinals here against BetBoom. That was a very stellar showing that you are right. They probably should have closed it a little bit earlier. Wrinkle's star performances did push it past the finish line for them and the stars were more spread out for BetBoom, I guess you could say, but the win conditions may well be in those guys that we didn't expect to have, expected to be a bit more in those star roles. Again, MPO, you mentioned having a bit of a mid-map to start. Siren, bottom of the board across the entire board, only player not to hit double digits of all 10 in server today. So maybe with those guys having a little bit more comfortability on this kind of a map up, maybe that could be the reason or the thing that makes the difference the most for BetBoom or Bait.
Well, for BetBoom, they're going to be a lot more comfortable. Again, we've obviously seen that their first half for Nuke was pretty much atrocious, and when you're down at that kind of scoreline, it's always so difficult to try and pull in the absolute comeback to force it into a map win or an overtime at a bare minimum. So, our Mirage, we can expect a lot more from BetBoom. I just think for Bait, the threat is here. The threat is very much on the cards for a 2-0.
Well, the 12-6 comeback certainly is difficult, but they did give it a very good go, and there was one point where we really thought that they were going to make it back to overtime. So, again, don't count BetBoom out until the 13th of the overtime scoreline has been hit for them. So, we'll see how well this goes. As you mentioned, it is more comfortable territory again. They did pick into it, and yeah, they've only got one result in the last month, but over the last 3 months, they have been playing it during the qualifiers. They've been playing for Chengdu, the RMR as well, a couple of LAN events, or one LAN event in particular, obviously for their own part of things, and at that higher level of tournament play. I will admit the competition probably isn't as staunch by comparison to what Bait have been playing, but you are right, it should be more comfortable for BetBoom, but Bait are now ahead in this series, and I still think that Bait could take this map.
Yeah, I think it's a possibility. Realistically, we probably should be going to a third. It all just comes down to how competitive BetBoom can be in the first half, and even the first 5-6 rounds of the game when we get into more rifles.
Well, Pistols will get started on round number 1 of this second map. Bait are on the CT side start of things. Owner taps up Siren, takes that opening headshot, draws out first blood in from mid. His teammate and him will back away from short as the A side defensive gets tested. Nafany going to try and get some trades, but Chiron's bringing that bomb in first and foremost. Magdajez does get a Senthiel. Owner gets 2 back though with fantastic headshots. Magdajez only good to maintain a 3-on-2 situation that favours Bait for the retake.
It could be on for the ace of Owner coming up from Con. Him and Captain Kirker to try and work this reposition infant connector. Now, the re-angle coming through from Magnajez is actually going to slow a lot of time off the clock. He's going to try and get all the way out to Palace.
Aaron's back at CT, meanwhile Captain Kirker going to check this headshot gain. Last player left alive is the P250 for the ace in this clutch, in the 1-on-2. Swings for the hit. Last player has just barely been seen at the end of the default box. Taps again from the P250. Needs the head, but he can't gain it. Owner will get the casualty on the trade, but hasn't got enough time for this defuse, especially without the kit. The pistol will go the way of BetBoom.
And that round, you had 2 players going on for the ace, both Owner and Magnajez. And across the board, Owner actually came in with what seemed as if the strike that was going to end the round. The couple of kills that came in from short dove the likes of BetBoom up into connector and for that ace split. So good work from both of those individuals, but in the end, it was Magnajez to come out on top with the pistol victory.
Good start for BetBoom. An all-important situation for Magnajez as well, by the way. Dwight, minutes ago, the statement was released, the news piece, that actually he is an official 5th now for the BetBoom side.
There we are.
Didn't know that coming into today. I'll give you that much for free. 4 kills to start things off on his own part. Harsher pistols for Bait as a result of his efforts. So BetBoom should contest the second and again get comfortability to start the map.
Well, that transpires quite a lot more conversation. I mean, another thing is that for the likes of BetBoom, they haven't played a HLTV official in 2 weeks. So we can be under the assumption that Magnajez, ever since their last game against Bleed in the Res European Series, has been trialing with the team that been coming in. They're finally happy with him. And now they're here to try and put an early result up with their new 5th.
That is very true, Dweg. For him, being the starting element of this pistol now to allow his teammates to get the comfortability of the rifles back in and to sort of keep our eyes on how well he proceeds over the course of this best of 3. He probably isn't going to be one of the stars we look at the most, but will be under a microscope regardless here. Let's go down to the USP of Wrinkle. And turns that Galil onto Zorti, trying to make it expensive against the T side. A 3rd casualty would certainly put the money line into a lot of hurt, but he doesn't go that far. Chiron keeps control. And Senthiel can't do much.
Hey, he might not be a star in this opening game just because it's so new and such a fresh new project for him, but I said it when we started this best of 3 series, he is the #1 player on Spirit Academy. He's a very strong and underrated rifler across the CIS scene in the last 12 months or so. So this is exciting that he now gets a project where he's actually working with some good pieces. I mean, I look at K23, I look at Boston Crab and Spirit Academy. You're not working with experienced players. You're not working with players that have played at a high end of Tier 2 and on the Tier 1 atmosphere. So this is a very exciting roster move.
Memory serves me correctly, individually, I believe you topped out FPL in the first couple of weeks of this month.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, again, he's always up there.
It was either this month or last month, actually. I can't remember, but you know, the bottom line still stands that he's a stellar individual element. Wrinkle unable to get stellar in the aggressive face of round number 3. Bait bringing the guns to the fold, but losing that first fight. Owner receive the incoming ENCE out from the apartments, unable to lock on Chiron. Captain Kirker tries to take his place, but he goes down after 1 trade. 2v4 now for the rest of Bait. Bomb should get planted by BetBoom.
Yeah, there seems to be a very slow start to coming through from Bait. Siren to cut the rotation out there from Market. MPL gets away with one, can upgrade to the AK, but this should still be a save. Still no real guts to go in for the round.
Looking at that third for BetBoom. Upgrade to an AK at least for MPL and Essential to get those rifles out ahead of the SMGs that they did bring into this round. Galil, however, does leave it all on this AK to hold his nerve into the next. And even with this rifle staying in for Bait, it won't be enough to buy around it truly. Let's get that kill onto Nafany. A little something out of the round.
Was there any more kind of mentioned in the statement as well, Jay? Like sort of any, I don't know, words or just reasons of why it happened? Or was it just he's in and that's it?
No, it's just that he's in. It's just a Twitter post.
Okay.
The HLTV article does speculate that it's off the back of the disappointing RMR and the second change, obviously, with Inner Shine getting benched.
there's definitely no, I suppose. I mean, that is, right? I mean, we've been talking about it over the course of this entire series, and that is 100% the reason why.
Well, they've given the official reason in their own statement, so I'll let BetBoom make that own discussion if they want to. For us, however, we are seeing them start to realign themselves, especially as they did take the last player down at the tail end of that round. Bait, no rifle save, no AK held. Damage has been done to the T-side economy state, but they can continue buying, and Bait cannot justify it again. Tactical has been taken for the CT side.
And for Bait, you don't really want to get off to an 0-5-ish kind of position out here on Mirage, because realistically, if you get off to that slow start, there's just not going to be much workability. BetBoom are a very strong team that have had some really explosive score lines. I remember not that long ago when they played Mirage against Bleed, they got off to an 11-1 half and closed 13-3. And they're one of those teams that can just make it very uncomfortable to initiate any kind of comeback.
We'll see whether these Deagles can get any damage up against the BetBoom side. Best you can hope for here in round number 4. BetBoom should be in with a solid start and going to echo the startings that Bait had gained, of course, over on the start of Nuke. Damage done to MPL. Nade set a standard against Captain Kirk. Actually doesn't do much damage, just clears up that smoke and doesn't provide any vision for BetBoom to play with. B site is open though, so plant should be secure.
Azorti waiting to see if anyone's even going to give him a jiggle out there from Con. Does get baited. This position, though, from at least his teammate and Nafany should also cut on some rotations.
Back 10 versus 2. Gets them both. And recover that AWP. Unawares to the Deagle. Captain Kirk almost whiffed his chance, but does indeed bring in the second pick against the T-side line. Unable to do much more than that as Magnajez turns 2 back to his favor. And Wrinkle, no HP advantage in any of these fights here, as USP will not be enough to get the kill unless they're caught looking the wrong way and 2 or 3 dinks come back. Out towards mid, spots the one. Not much contested left in this round. Nafany wins that fight, and there you go. 4-0 star for BetBoom. Bait to bring back the guns.
And as a community, we've always had some good fun with Keo was the problem and Keo was not the problem. I think it's a similar thing with Nafany, right? Where a lot of people were saying, well, Nafany is the problem to the whole Gambit and Cloud9 roster, and now that he's gone, and I suppose we've kind of seen where that team's gone, it then goes back into the conversation of, oh, actually, no, he wasn't the problem.
I'll BetBoom. No problems here in this map up, but as we talked before, it's a case of how far can they go with this. They have high expectations and high hopes. Wrinkle finding Zorti to start things off, putting some high chances for this next round. Nades to try and open a smoke. She doesn't land all that deep, so not all of it is cleared. Nafany can stay protected. And the CT's back away, just play the man advantage from here.
And Nafany got very lucky there, because in my eyes, if that smoke goes down, he gets a 1-for-1 at absolute most, probably only gets away with damage. There was a lot of CT aggression out there in top mid. And Jump Spot still not seeing anything at all, burning out the chair position to see if they can force anyone in the open.
Nafany swings, spray through, does catch a Sentinel, but the damage compounds with Captain Kirk as HE taking him down in the end. Left Siren with his responsive keeps it at a 3-on-3. So BetBoom have recovered the situation at a man disadvantage, but only for a moment, walking out onto that A bomb site. No one watching CT, so MPL can get a pretty easy kill onto Magnajez. Backs are still turned past Chiron, who gives up his information, and Owner can get the kill with MPL's assistance. Siren is left in the 1-on-3. He's got that first, will not walk past Wrinkle, and his AWP can strike back, gain the first for Bait.
And that round had a lot of complexions to it. First off, for Bait, it was very successful with the opening starts in mid. I would then say the retake of mid was unsuccessful. They lost quite a lot. They evened it back at a 3v3, but just that workaround in from CT to catch the right timing. BetBoom have got players coming out from Tetris and in through main, and their attention is drawn out to Connector and top jungle. MPL, a defining moment for him to get Bait their first round.
BetBoom swing forward and Captain Kirker is going to get punished by Nafany and Chiron. Again, trying to hunt for that opening pick in mid. They do find a trade back on Owner, and MPL's got a good read on the players that are charging up through the mid control. One man so close towards the sniper's nest. Nade sent by Nafany. Actually, it's a CT nade that got caught off in the end. Nafany gets the kill onto Owner. Molotov's back towards jungle. CT player seen, and Nafany can take him back. Finally, Wrinkle can trade it through the murder hole. He will drop. But it's him and Essential in a 2 versus 3.
There's an info play out from Palace. The issue is here for the MP9. The long range could be difficult. Now, he's hearing the footsteps of at least one as they were coming in. It's tough, though, to create impact from this position.
I'm so ready for him, but info will set Wrinkle instead with priority defensive. Shots to connect. And even up the man's stance. He's seen a shoulder, but he's unable to find his contact. Now that will force Essential to start rotating back into the Palace entrance. Hold defense, hold the players at bay as Wrinkle tries to find another angle of attack. Smokes will come down and provide support. The bomb will be planted.
Yeah, they're not keen on this one. Maybe if Essential gets one, then they can send themselves into it, but it seems unlikely. Should be a freebie onto the AWP.
That's that one kill. Picked back on the sandwich player, though. Blind sprays from MagnaJez, knows that you can't be much further away from that corner, so Orpa left alone towards short. Siren actually had his back turned towards the big green. The 2 shots missed from Wrinkle, and Siren can take him aback. He looks very disappointed in himself, and probably rightfully so.
Well, for BetBoom, you've just won a clinical round. You've just won an important one to try and get a few in a row, try and put emphasis that you can really compete in this first half, and you've lost the follow-up. So not only do you give another round over to BetBoom, but you also have to go down to another eco. It has to be fairly light for the boys.
Just upgrades. BetBoom. About a 5th round. And the starting scoreline again looks so similar to how Bait started off over on Nuke, except just mirror image. Comfortability in the map picks. BetBoom looking great on this T side. Deagle of Essentials trying to answer back. They are up against the A execution. MagnaJez has caught the first through the Spurk as Nafany gets Captain Kirker to save. Nothing left in this one for the CT side. MPL's Deagle just waiting for someone to extend past the ticket booth and the CT spawn. His teammates are backed away though.
Bait are just getting trapped in completely to even look for an exit. Essential is somehow not burning.
Don't think it means much to him though. Half HP or a little over that, and still in the corner. Siren will check it anyway. Jump face around the corner, gets that kill. Owner with a responsive, but it's only a MAC 10 loss to the T side and no real chance of breaking back in for a retake here for Bait. Exit from NPL misses his mark. MagnaJez deals with him, and Owner 1 on 4.
And now that I've seen more from Mirage, I do look back and kind of, in retrospect, see Nuke as being a what if. If one round went differently, if one clutch gets one, if one economical break comes in earlier, if there's maybe a 5-7 half and not a 3-9 half, this could be BetBoom stealing map number 1, going into their map pick and showing us this 6-1 scoreline.
Yeah, I have to agree. The solid confidence that Bait had gained at the start of their map pick is nowhere to be seen here in the second. The fact that BetBoom looked this good, the fact that they looked as proficient as they were at the tail end of Nuke, it does speak to what has been a better series from them overall. Still be forced to play out this map, and then the third to try and win the series out and out. Essential trying to change the narrative, though, only good for the one pick. Nafany gets himself a lineup. As Siren is taken back with a TK. Assistance there from Wrinkle to a 3 versus 3, but Bay have no one else in a position to punish it. MPL is trying to swing. He's trying to get involved. He does get a kill, but doesn't get the follow-up. Siren, deep in the connector, has heard those footsteps. His teammate trying to wait for him to make a strike happen. Backs will be turned as the smokes will start to fade at the front, not towards Con. They are pixels away from seeing each other a moment's respite as Molly's descent deep. Siren is unaccounted for. Flash turned away from CT player. Seeing finally it's all onto Owner back at spawn.
In a position where he could try and play up from Ticket, but no one's even giving him much of a fight. Out from Tetris and out there in jungle. Swing comes through and Magnajez with the AWP wins it out. That round was all distraction. You could see that for Magnajez, obviously Siren can communicate, I've heard the short player drop. So anytime you hear him drop, you know that he's going to be out there in con. Obviously you don't know about the other player, that they might be doubling up, one in con and one in jungle. But just that small amount of utility, the molly into jungle, the flash, it just drives enough attention directly to the bomb site that it gives Siren what is probably the easiest kill that he's going to get in this map.
Bait take attack. All right, time to call one in. Trying to recover a 5th round towards the Cinder. The CT side is their best case scenario. The BetBoom is looking pretty solid in terms of how this match has played out. 4 in a row, 1 loss, 3 back to return, and probably should be another 4th as well. Buyback from Bait is not looking fantastic. 2 rifles with SMGs and 5 7s around it. Looks to get better and better for the BetBoom camp.
The Owner getting aggressive with that M4, looking to try and see if he can strike out early. Trying to tuck that rifle away so he's not seen out from the underpass, but the B players fall very quickly.
Just lights turned out in an instant. Magnajez on the bomb site, checking out all the backline corners. There is a CT close. Gets a lot of damage done to Magnajez, but he still wins the Mac-10 fight. So much impact found by him. Bait are just overwhelmed.
And this is actually one of his stronger maps in the pool when he plays for Spirit Academy. Magnajez has averaged a 1.20 rating across the last 8 times that Mirage has been played on the Academy team.
Now he's going to have to do this on his lonesome here. Low HP on both players. Captain Kirker on 3, Magnajez on 12. Smokes, even a man suppressed. The HE considering to go for it.
Yeah, the issue is if he breaks that smoke, he probably TKs himself.
Yeah.
On that low HP, you can't do it. For a moment, you're thinking about it, but you realise, nah, just wait out the smoke instead.
Unawares of exactly where Captain Kirker's going with this as well. It's a big old flank from the CT player, though. Serious mind games in play from Bait. Magnajez trying to outmaneuver him, but he'll be able to cut off this bomb from its entrance, his most likely entrances from the apartments from underpass. Magnajez going to have to pick up the pace soon because that bomb's been dropped on the stairs.
Captain Kirker's in a really good pause because if he goes back with the bomb towards underpass, he can rotate out from short quickly.
Magnajez has been heard. Captain Kirker ready to receive. This has to be a dive down headshot for Magno. Caught by the CT side. Clutch chase second on the board of Beta. Recovery. One good push was all you needed sometimes.
And for Bait, I would normally get quite excited and say, oh, this is a perfect springboard opportunity, but I really don't think it is. I mean, that round comes down to a 1v1 where you're working with 3 points of health up against 12. This has been a first half where BetBoom have outclassed Bait. The rounds have really looked incompetitive at all.
Yeah, I have to agree. At least the potential is there in terms of the money line. But Bait have got to follow up that clutch. They've got to get some confidence on their own board. AWP shot of Wrinkle certainly does look decent. Magnajez first to fall.
They're dealing with the hungry fragger that keeps putting numbers up. BetBoom down by 1 early. So this now means for the mid defensive that it has to almost reposition. Try and work Siren out from underpass. Bait will be very happy with that opening pick.
Very slow approach from BetBoom now. Smokes down towards the mid-contact, allowing the player from underpass to start his walk-up. Short might be a concern, but BetBoom more focused on the A lean into Palace. They've got Essential and Wrinkle to defend it.
Essential might not get cleared. Just knowing 45 seconds on the clock, they'll look to try and tunnel out from Palace. This could be a very good pause.
Spray through and he does damage. Nafany collects that headshot. Siren looks to try and cut rotations as Wrinkle misses his secondary kill. Flash's turn. Plant will be secured. Siren indeed does get Captain Kirker, and now the only angle of attack from the CT side will be CT stairs. MPL turning away from Flashes alongside his teammates. The nades will do some damage towards the teams, but no kills coming in until they start taking contact. AK starts to lean in. MPL tries to catch Chiron. He takes damage but gets 2 kills. Wrinkle can respond with 1 exit. A second kill on Chiron, the same. But to lean in for the 3rd and the 4th, needs that lucky wallbang kill, and he's unable to line it up now. Might get caught on transition away because Siren is set in towards the murder hole, takes his fight, wins it out. No man alive for Bait as BetBoom respond.
And that timing is just so uneasy there for Ascenthial. He's out there from Sandwich, and it's one of those positions where if you strike too early and you just miss the timing, you're just going to get owned. And that's pretty much what happened. Rather than tucking the entire way, he strafes out to the right-hand side, and you're staring up at, what, 2, 3 players on the Palace entrance. You just get annihilated. That bomb site falls so quickly. You feel for Wrinkle after the opening kill that he presented.
He's reduced to pistols alongside 3 of his teammates. NPL trying to find that performance we talked about before we got started in this map. That raise to the basement. That star power that we had hoped for out of him does find the first on Chiron, does look to fall away alongside his teammate. AWP's been baited. They have info on 2 others. Nades damage done on towards MPL with the Molotov follow-up. Is going to have to drive him back.
BetBoom working a lot of map presence. Siren all about the timing out here towards window. Captain Kirker caught completely blinded, but Wrinkle does strike in ladder.
Zor team might be in trouble here, but no. Headshot gained on Wrinkle. Swinging ahead of the ladder room. MPL going to tuck himself into the murder hole. AWP trying to fire back over towards that B bomb site, but nothing being found by Zorti. Meanwhile, the walkout on the A play starts coming in. Ascenthial and it's 5-7. A lot of work to do as Zorti goes dropping. 2 left standing. Magnajez takes it back to 2 versus 2. Wonderful sequence, but now he's got to prioritize that bomb plant. Owner misses the AWP shot. Switching to the Deagle, cannot turn it back, and it's NPL now to clutch it. He started with a kill. He's going to have to end it with 2.
Managers with once more an X-Factor round. BetBoom needed a bit of a recovery. That did get out of hand. Bait start getting a couple of strong picks, and then instantly it feels as if that AK has just got a multi in the span of a couple of seconds. A recover mission comes through from BetBoom, and for Bait, we could be looking at the exact same scoreline in reverse to the tail end of the first half of Nuke.
7 to the good on BetBoom right now. And they would love to make it go one better to the 10-2 rather than the 9-3. Zorti's already caught Captain Kirker. Nades out to the smoke on Connie. Gonna double up back towards mid. 5-on-3 gained already. Ascenthial does read Nafany well enough to get a trade back through the smoke, and Owner catches one player with his back turned, so that man advantage is negated here.
Very aggressive there from BetBoom after 2 very easy picks come through, so Bait responds. Chiron starts working up top, connector into short. Owner actually stands in the flames and yet still gets away with a fight victory.
Tagged heavy, but a man advantage for Bait this time. BetBoom gaining 2, responsive of 3 of theirs going down, and Zorti and Magnajez trying to work around their respective positions. Separated with the bomb being dropped in mid now. It's all onto Magnajez. Had some serious impact over the course of this half and just barely gets that first kill onto Ascenthial. Your backups rotating in from short. AWP of Wrinkle, M4 of Owner. Low HP on the M4. The AWP is going to be the big concern though. Magnajez must be aware of that. He's seen his contact, but Owner adjusts against the man and does close out a triple for a 3rd round to close the half. Of Bait the same.
And frequently, when you work with the mid-nades, you kind of smoke up top con, you molly off short or smoke it off. Anytime you molly short, you are anticipating the respect. You're not anticipating the swing. For Owner to peak in the flames, it shows how desperate they are. It shows how out of depth they really have been on Mirage, that they need to make those hero plays, those moments of catching opposition off guard just to recover rounds. Bait will not be happy with that first half performance whatsoever.
6 to make up. We have seen BetBoom close the gaps in the second half already in this series. Can Bait try and replicate? Can it be as similar as it was before? T side in the pistol, running straight up towards mid. The short control access being taken. You've got Siren and Nafany on the defensive. Nafany's USB gets one. Siren does get overwhelmed soon enough, and MPL removes him from play. So indeed, Bait just styling on this B defense. 2 versus 4, making it 1 as Chiron drops, and Magnajez, stellar as he's been, should be locked out of this round.
And just beaten by pace is really what happens there. Magnajez is hoping that they overextend, hoping that they get very hungry out there from market that he can do a little bit more.
Just exits the best he can do here. Fights in mid, struggles to find owner. That's the closing blow of Bait, an all-important pistol win for them. BetBoom now face some resistance.
And the decision last time around was harsh the eco and get the rifles up, and it's the exact same situation once more. For BetBoom, I kind of look at the way the halves are both gone. I know obviously it was, what, 12-6, went all the way to 13-11. I don't think BetBoom give much more freedom for Bait, though. If it gets to a similar kind of scoreline where they've got a very strong lead, they're looking to close, they will just close earlier. They won't allow that that freedom to bring it extremely close at the tail ends.
4 kills immediately out on that A-bomb site. Stacks of BetBoom removed from play, and aids to reveal the last individual. Chiron, Zeus skill does come in against the Senthiel. But a Galil lost by the T side shouldn't be much of a concern to them. If they lost MPL or Wrinkle, then suddenly they might want to have to rethink their positions, but Senthiel should be able to buy back in the next round, especially if they can take him down. Mac 10 gets the damage up against the player, so nothing major lost there for Bait. 5th on the board of their squad. BetBoom back in with the bye.
And knowing that BetBoom have obviously today now announced their new 5th, it does make me wonder when they're going to announce their new head coach, because they parted ways with Intershine back in February the 24th, so pretty much almost a month from where we are now.
Yeah, no bonus perspectives on the BetBoom camp. I think we've speculated in the past of who could take that spot. There's a lot of veterans in the CIS scene.
There certainly is.
We could be here all day discussing the prospects of that, but we've got more pressing matters. Execution inbound from Bait as BetBoom have to focus fire with just their 5 men on server. Damage has been done heavy to Nafany right here. Molotov should force him out, but Owen's going to get that kill first and foremost anyway. MPL following suit onto Magnajez. 5-on-3 has been game plant, should be secured. Zorti barely hugging the corner of the cubby corner. Will not throw down any damage onto the Molotov face. Spray through, Wrinkle's going to catch him. And now it's 2 left alive for BetBoom.
And they've just been beaten by pace for the majority of these T rounds so far. Bait have been very quick, very explosive. I mean, for Nafany, he's getting overwhelmed so quickly out there from default. The spams are coming in, the util's being thrown to his position. He's just overwhelmed completely. And then when the A player falls, it's then the connector presence that also collapses. Chiron trying his best on an off angle to hold out this M4. But for Bait, this is now a 6th round for them.
Gap closed to 3 rounds now. BetBoom start to be tugging at their collars a little bit, just like Bait were at the tail end of Nuke. T sides have reigned supreme in this best of 3.
Yeah. And I suppose there is, to an extent, a lot of wildness when we get these kind of derby matchups, that a lot of aspects that you can normally look at on paper just don't happen. We get maybe some stronger T sides when we're expecting stronger CT sides. We're maybe getting each other's map picks being taken. It all just is a lot of question marks. What we do know is that for BetBoom, they have struggled to adapt to the pace. And I wonder for Bait, when do we get sort of the slow and almost timid play style for them, if it comes at all? Is it just them trying to explode into the second half?
Well, the quicker style has certainly worked for Bait thus far. They keep beating BetBoom with it. And they'll be complaining when they score a 2-0 here. CT side yet to start in this second half. Surely shouldn't be starting with the next round as well. They've got That one rifle on Chiron and not much that can buy around it, so upgrade pistols the best. You're seeing a few of those coming in for them. Bait. Just press on with this momentum swing. Press on with this streak. Run up to the end, trying to equalize the BetBoom and gain themselves the map victory. They are 6 away from that. BetBoom, again, should concede number 7.
Zorti buying down to the armor means that he can't afford the AWP in the next round, so it will probably have to be Chiron or Nafany to drop that instead. BetBoom looking to try and get some economical damage, and Chiron's aggressive play on underpass has actually won out that first duel.
One man to make a difference, it would be the M4. The P250 of Nafany is able to get a follow-up onto Captain Kirka. Owner takes it back. I think Zorti's been revealed on his deagle. Smoke down at the stairs. One does come back towards Connected Jungle in the end, and Wrinkle's going to catch Zorti back to a 3 versus 3. They've got a couple of rifles on Siren and Magnajez. Siren gets contested. Magnajez trades it back now 2 versus 2. Both those rifles full drops at spawn. Ascenthiel takes damage. Swing from Wrinkle. Deals with the last player. Bait will lose a number of individuals, but they do connect 7 in the end.
I would say that's a pretty good looking buy round from BetBoom when you have, what, a single M4, a couple of upgrades, you get away with 3 kills, you threaten for a moment of a round steal where you try and get retaking players in from CT. Bait, though, this rifle round, I mean, look, it could definitely tie up the half. It could definitely tie up the scoreline. You get it from 7 to 9, there'll be an eco in the next. For Bait's perspective, this is a key round to keep the round streak alive.
Straight sprays in a Chiron, catching Captain Kirka. Ahead of that smoke, BetBoom start things off again, but Owner another responsive. They see the player also at Connector Jungle. Nafany swinging back, Zorti's down, Ascenthiel drop, Nafany tries to strike back, Owner and NPL trying to keep control of the situation. Nae's back on Magnajez, Molotov sent his direction, he should be able to escape the ire of the flames. The AWP so focused on Connector. Nae's doing so much to Owner, but the AWP strikes and Owner will still pick up Magnajez. Once again, 2 players step up for Bait as they take 8.
Owner is playing seriously well. He went from 14 kills and 8 deaths on map number 1 to now going down at 22 and 9. He is winning some unreasonable duels. He's creating rounds that shouldn't be winnable. He was just getting entry after entry, recovering that round out from Tetris and A-Main.
3 players are going down, but BetBoom can't punish the damage. Money a concern, all that CT player's been seen. Aggressive in the smoke, Magnajez gets his kill back. Ascenthiel forced to fight back on shore. Double up before he falls. Chiron and Nafany take back the man advantage for BetBoom here, dropping the bomb and all.
At least Owner's still alive, and they'll know the HP bars are fairly low. The captain working in from underpass catches that timing, but there's another player to peek in from window.
Nafany's timed it so well. Captain Kirka continued to have his back turn. Owner has picked the bomb back up and will now start pressing into the apartments onto that B play. Siren and his 5-7. They're going to start pressing into mid to grab some more rifles. So many were dropped there. He needs to hold his defensive. He knows Owner may be lurking close. Minute to play with for the last T-side plays, creeping closer and checking all of his angles. It's all a case of timing and positioning and where he checks at the right moments. Not been seen yet. Will be heard soon.
Get that bomb plant. Allow the extra cash injection to come in. And for BetBoom, this is on. This is very on for the eco steal.
And Molotov especially sent towards Market, revealing exactly where Owner's playing towards. Siren has grabbed an AK. Both players lacking in the kit department, the jump into the ladder room. Heard, known about. Owner so focused on it though. Nafany could find the flank once again. Leaning into Apps. Owner's got his back turned to at least one of these CT players. Adjustments right there. But Nafany quick to the trigger. Returns fire all the same. And BetBoom just barely defend the lead.
That's a good effort there from Owner in the 1v2. But he would have felt as if, why have we lost so much out in mid? We're not up against a massive amount. We're up against light pistols. And we are just losing pick after pick after pick. Very good timings there from BetBoom. Because that whole round from their perspective is just keep fighting. Do not play deep in the bomb sites. Keep it up from mid. I mean, even when it gets into a 2v2, instantly Nafany's looking to respond. Instantly he's looking to get out there from window and make a kill happen.
That kill turned the advantage the way of the BetBoom side. From there, they never really let it go. Bait can still afford their gun buys here and still have a little bit in reserve and all. Shouldn't be enough without the bomb plant bonus to buy into round 20 in full. The way that it works out with the scoreline being at 10-8, this could be a decisive moment for the CT side.
Yeah, MPL has walked out on a contact quite aggressively into the apartments, initiating the B split. Oh, missed smoke for window though. MPL is still pressuring.
Alongside Wrinkle, another rifle. He's ever closer. Sees the head of one. MagnaJets gets his kill. Swing back. Siren provides support, and the AWP considers rotating back. He's got the bomb on his back. If his teammates act out on the A site and get a couple of entries, then maybe they commit back here instead. Essential does find Nafany, but nothing more goes their way. Zorti finds a response.
They're still trying to see if Wrinkle can work a pick out into the apartments. It's just not happening at all. Essential gets caught out there in con. And what a lovely read that was from BetBoom. There are 3 players on B, and they've got a tucked bait set up. For MPL, he's calling, lads, keep it going. I'm creating so much space. I've been able to walk out so far in the apartments, and nothing has been seen. And then as soon as he takes contact, you've got almost a vertical crossfire from default, and that backside corner, and a short player too. That was played lovely from BetBoom.
And Wrinkle's got no choice but to save. Will he even be allowed to? BetBoom is setting themselves up. They know exactly where this player is. The smoke's blocking off the apartments, indicating that he's just trying to protect his nerve. No one's going to go down onto underpass, though. Blind firing, hoping for the best for the wallbangs and the shots. Nothing connecting against the man. He is just holding his weapon, which actually might provide a couple of options. Yep, they're going to buy back here, bait.
And for BetBoom, this has been the first time in the second half where it's actually looked as if, not only that have they won rounds, obviously, but they've actually been able to get themselves in advantage positions, sort of opening man advantages, maybe strong crossfires being established. And any time you're up 11-8 and you've got AWP for Zorti, AK for Chiron, Siren, and MagnaJets, you know that you're in a strong position to close out this map.
3 to the good on BetBoom, 2 to the win. Bait expecting aggression. One player with util. Flash is sent into MagnaJets. NPL trying to strike back from underpass. MagnaJets might get hurt and punished. It's nice pulled out. And indeed, NPL strikes. Looks that second player. But Chiron's trying to adjust, as is Zorti. His AWP finds his response.
That's a very weak crossfire there from BetBoom. As soon as MagnaJets tries to escape, that's when he gets caught. Captain fast out from A, and Zorti's been baited.
Second shot just barely connects damage. Captain Kirker gets him. Chiron back with 2, though. It's a 2v2. The trades are good for BetBoom. The plant will be secured.
Oh, Siren's coming quick. This molly out from CT. He'll have to scale around it.
Captain Kirker spots his man. Spray runs out of ammo, but Wrinkle's AWP catches Chiron elsewhere, so it's all on Siren. 2 points of health to clutch these the perfect headshots. He's not walking past the AWP. Bait are back on track.
Hey, if I'm Chiron, I'm fuming. He has had 2 very quick kills, 2 quick returning frags out there in mid. Zorti gets nothing. Chiron 2 in con, and then Wrinkle's had a round with the NWP, and he's had that for the majority of rounds in this best of 3.
Look to him as being a key star. I was hoping the likes of NPL would step up around him, but Owner's the man that's taken the top frag position of the bait board. That wombo combo of rifle and AWP. Doing absolute work here for the bait camp. In that round especially. Back within 2 of BetBoom. And the gun buy has little reserves committed behind it for the CT side.
It's a strong info play into the apartments. AWP can take first contact. Rifle can get up and press aggressively. Siren is waiting out for the boost in from window. Oh, MPL makes it 1 in almost a second.
MagnaJets responds just about, though. Half HP for that man. Captain Kirker gets reduced to 30, however.
Look at the backstab now from TV. They've broken it apart. They're backstabbing towards spawn now.
Bomb is going to try and commit back here. Nafany's holding alongside a teammate, watching and waiting for contact. The T's continue their walk-ups. They have those flashes sent. Players will be blinded off as they try their execution hand. Nafany trying to look for contact, trying to look for picks back here. Spots one over at Sandwich. Owner has been caught. Second player lined up. Captain Kirker has fallen. Essential and Wrinkle face. Essential's caught. Wrinkle's up with 1 responsive. Needs to get himself a full-on clutch from here. The backstab closes in evermore. And Chiron is there to close out. Gets a map point for BetBoom.
And just when Bait were able to work so much in there from mid, work that positioning out from window, try and challenge the likes of the A-bomb site. That wraparound was too much. Strong defense coming through, and BetBoom at 12-9 are up against a weakened buy, and that is a gift. That is the best present that you can ask for if you're BetBoom.
3 chances to close. Heavy invest of the bait camp will have to come in. Have to press on. No choice in the matter. Galil can at least be received on Ascenthiel's part, but that might be the best weapon they have for this.
Well, that's the issue for Bait of winning 1 round and then instantly being responded. Losing, 3 out of the past 4 is that your economy state's just not going to be in a strong position. BetBoom, they know that this is the best chance to close and do it now before Bait can at least get to double digits. From a scoreline perspective, we can look at both map number 1 and map number 2 as being quite competitive. We've also seen it be very much off of first halves, massive scorelines, and yet somehow still being quite close at the tail ends.
Oh, Bait must feel some serious pressure now. Done so well to bring back another massive deficit. Just like we saw over on Nuke, they were the ones that were in control of the lead. BetBoom are now the ones on the precipice of the win to bring back a map in this best of 3. You mentioned the idea that Bait have a serious chance to close out in 2-0, and that certainly was a possibility. Much more difficult prospect here and now.
Well, Nafany has been a very key piece to making sure that that doesn't happen, making sure the series doesn't go 2-0 to Bait. He played very well in the first half. He's had some, obviously, very good reads on the T side to be able to work the defaults. And just individually, I know you can sit here and say, oh, well, he's got 24 kills, so of course he's a beast. He's actually been opening up rounds. He's been quite involved in opening kills and defining trades in rounds that are also being closed. So, yes, the context is that he's put up a lot of numbers, but he's had a lot of impact kills across this Mirage map.
Well, this late stage impact is what you're searching for the most. Who's going to find that key entry? Who's going to mow down that key defender?
We'd expect Ascenthiel, no? Just knowing that he's the only one with a Galil. You have to be realistic with the buy and say, if anyone's going to get you an opening kill, it's probably the Galil and not the pistols.
Certainly most likely on his part. Tech9s to close the gaps, get those headshots. Deagle with Wrinkle at range might also provide some curveballs in, and if they do, then Bait still be on to hold presence here. Those guns set as standard, of course, for the BetBoom side. The M4s, the AKs, the AWP, and a set-piece execution coming in from the Ts.
A very defensive Nafany out there from Spawn. You can have Magnajez coming in from Connector to work that crossfire, and Zorti could also transition that AWP from CT.
At the jungle stairs and CT smoke set up. Ascenthiel first man forward. A counter smoke is there for the CT side, but he makes his way forward. Magnajez backed up in connector. Players are getting damaged up on the Bait side. Blind sprays eventually come up with damage done for Magnajez. A kill out, but 3 return from the Bait camp. Magnajez, him and Chiron are set to a 2 versus 3 on the retake.
They're trying to recover some of the weapons out here from Spawn. MPL's at least been able to pick up an M4.
Spotted 1, swing quick. M4 deals with Chiron. Magnajez is all that remains. Versus 3. He's backing off to hold this AK. Attacked from a different angle. The retake is going to be difficult without the kit. Single flashbang. He's checking murder hole. He's just looking for exits. This will be number 10 for Bait survival for the T side, as Ascenthiel will close him down.
For BetBoom, now you have to look at the economy float from their sake and say it probably has to be an eco here. Magnajez and Zorti are on decent cash floats, but you've got to play to round 24. And once more, we are going the distance in regulation.
Well, we're pressed to overtime this time. Bait certainly will be feeling hungry for it. The understanding that BetBoom's own investment is looking very, very broken. Deagles on 2, USPs on the other 3. Wrinkle catching Magnajez first and foremost. Start of the big green. Removed one of those important pistols from play. The Zeus of Nafany hoping that one player aggresses around this corner.
It's a very light eco here for BetBoom. They want to protect the funds as much as they can for the next round. Get Zorti on the big green, who, again, has been underperforming. His first half performance wasn't a massive amount on Mirage. His second half now on the CT side isn't much easier. So investing into that big green, they'll need impact from him in the next round.
A minute to play with. Bait slow walking up with this man advantage. USP, a siren, tries to catch one off guard, doesn't get it all the way. MPL respond the same. Zorti playing around this smoke, looking for a blind shot or just for it to fade and for them to gain one pick back. Above that smoke, there could be a player's head spotted. Instead, the nades are sent back. The man's been seen. The Deagle fires away and indeed does catch MPL with siren support. Captain Kirker takes him right back, looks in for the next to Chiron. Round this corner, the Zeus tries strike. No, M4 removes. And it's all left Nafany. Does take one player back down towards the center of the bomb site. Second headshot, not quite good enough.
Bates have worked so hard to try and recover this. They've put in a good shift on the T side, which was almost immediate from the first half. Get your way into a little bit of success, get a bit of a round streak going. We saw 6 in a row at one point. But now they've got to get it over the line. Now they've got to try and press it to that overtime. And for BetBoom, there is a lack of kits going into this final round. So if we do get into a retake, that's something that we need to consider.
Hold the defensive down. That's the objective for BetBoom. Do not let them in. MPL has spotted one on short, trying to make his way in from short, or ahead of that smoke. He does consider his options. Molly sent back onto the bomb site itself. Siren is waiting. BetBoom are waiting. The formation of Bait looks towards the B site.
This is an off angle from Chiron that we haven't seen before. This is an advanced position to deal with any short split in. It's going to be the apartments play. And the first contact man is going to be Siren.
Chiron there with support of his man. Captain Kirker dives in, catches Chiron. Siren, head of the curb, flash blinded, dealt with in an instant. One more known back towards Market. Magnajez mowed through, 2 left standing, 1 left standing. The captain has taken over the ship and driven it home straight into BetBoom's port. Nafany can't do anything from here. We go into overtime. Bait have given us no other options, but Nafany, defiant as ever, takes a couple frags back. Orb versus 1, and Wrinkle will send us to 12 apiece.
Amazing. Brilliant. That is an insane round to come through from the captain. The drop down is instant. The pre-aim out there to short catches Chiron playing anti-flash and then just transitions into so much more. And once you get those 2 kills, you're just in the moment, aren't you? You're pressing the issue. You're getting out there on market. You're cutting off the rotations. What a beauty of a round for the captain to close and send it to overtime. Now come and take this best of 3. Now come and close it in 2.
The chance is there for them. Opportunities abound for Bates. BetBoom must be aware this is a force to be reckoned with. They shouldn't have underestimated them. This still might not be enough. Chiron holds, but Magnajez 2 kills from beyond the smokes. Chiron waits and baits and draws them in closer, getting himself another kill, and Nafany can close back on a Senthil. Wrinkles all that's left. Bomb dropped and all. Execution gone awry for the T side.
A fantastic response there from BetBoom. Just when Bait get themselves a good round, they go in for the quicker maneuver, they go in for the set piece. And Magnajez on the straight defensive just gets 2 kills instantly when they're trying to get out from Palace and Main. It gets ripped. Wrinkle, and no way that he can do much off of this.
Walk forward of Magno. Wrinkle's back will be turned. The M4 is a case of how far he extends and when he finds his contact. Right there at the doorway. BetBoom start OT.
How many AKs do they get? 2 in the end. That's actually pretty decent there for Nafany and Siren. Amanda Jez up against Wrinkle, of course, had that big green, so wasn't able to get another one of those strong T weapons. Don't want to work the double AWPs. Bait. That was one of the quicker maneuvers that we've seen from them. I wonder if they go back to a slower default now and try and work mid instead.
Nade sent, Molly's down, standard utility defensive to hold towards mid. It's the ramp push from BetBoom that gets interesting. Nafany alongside Kyron. One of the AKs that's in play, looking for contact, checking the upper position. Sona has been caught off guard. An advantage taken by the CTs.
And just remember, he was 22 and 9J, and now he's 24 and 18. He's been silenced. He has been very quiet for the last 10 rounds or so. BetBoom have done a good job of making it uncomfortable for Owner.
Nades to open the smoke, scene one towards mid, only one. Doesn't take the swing for the casualty, understanding that BetBoom have man advantage to play with, so they will play off the back of it.
Essential working around and waiting for this top con smoke to clear. Nafany is in a position to fight instantly from triple.
Incendiary deep in con. Extend towards the T side, don't think it does. Captain Kirkcat and Ascenthio hold their nerve with MPO and Wrinkle considering the prospects of going to the A bomb site, but they're making their way back into the apartments. And that might time this white still fake call in from this execution basis. They are being suppressed, but meanwhile the real walk comes out of that B bomb site. Magnajez starting to consider the rotations are called early. Captain Kirkcat continues walking as Nafany does get caught off. Smokes down, Molly sent flashes will go in, but MPL's just as blind as the CT side. The bomb counter rotates back as Captain Kirkcat and Ascenthio try and get back in, but now it's all gone too far. Bait again, bottle the ENCE. 2 on the trot for BetBoom.
Brev, what's going on? That is just a clear collapse in communication, a clear hesitation of ending towards B. That bomb was coming into underpass. It doesn't even go down on A with the time that's remaining. That's very poor. And that's a bait side that look frazzled. They've come into overtime after a very good shift to bring it into this strong position, and you've just been slaughtered 2 rounds in a row, and you've got to take a tactical because mental's probably in the drain. You felt as if you probably could have closed in 2. After seeing these last couple of rounds, I don't believe that anymore.
Have to change the pace to at least get a little something to close out this first half of OT. Execution set piece on the A site, hit a brick wall. This one just felt like it was, I don't even know what the word to describe it is.
Just
haphazard. Yeah,
it's that scenario where you're pressured, you've got a call, and it just gets scrambled. It's those moments where, in pressured situations, it is just a pure panic. And for BetBoom, they looked comfortable against it. They weren't frazzled at all.
It's that withdrawal of experience. BetBoom well off to their efforts. Bait. Got Owner. One of the Deagles, Captain Kirkcat behind this smoke, looking in from ramp, hoping to find that first casualty on Nafany, who's played so well in the aggressive. He's also pushed in the likes of Chiron over on Palace, so if they commit towards this split play out of these 2 entries, then they're going to have some major problems, but Nafany is just tested by flashbangs. Molly's sent, looks towards Con, catches MPL at the right timing. No one's checking Palace, chance for the AK to try and strike, and Chiron indeed will get Owner back off Nafany's casualty. Wrinkle pressured heavily. Ascenthio trying to provide support, but caught so far out of the bomb site. He's in a 1-on-4 with his teammates falling. He's got that first. He'll get no more. Flawless 3 for BetBoom to go up to map point.
And for Nafany, that is an excellent round for him. Out there in default, for him to get away with as much as he did is wild. You could not expect him to get 2, maybe 1 at absolute most. Should have got overwhelmed, should have got pressured, and it just doesn't happen. Bates. It's such a surprise to see that they press it to overtime, and yet they come into overtime, and not one of those 3 rounds are competitive.
Now we go to the CT side where Bait lost the most in regulation. BetBoom feeling positive, especially as Siren picks up MPL to start things off. One man down, no trade responsives involved, but they are going to continue walking their way up into this A-bomb site. Wrinkles Orb has caught one. Owner's been revealed towards Sandwich and gets peeked upon by 3 players. Magnajet's credited with the kill. Essential trying to hold something back, but his teammates are dropping, and now he's fallen the same. Wrinkle, last man that remains. Out from CT, Orb pulled, ready to try and take a pick back, but it's a case of the clutch, and now he's known about. BetBoom can adjust. This one should be over from here, and as it's locked in by the Orb at T side, a 16-12, a BetBoom will take us to map 3.
And for Bait, in hindsight, that may be looked at as a missed opportunity. That is probably going to be one of those chances where you had them on the ropes, you could have closed in 2, and now BetBoom have sent it to that final map decider of Ancients.
Yeah, I have to concur that was the real run-up. We felt like Bay had a lot of momentum going into that overtime, and then they hit the MR3, and it's just, it was a collapse, right? That's all you can really say. The panic got to them. It felt haphazard. It felt like the confidence that they had gained was just completely mute, and that is unfortunate. You are right. Like, that was the key chance. That could have been a fantastic 2-0 and an unlikely one to continue momentum into the semi-finals for Bay, but as it stands, it feels like BetBoom, as these games go on, as these rounds go on, they're just clawing back more and more control over the best of 3.
Well, for Bait, they just ran into Magnajez and Nafany. That was basically the premise of the entire thing. The first half was very convincing. Now, there certainly is some concerns that you're having 9-3 halves that keep going as close as they do. So that maybe is something that we need to reflect on map number 3, that the maps just aren't being closed in 13-6s, 13-7s, kind of one-sided scorelines. But when we had Nafany and Magnajez putting up those kind of multi-frags, those kind of consistent impact rounds, those were defining moments to close that map out for BetBoom.
And that's encouraging for Magnajez, right? We said we wasn't going to expect him to be a star. We thought he was a stand-in today. Obviously, he's known as an official player of the team as of today, as of only at the start of this map up, basically, right? And the fact that he's posting up, 30 kills or so towards the end of that map up, trying to match up to Nafany's numbers, they've got some serious potential behind each of these individual players for any one of them to pop off and really take over a game. So you've got another potential star in the making right here for BetBoom, and it's coming out to the fold. It's given them this map to close things out.
And for BetBoom, this is once more reflection of that this series is probably a lot closer than it should be. I know we can kind of talk about some of the failings that BetBoom have had at that higher level of Tier 1, but realistically, Jay, going up against a Bait side, from their perspective, they should be beating them comfortably. And we've now had both maps go at least 24 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it really speaks volumes as to how wild this one has been. And look, we came into this one thinking the CIS Derby can be wild, and it has been the case as a result, but very streak-heavy, very momentum-heavy over the course of this one. A case of who breaks the momentum and who presses on and who gets those streaks together. That early start advantage has been so clinical to both teams, but responded to so well. There's so much to consider going into our final map of the series today, and I'm still thinking that BetBoom have played the better match overall, but I'm just wondering whether Bait can unlock that final little push that they need.
Well, for BetBoom, it doesn't help on their City side that they weren't getting impact out of Zorti. That was probably one of the poorest performances that I have seen from him in a while. He's always a guy that's really consistent, always a guy that I look for in great positivity. But in that second half and across Mirage as a whole, we just did not see him get kills with the Orb. So that was probably another defining factor of why BetBoom weren't able to close quicker in the second half than they did.
Well, he was a guy that was one of the 2 top fraggers for BetBoom off the back of Nuke, so even just map-to-map performance is not as fantastic for him overall. So again, we're looking at that case of the bottom elements, right? The guys that we often do talk about when we think about star players of these 2 teams, trying to raise that basement. Even MPL over on the Bait side, right? He also ended bottom of the board for this team.
Well, for Owner, that's another thing to kind of discuss between him and maybe the in-game leadership and maybe just with the coach as well. I mean, to go from 22-7 to then getting rounds where it's no kills, maybe 1 kill, no kills. No, it just felt like he disappeared. And that is a huge concern. When you've got someone powerful like him that's putting up all of that impact, you need it consistently, because if it's not coming in consistently, you're not going to be able to close out this series like they had the chance of a 2-0.
Yeah, that might be one of those cases where I wish for that performance over time stat that I constantly be requesting everybody to bring us on CS, because it might be a case that his numbers might have gone down over the course of that one. Certainly something to consider. A lot of things to consider going into our last map of the series. Ancient will decide who will be our first semi-final team. Can Bait beat BetBoom? Can BetBoom hold their nerve? We'll find out after the break.
Oh, so suddenly you poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Your heartbeat is pouring. I'm at you like a hurricane. Don't stay, run away, 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 away.
need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night.
Well, BetBoom do survive yet another comeback, but this time it goes towards their way, taking their map pick of Mirage after an overtime affair from the Bay camp. And I have to ask, Dwayne, who do we feel like is given more in this series? Because we saw a 13-11 win from Bay on their map pick after they should have closed it out in possibly more 13-6 fashion. We saw BetBoom again, similar story, get to match point at 12-9 to admittedly, but then they ended up getting pushed to overtime. So who's been the stronger team coming into Ancient?
Well, I think you've just answered it yourself with the points you've made. It's 50-50. There's no way that you can say that one team has looked stronger than another. Yeah, we can say that there was a 12-6 in comparison to a 12-9, but both times have been very convincing maps. So I legitimately think it's down the middle.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was hoping you'd give me one way or the other so I could make a decent prediction as to how it's just going to go down, because it might just come to on-the-map performance, and maybe some of these elements, again, we start looking at those ceiling elements. You mentioned Zord not having the best of maps in map number 2, but Mangajez and Nafany obviously taking over the server quite effectively, especially for Mangajez. It must be encouraging for him, being the newest element of the team, to get this kind of a map out.
Yeah, look, they know that he's a very good player. So he doesn't need to prove anything to the team. He just needs to prove that he's going to be enough to get them some victories and try and challenge the likes of this bracket. Because anytime you've got a brand new piece coming into a lineup the day of your official, it means that you're not going to be looked at as massive favourites for the majority of games in this bracket. So just coming in here, trying to see if you can get some results quickly under your belt for BetBoom.
Well, equally, you did say that BetBoom probably have spent the last couple of weeks off the back of their result and their loss against Bleed, probably practicing maybe with Magnajez in server and with the team itself. So, like, there's that possibility of maybe protocols are still going to be looking good for the likes of this third and final map of the series. Certainly, Ancient is one that throws a little bit of unpredictability into it because both teams don't tend to win it all that often. We have seen at least the one victory for Bait against ENCE on it, down on overtime in that respect. So, a case of whether they can convert that against the likes of BetBoom, all up for grabs in our final map of this series, all up in the air. No key to find favourites as the Pistol of Ancient goes live.
A contact heavy outside of A. You've got Owner with a smoke, which you would expect to go down to Donut or from CT. Chiron can try and bait up Siren out here from Donut.
Crossfire of USP, smokes come down. Swing from Siren, drawn out of the opening kill, goes the way of Captain Kirka. Fine, bring blind blast that smoke, going to drive the second CT back away from position. Chiron can't deny this bomb plant from here, taking risk as he peeks, but nothing more gained.
Try and get that boost up to allow elevation. Ascenthial's got a crossfire in Donut.
Magnajez dealt with as a result of that. Him and Captain Kirk are striking back alongside one more player in from mid. Owner is caught back by Chiron. He's the last player left, basically on a 1 versus 5. Dealt with against the second player as Bait take an all-important start on the T side.
And anytime you go for that A lean of the maneuver on a pistol round where you smoke off towards the likes of CT, and you come out on the bomb site, you want to be getting entry straight away. And for Chiron, he couldn't really hold his ground out there from default, had to try and reposition. Siren got overwhelmed completely without even finding one. And it, for Bait's perspective, means that they can just retake Donut and set up in the post plant where they had the Glocks on a crossfire.
That's what they did. USP's out on the BetBoom camp, and nothing that they can do for the follow-up round as standard. No force buys have been brought in by BetBoom, and look towards those guns in the next. Bait have already taken the A-bomb site, stack evaded. So, in case of how much these MAC-10s can gain out of this round, this will be a 2-0 start. BetBoom need to focus up and fire away when those rifles come to play.
And oftentimes in a best of 3, we might say that the third map decider favours one team more so than the other. For both Bait and BetBoom on HLTV in the last 3 months, Ancient has never been picked. So that already gives you an idea that it's not one of those maybe third best maps in the pool. It is on the weaker side for both. And it could be very messy because of that.
A couple of casualties, 3 of them total here for Bait, so not the cleanest of anti-eco rounds. Heavy investments that now set BetBoom up with a chance to reset, but can they convert it is the key question. They have the AWP out on Zorti. Again, want to see more out of him with the big green. SMG on Magnajez. The M4s and everyone else.
You could almost present the argument that he had such a poor performance, such a lack of impact, and yet BetBoom still won Mirage. So even if we just see a little bit from Zorti, even if we see an average map for him, that could just be enough to try and tear it in their way. Managers aggressive down from lane, seeing absolutely nothing. A full retreat of the players out of the B doors.
And those prods into the CT basis. Falling back behind these smokes over at window. Needs to open up the smokes at the B door. Ascentio unable to see anything. He's just that alert player though. His teammates start acting out from mid. 3 of them on the way. Blind fire from Nafli does get caught off through the smite by MPL. Good read on his part. Advantage for Bait.
A very defensive on A while their aggressive approach on lane. Finally have Managez falling back. This MP9 needs to try and see if he can work in 1, maybe 1.5 kills.
There's the 1. There's the half. Captain Kirk low HP now as the Ascentio will fall. Chiron's got backup inbound. They will start to get smoked off from short, however. Smoke also out towards long. AWP, Wrinkle caught back. Zorti and Siren with 2 picks back. Owner does get left to at least 1 frag, but Chiron's baiting for patience and decimates all of Bait.
Well, that round is one from Zorti. Now, we see the deeper smoke, not the short smoke, but the CT smoke presenting for the T side. And Chiron's being exposed from both angles. Anytime you get out to the wood cubby corner and there's a B split, it's uncomfortable because you have to deal with ramp and you have to deal with cave. Now, because Zorti gets on the front side of that CT smoke, Chiron doesn't need to look ramp. Chiron doesn't need to even think about that position and instead can prioritize all of his crossfire towards the cave entrance.
Force back. Have to come in from bait as a result of that loss. Again, money was crippled to the eco basis. The BetBoom had posted and MagnaJez gets some easy frags in the SMG. AK picked up and further pressure applied to the T side. Blind sprays against that Deagle out ahead of the smoke. And Chiron looks to also prod the issue. Nade incendiary combination just giving no breathing room for bait. Finally, Essential forces back a trade.
Chiron still out here maintaining the top ramp. And for bait, in from Cheetah, it's a dual crossfire, and Essential just gets trapped into the bait.
Flash in against Captain Kirker, keeping him blinded, allowing Chiron to escape. Low HP for him. And that AK still out over at Cheetah, so this M4 from Nafany will have to do. The AK does eventually go down. Siren with his pick back. Nafany waiting and baiting and spraying will come back all the same. I'll grab that AK. The only one will stay in play, so at least a small positive for bait, but in the overall, that was a force buy, so no follow-up. BetBoom are going to equalize and should take the lead for it.
Yeah, this actually looks quite rough from bait. We've got into the first few gun rounds of the game, and instantly BetBoom have looked comfortable. This has been two very clean rounds. 2 rounds where bait have not even been able to get close to thinking about getting the bomb down. Down to a very light eco to follow. BetBoom, prime opportunity to get, what, 5 alive? Keep everyone alive? Make sure that money's getting farmed up?
Establish confidence. BetBoom flashes in for MagnaJez to mow through a player and 3 to come back from Nafany. His M4, 2 kills on the SMG. And all 5 do remain alive, so they can play the bonus round against the rifles that will be inbound from bait the same.
And only expect that Fnatic and 3D Max are keeping eyes on this game just to get a bit of a grasp of where maybe some of the weaknesses are. Maybe who comes out on top and what they can expect in the next head-to-head. This has been a very competitive series from the scoreline perspective, but not a very competitive series from the first halves. Bait want to make sure that they can challenge that they can keep it at least close on this T side, that they can go back and forth a little bit and don't just allow the economy to spiral into a very strong position for BetBoom.
Strong for the time being on them. Losing the first 2, gaining 3 back on return. Can afford a buy in the next round here. CT side would love to convert. Keep that pressure up on the opposite end of the board. Bates, early nade damage done to MPL. Chiron charging straight through that Molotov. Got a teammate to try and back him up. Siren, jumping headshot. NPL has just been backhanded, as is wrinkled by MagnaJez. 5 on 3 already.
A missed house smoke there from bait coming out from mid, and just instantly the CT's disrespected by walking down mid and not sitting behind the util. Bait. This isn't recoverable. I mean, 3v5 with a lack of map territory, you need someone to go nuclear with impact.
Spray through. Senthiel core. 2 left standing, and Captain Kirker and Owner. Chiron holding the elbow position, waiting for a T-side player to pop out. Has been spotted, has been tagged up a little bit. He falls away. Captain Kirker trying to regroup with him, but 2 versus 5, no matter which angle you play it from, Peter kind of locked out of this round.
This is where, for BetBoom, keeping 5 alive would allow so many AKs to get picked up and would only crunch the next handful of rounds even further. Info play out from Elbow is unsuccessful.
Doesn't look like Bait are going to act here.
They might have to, though. I mean, B doors is being taken. I actually don't know if Bait are going to stay alive. They could potentially drop after time.
The presser Siren and his teammates coming in from spawn, so Captain Kirk is about to be discovered here. Khalil on the corner, does engage one. Flash keeping him blind as the CTs also look to go falling back. Siren going to get checked. Captain Kirk falls. Sunsona will just about go down before time. So there's that little bit of bonus. I mean, it's still not going to lead towards a buyback for bait. BetBoom, 4 on the trot.
Now, always in those scenarios, Jay, I just like a little bit more discipline. When there's, 1 seconds left on the clock, just to peer down after time for the kill. Doesn't quite happen. Now, I actually don't think that was meant to be purposeful there from Siren. I don't know if you've seen it, Jay, but there's a lot of bugs in CS2 with jumping up onto objects. A lot of players have been complaining that basically you try and jump up onto a higher ledge, especially the one on Anubis when you're on A, getting up to heaven is the one that's spoken about the most, and you just jump. You just don't actually get up onto the elevated angle.
They're quite to the kill anyway in that round, so I don't think he's going to be complaining. All upset for Zorti against the pistols now. Heavy pressure against him with the mass numbers of players. He's at least got one of the automatics around him. That's Siren with his AK. Zorti does get his 1 USB headshot, so lock in without concern. The Eco's overwhelmed all the same by BetBoom. They're overwhelming everything that Bait are bringing to the fold here. Gun buy received on the T side. Need to try and stop this streak because BetBoom are 1 away for minimum.
Well, BetBoom are probably going to get it close to that conversation once more of another 9-3. Just looking at how Map 1 and Map 2 has gone down. Now searching here on Map 3 and seeing 5 rounds in a row, no bomb plants, really any round that's even competitive right now.
Quick into the AK, Siren sees 2, and Zorti provides support against Essential through the smoke. 4 versus 2 instantly at that mid-engagement. BetBoom ending these rounds as quickly as they get started, and so characteristic. Very on form for this series. The opening half has been super duper one-sided. The second half been one-sided back in the other direction. That said, Captain Kirkcut trying to force out something in this particular round. He's walking out that A bomb site, getting the kill on towards 1 more, reducing him to 3 on BetBoom, and that's forced the rotation away from the B site.
It hasn't forced enough of a rotation, though. Magnagez is still spotting. He's jiggling deep from CT, so he'll spot contact out from ramp. BetBoom still look very comfortable in this 3v2. They've got a little bit of util for the retake. They've obviously got man advantage, and they haven't over-rotated completely from the B site.
Positions continuously checked here by BetBoom. They start to push on from donut. They start to realize that actually this must be a B play. They're taking way too long to act out here. No split in position. Only 1 man walked out of main. Walk contact to the bomb carrier, and Captain Kirka gets Magnagez Molotovs against the AWP. Swing in, does land the kill, but Captain Kirka burns him from beyond the grave. It's a 1-on-1. Orb versus M4. Nafany versus Wrinkle.
Now, Wrinkle's getting up close and personal towards his CT and red line and has not caught contact, so that should be the info that he's coming from cave or from ramp.
Diffuse kit on Nafany with a smoke, can ninja it. Betting many positions of the bomb. Puts it down towards one side, holds his nerve, holds it all. Wrinkle charging up, and he knows he's dead out of time. Nafany, again, that experience of nature, will lose his life, but connects 6 on the trot for BetBoom, and all 5 might go down, but they've got plenty of money.
You know that an AWP is going to be taking an advanced angle, and you know that he's probably not going to go back to cave because that's a really close quarter angle. If you are an AWPer, you want to maybe try and get out to short, you want to maybe get back out to ramp or long, and Nafany's come up ramp, he's kind of peered short and long, see nothing. Mate, you're expecting him to be CT. You're expecting him to be very defensive. Bomb's not planted for him. Stick it. Very good call in that 1v1.
Wrinkle's up, trying to get the opening frag here, but Chiron instead finds owner elsewhere in mid. Down and out towards the elbow. Senthiel and Wrinkle also took tag damage. Chiron returned heavy, but still in a fraggable position as Siren continues sneaking in from the backlines. Backstab on Wrinkle, Orpa removed now. Essential's in trouble, doesn't know where to look. Does catch one trade, but Nafi so fast to get him back. 4-on-2 for BetBoom once again. And now looking to mow through the last couple of players. MPO with 1 trade, Nafany with the closer again. BetBoom have the CT half with a 7-round streak.
And normally, Jay, I would sit here and say, series done, it's just finished. It's too strong of a first half, it's too strong of a performance. But there's no way you can consider that with what's happened in the second half recoveries across this series. It's just been so wild that we've now had 3 maps in a row with not just one-sided scorelines at the half. We are talking about serious one-sided scorelines.
Well, to buck at least one trend, it's not as T-sided as it was for Nuke and Mirage. CT side reigns supreme for BetBoom this time, and maybe that could be a positive towards them because they could, use that T side prowess we've seen from them and just get those last 3 rounds over. Tacticals taken from Bait. On paper can still recover to the 5th round, but that's the most ideal situation for them. Cannot afford to put a foot wrong if that's the objective. On this occasion, they won't even have enough to truly fulfill that objective. A couple of rifles, handful of pistols is a half buy at best.
BetBoom constantly on the front foot with the map territory, taking lane, taking mid. Wrinkle striking up here with an anti-rush molly from top ramp. He's hoping to try and catch a B player repositioning.
Swing in, turns away from MagnaJez. Zorti's AWP on Owner also catches a frag back over towards the B-bomb site. Shots on our Zorti's going ham. MPL latest to fall. Captain Kirker, nothing held in this. What an AWP sequence from Zorti. BetBoom just running riot over Ancient.
Zorti's already got more kills here in the first 10 rounds of Ancient than he did in an entire map that went to overtime. That's just speaking volumes. And I wouldn't even say he's in high impact positions. I mean, he's playing A-Anchor. A lot of the time, you want your AWP to maybe be red, maybe play out from Donut, move him around to B. When you play him defensively to A, it could be 3-4 rounds in a row until Zorti gets another kill. But when there is an A attack, he's able to put up sequences like that.
Chiron aggressing alongside MagnaJez again, looking for the opening kill. Actually might get sandwiched by the T side this time. The blind sprays a Magno though. Does damage onto 2. First frag untraded until Siren strikes. The aggression of Owner caught off outside of Donut. Re-smoke on from MagnaJez as well. We'll go a little bit deeper, but we'll still cover off the entirety of the Cheetah entrance. They apply the brakes.
And MagnaJez has not consistently spammed even further, but he does have a HE, and now he's got a bait and switch. AWP is going to peer down on a contact when the smoke clears.
Does leave ramp open, though. You see Captain Kirker inserted himself. He might press the issue even further. Especially with smokes coming into the execution. The press on main's now got information for BetBoom as they try and set up. I think a missed smoke came down there. I'm not sure where it landed there. It was the short position. And MagnaJez strikes on the Sentinel very quickly. Advantage taken back with Zorti extending. Nades back. It does a successful short smoke. Not like it matters though. Mowed through all. Clearing it up. The AWP of Wrinkle just got to do Zorti things here. He's unable to do it with low HP. Nafany closes him down. And BetBoom white hot here on the final map of the Vesta 3.
And I actually do get very similar vibes from BetBoom in their very last HLTV game that they played. The semi-final matchup against the international squad of Cypher and Co out there on Bleed in the Res European Series. Map number 1, it was won 13-3. It was an extremely one-sided performance from BetBoom. They then went out onto Overpass and they got a 3-9 half on their map pick. They recovered it to 11-13 to at least have a comeback, but couldn't close. And then they go into the third map decider and they lose 13-3. It's just speaking the volumes of those extremely one-sided halves of either being lost or being won.
Three AKs for BetBoom to play with here. Bait. Must be fearing the bolster of their opposition. Chiron and Magna have received nothing more in the T-side aggression. They've tried to gain mid and lane so many times it's gone awry for them, so try something a bit different from the bait side. Incendiary do land in the midst of that smoke. Doesn't fade in time. MagnaJez gets his kill. Trade back from Captain Kirker, responded to by Chiron, and the bomb's been left alone out there ahead of Elbow. The T-side action towards A site is going to gain the site, but no plant successful for them. Wrinkle has not caught the kill. Extending far against Chiron, still gets him the drop. And you must know that MPL is close. They have the bomb control. They have that information now with Siren's press, but Essential and MPL catch a couple of trades back to a 2 versus 2.
Siren could just sit on the bomb and waste some time. They've even got a backstab out in Red Room.
Nafany sees the head, but MPL takes him. And now it's all on to Siren. Aware of the mid setup, aware of the presence. Hearing footsteps coming in, just going to wait and bait and hold for time. Wait for the right timing, get it one individual isolated. The last should also be known about. Molotov sent into his position. MPL Forced to use his smoke, HE at the ready. Nicely placed right there for him. Damage done to less than half. Siren playing for time. 15 seconds on MPL to clutch this. And Siren wins the fight to complete the straight set of 10 for BetBoom on the CT side.
I don't know what to say other than I'm not surprised, which is kind of crazy because there's not a lot that describes this kind of performance, but it just shares parallels with every map that we've seen in this series. Bait, if they didn't win Pistol, I mean, it was 12-0. The only round that was actually remotely winnable was that 1v1 for Wrinkle, where Nafany sticks the bomb. Other than that, I don't look at any of the rounds being winnable.
I agree. I think you're right about that 12-0 as well. Bait would at least be thanking their lucky stars. They have a little bit of a buffer. Swinging into the pistol round. They need to convert this secondary pistol. They need to keep control, start to salve their own comeback, which has been very viable and plausible for them over the course of the first 2 maps. 2 casualties on Zorti and Magnajez, though. It's a starting advantage for the Bait side, followed up by MPL as they continue to face out of elbow and get not much out of this contact. Not many of these casualties going the way of BetBoom. Not even much damage being done. No damage being done, in fact, by the end of the round. All 5 alive at 100 HP each as Bait end the streak at last.
Well, for BetBoom, they kept trying to feed themselves into elbow to get the trades back, and they were just never presenting good hold for both the captain and for MPL. BetBoom should keep this what you would expect as a lighter eco, knowing no bomb plant and obviously no kills, but they look to try and force it up, and I suppose when you know you're 10-3 up, you want to try and put pressure on your opposition. You want to try and force that reset immediately.
Bait now have an opportunity ahead of them. A window has opened. Senthiel, however, wants to close it. Magnajez kill found. Siren only good for the 1-pick. Owner trades him back. Nafany's walked his way through cave, though. Check position. He's seen his contact. He knows where he is. Tap at the back of the head. Surely no. He's going to wait for more. Eventually take him back. Throw the CTs back into disarray, but MPL can still cut this bomb carrier. He's been heard. The Deagle Azorti looks to strike, but he's got to prioritize this bomb plant here.
Oh, this looks promising. Good post-plant positions. You've got already Nafany quite aggressive out to the CT line, and they want to try and fight up to Rad, but it's going to be doubled up and maybe even tripled up for Bait.
BetBoom to steal this round should surely send us to the end of this best of 3. Bait must understand that themselves. They have the weapon advantage still. M4 beating out the Deagle, the 2 SMGs shared between 2 players on each side. Chiron check, but Nafany swings with him, and they combine together. Zorti gets his piece of the pie. And BetBoom respond in kind.
And the kill distribution from BetBoom has just been superb. 11 for Magnajez, 12 for Zorti, 11 for Nafany, 13 for Siren, 11 for Chiron. It is so close. It has not been that game where maybe you have a 22-9 like Owner was able to do at one portion of Mirage. It isn't just a solo carry to try and work in success. And for Bait, that is such a kick in the teeth. To win the pistol and then lose the follow-up.
A glimmer of hope given and then snuffed out in an instant. Nafany swing in, spray through. Owner does get 2 picks for it, though. The aggressive force forward of the T side has led them to a 2-man disadvantage. Siren is trying to act out to this B bomb site, trying to find a response. He does see 1 man, but the flash keeps him blinded, so he can't seem to connect. He does read on the Senthiel, though. Head of that smoke, he falls. And the secondary spray of Owner gives himself up to a 3v3. Make it 2 with Zorti's par. Another T side player, though. CT side player swinging in. MPL's Deagle gets Siren back. It's chaos once again. Chiron pressing, does go falling. Wrinkle spray back on Zorti. His plant will try and be secured here. 2 more to gain with an SMG in hand. They're coming in real quick towards Long. The shoulder's seen. The man falls. The high HP of Wrinkle has an AK to work with, and Zorti playing, hidden away in the smoke, but peeks out to do damage and no more.
That whole round is just question marks. First off, it is a flying, aggressive setup out there to Cheetah. You've got players jumping in the air, Owner getting a couple of kills, then a decent recovery for BetBoom as they start taking Long. And then I'm sure that Wrinkle just got a complete spam kill in there from Long through the smoke onto 1.
Chaos. All that can be used to describe that round.
And both have got AWPs when the economies are just ruined.
7 to the good on BetBoom still. Wrinkle and Zorti might have to be the difference makers. And Zorti does make a difference by winning that straight AWP v AWP battle. Instant casualty. Nothing more.
And managers just trying to sell some info out here to the B site, get the lurk smoke down, the molly too, try and drive the repositions in. The walkout on A could be very successful for BetBoom.
Magnajez is just going to wait. Catch someone going a bit too aggressive. Pixels away from spotting. Does get caught back in the end. Aware of at least two individuals. And now BetBoom starts to connect the dots quick into that A bomb site. You've got Nafany who will contest that Mac 10 but fall away to join his teammates. Plant will be secured. Another retake up for Bait.
Not a lot of map has been gained here for BetBoom. They need to really try and take back Donut. They've re-smoked it off and they've bought a lot of time. This AWP from main, though, this could actually be a defining factor from Zorti.
Staring down towards CT. MPL will be his point of call. Smoke towards Donut will fade. Siren holding the corner. CTs will make moves. Footsteps have been heard. Adjustments are out there as Chiron mows through two. Owner gets one back, but Chiron and Zorti continue to frag. Chiron with a triple. Zorti with two in the round. And BetBoom are finally on map and match point.
And it's such a statement for BetBoom to basically say, you guys should have closed in two. You should have been able to take that opportunity when you had a struggling out of Mirage and you blowed it. You were not able to take it. Look at what we've done now. We've come into the map 3 decider. 12-4. Another weakened buy. This should be it. This should be the closer.
Yeah, Bait will be looking back on that Mirage thinking it started going wrong from overtime. Famas caught first by Siren. 5-7 overwhelmed by him the same. A site's already open. Round should already be done. Map should already be done. Bait tried to regress. They tried to take the fight to BetBoom, but it just didn't work.
And they were just so desperate. You're not working with the weaponry that you're up against, so you have to get on the front foot. And it's just not successful at all. Shadow advantage seen out there from Temple. Zorti waiting. Does actually get off guard by that dig.
Okay. That's something. Is there any more? Wrinkles Deagle's back line of the B defense. And the T's are about to face him, but he must need so much here. He is completely alone. His teammates slow to rotate. Turning away from Flash's engagement of the Galil will force him back with a bit of damage. Retake has to get set up by Bait. They have no other options here. They do not have any other choice of survival. Plant secured. Chiron waits. Smoke's about to fade. Nades down. Damage done. MPL caught at the back lines. Wrinkle leaves Essential. The last player left to do anything, and he can't get much done at all. 13-4. BetBoom look monstrous at the tail end of the series. One-sided first halves eventually go their way as they take their spot in the semi-finals.
And BetBoom make a statement for all other teams that are looking for them in this closed qualifier, Jay, where, okay, yeah, they're tested on map 1 and in map 2. When they get to the decider, they steamroll competition. This is a great showing for a BetBoom roster that's just brought in a new fifth today.
Indeed, yes. Hopefully some brighter futures ahead of them. Obviously, Magnajez is still yet to fully bed into this BetBoom camp in terms of the officials, so we'll see how far that development goes. But in terms of an opening start here in the Skyesports Masters European Qualifier, that is a huge result for them to take, obviously, especially with the way that it ended, as you mentioned, so one-sided out there on Ancient.
And for BetBoom, there's no denying the online results have been rough. So when you go up against a CIS derby with a team that has actually been upsetting quite well in the recent few weeks, that's going to feel really good. That's going to feel as if, all right, maybe it's not a high-end Tier 2 team, but it's a team where they can beat us. So if we're coming out here with a new player and we're already getting the result and we're closing like we did on map number 3, that's very positive for Nafany and co.
Indeed it is, right? Like, you take a look at the way that Bait started this series as well, as much as they were able to do with it, like the idea that they were still pressuring over on the BetBoom side, right? Bait deserve a little bit of credit of their own accord, because I think that they were obviously not in the same sort of level as what BetBoom and the rest of the teams in this quarterfinal position are, that higher end of Tier 2, right? They were a significant underdog coming into this tournament, but they've shown us quite a lot, and I'm very enthralled by what the future might hold for them.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the other side of that, to be honest. I'm disappointed with Bait. When you have a map 1 and map 2, which is as competitive as it was, you should be taking the series. You should be closing it down. They've proved a lot with taking a map off of VP, with beating Koi, with beating ENCE. When you have those kind of results in your last few tournaments, you need to be replicating it. And you're going up against a BetBoom side that's just brought in a new fifth. if you are looking to challenge that higher end of Tier 2, if you really do want to try and prove it on LAN, then these are games that you need to be winning.
Well, I don't think those are mutually exclusive statements to make. I think you are right? They'll be looking back at that map 2 especially thinking that was the chance. That was where we really lost control of this. This was our opportunity to take BetBoom and remove them from the series, remove them from the tournament and go to the semi-finals ourselves, because that overtime comeback was the one thing that they had behind them. And then when it all fell apart, everything else fell apart with it. That was the point where BetBoom took over, not just that map, but also the follow-up. So there are certainly things to improve for Bait, but they've got ECL coming up. They've got that season in hand. They've got an opportunity to try to turn it around. I think you mentioned as well, they're 0-2 in their group, probably should be turned around by the Bait side. So the fact that that's the expectation, the fact that they've gone against BetBoom and still held some competitive maps, I feel like there is still a chance available for them to continue to develop. Not necessarily in the immediacy, but again, I'm looking at the future more so.
Yeah, again, I don't know how much more time I can give them. I mean, this is still a core 4 of players that have been playing together for 6 months. This is a core 3 of players that have gone on for about 15 to 16 months or so. For Bait, they've had time to be able to press results, and they'll look at this one today saying that this was a missed opportunity, and they'll have to look at the next tournament to try and see if they can go further.
Well, no doubt in my mind that's the case all the same. BetBoom do take the series win, and Bait are eliminated now from the single Elim bracket. And I guess now's a good time to take a look at BetBoom and take stock in their changes, because as you mentioned, Magnajez, first proper official with the team as a signing today. Technically not even a full series being played with the timing of the announcement, but with him being involved in BetBoom, right? Like, is the shift now looking more positive for BetBoom to try and push forward in that higher level of competition that they're also looking for?
Well, they needed a change, and unfortunately for Danish, you have a mention of his stats in the last 3 months: 38 maps played, negative 78 KD difference, and averaging under a 1.0 rating. So when you've kind of got a team that's struggling to create that boundary in the Tier 1 landscape, someone has to go. And sometimes it's the in-game leader, sometimes it's the AWPer, sometimes it's the underperformer. You have to, I'm sure they discussed a lot of different avenues. There's no way they just went, Danister out of it. Like, they have to look at what options they have. They have to look at what players are available. And for BetBoom, a change was necessary. They've made it, and straight away on debut with the new roster and the new 5th player, they've got a win, so they can be happy with that.
Yeah, and especially with the way that things went down in Mirage. I remind everybody, he dropped 32 kills alongside Nafany as the 2 top fraggers of his team over on that second map. The third one, that's a so obviously, because I think everyone was just really firing on all cylinders. I don't think stats are going to mean too much to the likes of BetBoom off how that Ancient went down, but it's a very nice showing of confidence from them as a team to close the series. Very good potential shown by him in individual maps. And again, much like the likes of Bait, I'm excited to see how they develop this new 5th man in the unit.
Yeah, it's just going to be one of those key examples of how important do they think that he is to the setup. Are they going to try and set him up a lot more, or is he going to be setting up other players? Because when you look at K23, when you look at Spirit Academy, he was without a doubt the star player that a lot of people were setting up. So might have to transition into a couple of new roles. We'll have to get familiar with different players on the roster, and it will be a difficult first few tournaments, first few officials under his belt. But anytime you get a series victory and you close in a 13-4, that's going to be looked at as a positive note.
Yeah, well, they won't be short of stars on the BetBoom side, so pay attention to where Magnajez is going to play himself, or where they're going to set him up, and what they're going to do, again, as you mentioned, seeing whether he's going to be a star or a supportive element or whatever that is going to end up being. Because, look, he wasn't the top of the board. That was Siren in this context. 100.5 ADR as well for him. Needed to see a bit of a step up as well, especially off the back of how things were very quiet from him over on Nuke. But over the series, he came into his own, was a key element, again, for BetBoom, as there were many individuals over the course of this series that pushed it past the finish line. So I'm looking forward to seeing them in the semis. I'm going to look forward to see how well they'll take the next day off to rehearse their tactics and get ready for Fnatic or 3D Max, because it doesn't get any easier for BetBoom. That much is for sure.
No, that's a tough game, and they'll be familiar with those kind of teams because they're towards the higher end of Tier 2. They would have watched a lot of demos against them. They would have played in a lot of similar tournaments, so they'll be familiar, but it's difference of being familiar and actually playing against them. I mean, BetBoom will not be a favorite going into any tournament, or I should say any match in this tournament. Any match in this qualifier, they're going to be the underdogs from this point onwards for me.
Well, certainly they're only 2 matches away from making it to the Skyesports Masters LAN event, so they've at least taken a decent step forward in that regard. But you are right, things are, again, going to get tougher from here for the BetBoom side. But the question on everyone's minds, Dwayne, is who is going to be that opponent? Our second match of the day will feature the opposition of the BetBoom camp. 3D Max or Fnatic? Who's going to be in the semis? We'll find out in our second best of 3 of the day.
Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con el... Pues nos fuimos, y yo el ave, campo otra vez, tirolino. Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer lo dijimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Pilla el ave, avión, coche, kilo limo. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que... Nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con el...
Oh, so suddenly you poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. 'Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the beat is falling. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, away, 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 away.
welcome back to the Skyesports Masters European Closed Qualifier, into our second match of the day and our second match of the quarter-final stage. BetBoom edged out Bait to take their spot in the semi-finals, and now Fnatic or 3D Max will look to join them as their opposition. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweg, as per usual, for this one. This one has a lot of intrigue running around it, Dweg. We've seen it a couple of times in the past. We've now got roster changes on the Frenchman's side, so again, a lot of intrigue to explore in this best of three.
And this should be a banger of a matchup. This is two teams towards the higher end of Tier 2 that are looking to progress into that further conversation. A team that's looking to kind of show that they can at least hang with the Tier 1 teams, that they can keep playing at that sort of level. So for 3D Max and Fnatic, this is such an important series to win today.
And again, they will be taking on the likes of BetBoom in the semi-finals, because that is the branch of the bracket that they are currently in at the moment. So a bit of a tight in the semi-final, honestly. That one actually could decide who takes the spot in the LAN itself, right? We're taking a look at the likes of Fnatic as being possibly one of the favourites in this semi-final matchup. Oh, sorry, in this bracket overall, I should be saying. And BetBoom will try and deliver, trying to be within that Tier 1.5 bracket themselves. So, yeah, a couple of bangers ahead of this particular branch.
And for Fnatic, they're my go-to team. They're the team that I think is going to win this entire tournament, Jay. So knowing where they are right now and knowing that they've just had a chance of seeing BetBoom and now they're going up against 3D Max, they're going to have to show a convincing victory like BetBoom did in that final map decider.
And again, Fnatic will not be walking past this one with particular ease, honestly. Like, they had a series in a best of three only at the start of this very month, so appropriate that they get to end the month trying to take on 3D Max again, where 3D Max did press them to a three-map affair. There was some very serious comfortability for Fnatic in the second and third maps of the best of three, but 3D Max are again within that top end of Tier 2 region, much like Fnatic are trying to be ahead of in terms of their position.
And this is not a walk in the park, best of three whatsoever. Fnatic will know that if they're not on their A game, if they're not properly communicating well, if they're not executing the correct protocols, they can very easily lose this game. 3D Max are not a sloucher of a team.
And Fnatic obviously trying to return form from the major loss that they'd taken. Obviously, this lineup was only a couple of games away from making it to Copenhagen, but didn't go past the LCQ. So much like the likes of BetBoom, they want to try and see if they can return fire to get to another big LAN in the calendar just so shortly after the major.
Well, there's definitely some good pieces on this roster. Matties has been able to find some really good form. I think his first few tournaments on Fnatic was quite uncomfortable. Now he's finding that comfortability. Now he's showing more so what he was able to do out on Enterprise beforehand and Sampy. Crims, I mean, it always has to be said, he's probably been the most consistent player in the Tier 1 landscape for the last 5 or 6 years or so in a rifler capacity. Keeps holding his weight with different iterations of this team. Keeps holding the strong Su and Afro as well with the AWP is very convincing and has that partnership with the in-game leader.
And one of the two Frenchmen on this squad, and now taking on a team of Frenchmen in 3D Max, who, as we discussed a couple of days ago against Gun 5, are in an awkward position of their own right, still trying to figure out who their final fifth is going to be here. For the Skyesports Masters, NBK is playing in as the fifth man of this unit in place of Haji. So, I mean, look, I don't know how much of 3D Max you've seen outside of this tournament and how much you sort of tried to weigh up all the different lineups, but from what we've seen so far in this tournament, there's still some question marks around 3D Max, because look, Gun 5 should have been very beatable opposition, and outside of it was comfortable in their maps being won there, but there was that one Ancient where Gun 5 did push us to 3.
Yeah, they did, but I mean, we've got to be real. They won 13-7 and 13-4 on map 1 and map 3. They were very convincing. Yeah, okay, Ancient did come down to a map that they probably should have won and didn't, but they bounced back incredibly well. And for 3D Max, they're going to be strong here today.
Saying that, being pushed that distance against a team that they shouldn't be competitive against them doesn't bode well against the likes of Fnatic, who certainly should be. Again, they did win the last best of 3 against them, so as we look towards our map vetoes, Dweg, I have to ask, is there familiar territory involved?
Well, I straight away noticed that Mirage gets banned from 3D Max. Now, both teams' insta-ban is Mirage, and last time around, it actually got floated and ended up getting picked. Or ended up getting floated, I should say, to the third map decider. So this time around, there's no funny business. You're not going into a map that you don't play. Inferno being picked, it's a go-to for the French. Ancient being picked for the international team, that's a go-to as well. Vertigo as a decider, though, is an intriguing one, because when you look at it from the win perspective, from Fnatic, they actually take a lot of losses on Vertigo. but they are a lot of losses with some really close and competitive score lines.
One of those losses was against 3D Max during February, actually, a best-of-1 result, which Vertigo ended up getting picked into that one. It's the only real shared map between these two teams in their history. All three of these ones were not featured in the last best-of-3 head-to-head. So, again, a lot of interesting new directions that will go here for both Fnatic and 3D Max. And I feel like that might provide some very intriguing competition now. Again, we expect this match to be a banger. We expect it to be one of those ones where it really could be a case that either team wins it. But Fnatic, I believe that you were saying the other day that you believe that they could still win this whole bracket.
Yeah, I do. And the reason for that is that they probably should have made it to the major. They would have felt gutted that they couldn't beat Koi, that they couldn't beat Saw, and at least just get that one game that they needed. And then in the Res European Series, they win the entire thing. They take an opening loss in their first game to Prezi and then smash everyone. Just start coming in, giving us convincing showings, giving us some one-sided performances in third map deciders as well. They look really strong, they look clinical, and they'd love to go back-to-back with successful tournaments.
They had this high level of form and is trying to aim towards even higher levels of competition for them. They've got a big old stacked and significant calendar coming up in the next few months, so to get into the Skyesports Masters would add to that, but certainly something that is very workable and winnable for the likes of Fnatic. I do think they're walking into this one as the favourites by default, just because of the fact that 3D Max is still playing with an unstable fifth, right? And I know that obviously there's still going to be a strong team off the back of that, but I think that small little hindrance towards them is going to be enough for Fnatic to be able to edge things out.
You would expect so. Now, again, I would still classify this as a derby matchup. Not because it's two French players versus a French team. It's Afro and it's Body. Guys that used to play with a double pony lock. Guys that are familiar with being out on that French scene. So because of that, because they are ex-players and they've all played together, it does build that rivalry between the two, that you want to upset one another. I actually think that 3D Max can play better today because they're playing Fnatic than maybe if they had another draw here in the sort of the matchup that's going to progress you even further into the bracket.
I mean, equally so, though, you've got those two players that are so well experienced on that Fnatic side, and they've got that potential punch behind them with the extra experience of Crims, with the well-built pieces that you mentioned. They have a lot of capabilities behind them, so I'm still backing Fnatic in this one for my eyes. I wonder if it's going to get pressed if they do go towards a third map, but I feel like the 3 maps certainly seems like a likely outcome.
I think 100% we're going 3, and I'm going to go 2-1 Fnatic. I will be very surprised if either team closes in 2.
We will start things off on Inferno, our first map of our final best-of-3 of today. 3D Max on the T side start against Fnatic as the Pistols are live and kicking.
QB is typically one of the stronger players out for the Fnatic side. See a lot of work from him out to the sort of A pit side and balcony presence. So watch to see if he can hold his way. In here with the Julies at the moment in the apps. And for Fnatic, while they've been able to peer and spot in here from the half wall, they haven't actually taken many contacts.
Taps on QB's part. Pressing in the likes of Jocko, seeing him swing. But outside of those small prods from 3D Max, no real action going down. Finally, a bit of damage does get sustained on both sides. Jocko down less than 70, QB down to a little under 90. 4 players total on this A defensive, trying to face and trying to catch these players, but no one's going down yet.
And for MVK, this is a few officials to kind of make your name be worth. Again, being on the bench of the Falcons roster, he wants to try and find a home. He wants to try and compete once more. And, well, for Crims, he wants to compete for the opening man advantage. That slight incision out there from short wins out the opener.
Has faced NBK in major finals, now facing him off here in this quarterfinal. All-important start for him to draw out first blood. Now Fnatic are ready to receive the defensive line. Utility sent by 3D Max, drawing 2 more players back from that A bomb site. The P250 trying to fight onto Matthews. Eventually, he does go down to a 4 versus 4. USP's wrapping as they try and get the bomb plant down here on 3D Max. Fnatic set for the retake. It may be very quick from these 2 players out of coffins. A slow walks, hearing footsteps, catching exercise off guard. The jump into Maka provides his P250 with not a response.
The grill angle is going to get overexposed quickly. Lucky needs some assistance from both Banana and from Dark.
The Banana player focusing on the Banana wrap. Half the time a tick by footsteps heard over at CT Cross. Engaged upon Makalan's Crims next up. Swings forward from Lucky, gets his pick of the frag and doubles up on Afro as he turns to the back lines of the site and secures the pistol win for 3DM.
And we know that Inferno has not been liked by many teams in CS2. We're seeing it constantly, tournament after tournament, being the least played map there. For 3D Max, they've always loved their Inferno. The transition from Go into CS2 brought Inferno into the map pool completely straight away. And they've picked it now for the 7th time in best of 3 history across the last 3 months. And their track record with 5 wins and 3 losses up against a Fnatic side who's only got 1 win and 3 losses in the same time window.
It does feel like a third map you know, confidence level for 3D Max. Working down the pistol basis and working against the anti-eco that was made pretty nicely handy for the likes of Maka. Ready for them around that corner, should mow through them all. HP advantages, eventually Lucky will have to follow up and try and ensure that that AK does not fall into CT hands. Jocko's Mac 10 gets his pick. And will save the key rifles for the T's.
And for Fnatic, yes, we know that they had a very good run of form recently, that they're on a 5 best-of-3 winning streak, and they just came off of the back of winning a grand final against Bleed. That was also over 2 weeks ago. So it's been a little while since we've seen them have an official on HLTV. I think it's going to test maybe the match sharpness as well in comparison to a 3D Max side that just played Gun 5 in the first round of the tournament.
We've had that time to practice once again. It's the same sort of conversation as the likes of BetBoom, although there is no extra 5th player. Now their formation will mount up to a map like Inferno. Flash forward, Famas swings, tries to get the opening spray. Matties goes down instead, but QB does respond.
A very good kill out there in the apartments to at least be able to try and recover it. For Fnatic, they're actually not forcing much of a rotation back out to the B site. Finally, some contact from Maka in there at brackets. They double up for Crims and Afro. Exercise peering out on a lurk to the apartments, but not committing to anything.
Just falling back. Got a small HP advantage above QB, which might be all that they can really ask for. It's a very heavy pressure situation for Body, though. Smokes and Molly's down. Has to go at least 1-for-1 for this defensive line. How much can he gain out of this? Swing forward of the T's. Nade damage done towards the T side, but Jocko still finds that quick pick, and from that should send the round out of favor of Fnatic.
Crims tries his best to get a returning kill through that CT smoke. And oftentimes, Jay, we kind of talk about fuel and fire for certain teams and players. Maybe it's a rivalry. Maybe it's to get back up at the higher degree. For 3D Max, they are always going to have fuel and fire because of the instability of being Orgless. I mean, when you go from double pony and then you make that signing over to Heat and then you go back to being Orgless once more, it hurts, right? You know that you can't afford to not put results up because if you don't progress and if you're not keeping at that higher end of tier 2, if you're not reaching the expectations or goals of the organization, you're just going to get dropped again. And then, mate, you don't know if players are going to get poached. You don't know if you can survive for that much longer. So that's always been the fuel and the fire for these French players.
And tenacity as well to do is stay together as long as they have, especially for the core. Going back to the days of double pony, like you mentioned, where some of the players on the Fnatic side have also had experiences with. Three guns were saved for Fnatic as well from that previous round. 3D Max, you're well aware of the fact that they are facing against another recent buyback. Matties does find Jocko, the damage being done towards him, and the Molotov eventually catching up with Body. Matties still holds, but surely he shouldn't last long here. He's 10 HP and dealt with by Lucky.
Now that one HG's actually just cost him his entire life. They did not anticipate him out to the car. Very good entries consistently at the half wall.
Afro trying to respond back out of apps. Pushing in the bedroom to second mid. QB is watching second mid's entrance and mid itself, but the gap in the smoke sees one player up there. MBK gets turned on. Chance for the bedroom player to act. Exercise could get exposed, but he sits pretty and waits for further action.
Crims is once more defensive out from CT, and he's got that reposition from QB2. Now, 3D Max, when you watch them on Inferno T-side, they're very fakey. They try and put util down one direction, then move another, and we're seeing exactly that. Attention being drawn towards the top of B. This walkout has already taken long.
Haven't accounted for Afro, though. Can he get the kill on the long player? Yes, he can. And just like that, the lurk is removed. Still, the rotation is set in by 3D Max. Fnatic have smoked off that bracket entrance, though, so they have to cancel it and reconsider their options. 30 seconds on the clock.
Exercise looked at that moment and thought that he had the round-winning play. Instead, the timing works out for Afro. And now these two B players just can play deep and crossfire off one another.
Smoke set. Blocking the cross towards CT once again. Crims and QB Oh, QB just domed in. Crim's going to get checked back a new box, but Lucky looks away at the wrong moment. No time for the plant left. Got to get this kill in so quick, and Maka does do so, but back up here from Afro in the open is the T-side man, and Afro knows he's got to get away and maintain his life and even get the kill after time. Put a little bit more extra economical hurt against 3D Max as Fnatic take their first.
Jeez, as soon as I see Maka getting off of the bomb, I think, is it on for just a moment there? Lucky has been really strong. He has been creating opening kills at top B. He's also getting into that bomb site to nearly recover that round. He is going to be a guy to watch out for. 7-1 in the first 4 rounds of the game.
Rebuy, of course, for 3D Max, as you would expect here, though. Fnatic still got away with only 1 player alive. So for Masters and SMG, weakened by comparison to 3D Max's follow-up round. Fnatic also lose that first casualty. Body down.
An overextension gets cost. And now for QB, Resmokes off to the apartments on that walk forward. Long is exposed, so has to be watched from deep in the bomb site rather than from Moto or Library.
Watching Long itself from QB's part, and MBK just slow walks it, double up headshot. That is round done.
I remember MBK having some really good T rounds against Gun 5. Obviously, the opening map in that best 3 in the first round was Inferno as the map pick for 3D Max. And it was an 8-4 T side. They kind of got into the second and closed it down pretty quickly. MBK was pivotal to the Apex, and we saw it in that round there, opening up the site from Long.
Getting even more picks against this T-side line. Fantastic stuff from MBK and his 3K. 4 players alive for 3D Max. Fnatic just answered back to wholeheartedly.
Yeah, there's not many active players that can say that they have a spot in the game. They've got a call out that people recognize. I know it's not in the map pool anymore, but that just shows the tenure and the experienced career that everyone knows from MBK.
So much so that people have adapted Counter-Strike call-outs to Valorant, and they've got NBK in some corner where he's never even played the game.
Nah, really?
Really?
That is mega troll. Why is that a thing?
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I've never bothered to look into it. I just find it funny.
That is crazy, to be fair.
Transcendent player on his own part.
The natural born killer.
Indeed. Bring back Cash, by the way.
Yeah, if it's the proper one and it's not the green one, then yes, I do agree.
They're reworking it, Blake, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we've been hearing that for all the maps.
Dude, have you not seen his the FM Pone posted?
Yeah, but it depends if it's decent.
Oh, we have to find out, mate. I'm waiting to see it. I'm waiting to play it.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Fnatic to return on 3D Max. They found that one round down to a 1v1 clutch in time, aiding the CT forces, but the answer back from 3D Max has left them with nothing to follow it back with. These pistols as basics on the CT side.
I could see map 1 and map 2 being pretty convincing in terms of just the scoreline for both teams. I would say that 3D Max are probably the best Inferno team in Tier 2. And again, it's just because not a lot of teams play this map. Teams try and punish, ban it against them, but then it also opens up some of your weaknesses in your map pool, because we know that for 3D Max, Anubis is other options, Nuke is sometimes an option as well. But they're Inferno. If they can get it, they'll always take it.
And then BK looking to take aggression again towards its A-bomb site. Saw how steady he was with his headshots. And finding Matty's to start. Did get Dink off against the AK. He's forced to fight with Jocko to maintain his lifeline, but 2 casualties with no responsive from Fnatic. And Harshariko pistols can't be too shocked at that much. This should be number 5 for 3D Max, unless there's something special from Body here. Back passive at CT. Crim's core also out towards the A site. The push from QB won't mean much right here. It should be easy pickings for 3DM.
And nice to see 3D Max back involved in CS. It's a household name. It's a historic name. People that are familiar over the course of the CS history. I mean, I remember when 3D Max even had a Finnish team.
Yeah, a name that also transcends CS. Many years. Leading up to this squad here and now, who are doing so well against another titan of Counter-Strike. Fnatic. 4 to the good on their opposition's score line. They have their guns to return, though. AWP's M4s as standard.
And for Fnatic, I actually would like to see an aggressive, maybe second mid play, maybe into the apartments, trying to take Banana. I have felt as if they've been very defensive. They've been very deep on the bomb sites, and they haven't given much of a fight back to 3D Max.
Been suppressed and stalled out for the time being. Molly sent smokes deep, nays the counteract from body. Doing a little bit of damage to a couple of players. Tap bursts ahead of the smokes, but no more kills being taken. Swing out from the likes of Lucky, caught by Matty's. Jocko takes him back right through the smoke, 4 on 4.
There is so much util being exposed out there to the top of Banana. Exercise and Co starting to work in from brackets. Clear out Boiler, say nothing at all. Exercise could even get flashed in forward out to short.
Flash forward, spot Afro's AWP shot. Advantage taken by Fnatic as a result. And tagged up players as well for 3D Max. Chance to get a return now for the CT forces, but again, they leave it all in the hands of Body as the solo defender of B.
They've baited so much util. There's hardly anything left for Fnatic. And for Body, he needs to play defensive. He can't really swing out from CT.
Pushes anyway, does get MBK, so 1-for-1 responses leads to that 3-on-2 for Fnatic. And look at the HP bars of 3D Max as well.
And this is tough. This is where they need to start cracking some real sick kills. It has to be headshots only for 3D Max.
Yeah. AWP of Afro, slow, peeking and prodding into the bomb site. Shots on, Jocko down, Maka left alone. Damage was done towards the AWP, but not that much. There's your headshot sequence. Oh, Maka, surely not, mate. Here's the footsteps of Crims. Knows he's coming in. He's stalling for time. He needs that perfect kill. He almost got it as well. But Crims is dead out of time. Regardless of whether he gets that clutch, Maka has worked miracles for 3D Max as they hit minimum 6.
What is happening? What is going on right now? How is a 2v3 with 17 points of health combined working that round? Maka with a sick 1v3. Oh, the second kill on the transfer out from Coffins. And then just the way that he wastes time. The way that he baits the likes of Crims.
Blink of an eye. That's all it takes sometimes. Fnatic forced to take another tactical pause because... oh man, how do you bounce back from something like that?
It's a strong-looking 3D Max. I mean, once more, I know it's Inferno, and I expect decent performances on both of these maps. From Fnatic's point of view on Ancient, from the French's point of view out here on Inferno. But 6-1 and not giving Fnatic much of a look in, it's a statement being made.
I mean, regardless of the map strength, the fact that you're losing a 3v2 with 17 points of health total on the T-side post plant.
Yeah, it shouldn't be happening.
3D Max getting away with crimes against Fnatic. AWP stays in for Afro, pistols around it, not much to be held. We'll see what they can find out there on that B play and what they'll be able to gain with the big green shots. Lucky set the Molotov around the half wall, doesn't see the AWP yet. Peeking, Afro does catch him as he's caught playing anti-flash.
They're still aggressing out here from the top. Banana smoke, struggling with the spam there for Maka. Afro still gets away with a couple of kills. He's actually done pretty well there. Considering that you're only really working with the one AWP, they've actually come out with a lot of impact in this round.
And QB grabbing an AK on Exercise as well in the apartments. Lurk 2 versus 2, a situation has been enthralled with, but Afro is still on the defensive. He's looking for some more in this round, but that HE finally takes him back. QB left with an AK in his hands and no kits. Smoke and flash at least. Engaged upon by the first forward contact of 3D Max. Back and going to get back to that bomb site. QB just going to be left with not a lot of breathing room here. Might just be best to hold on to that AK, and indeed, he starts falling back.
And for 3D Max, this maybe does give similar vibes to that previous head-to-head that you mentioned was just under a month ago. There were some one-sided scorelines. Now, it's slightly different because we're looking at a different map pool, but map number 1 was actually quite competitive. And then map number 2 and map number 3 were just blowouts. They were just destroying maps for Fnatic. They won 13-8 out on Overpass and a 13-4 on the Punish of Mirage. So now kind of seeing maybe what we saw in the last best of 3 series with BetBoom and Bait, and now we're getting a taste of some one-sided performances from 3D Max. When will Fnatic start to bounce back?
Looking very similar to that last best of 3 with the one-sided first halves, and you wonder whether or not Fnatic will be able to bounce back like BetBoom and Bait did.
It feels unlikely at 1-7 down on the CT side of Inferno.
Afro trying to lean in with the AWP in his hands, again trying to make a difference. .3D Max slow to the approach as standard, but set into this A-site play. QB Smoke protecting him in the mid position, but it's all up in the apartments for the T side.
And it hasn't been a certain area of the map that Fnatic have struggled against. It's just an overall struggle to the default. We've seen opening picks in brackets. We've seen opening picks at top banana. We've seen some very good fakes from 3D Max. Very good composure from them to just work an aggressive Fnatic player on the other side of these smokes.
Oh, need to open up the smoke there. MBK is going to catch QB for it. Afro is able to respond at least, but falling away towards that B defensive. It all leaves it onto Crims, and that bomb is still there outside of brackets.
Yeah, this should be a B fake with the bomb going into A, and they have been able to pull a lot of an over-rotation. This is going to be a tough round for Crims.
Smoked across. Lucky pulling further attention. The AWP does ring out. Flashes keeping the CT central side defenders blinded, but Matties does get that pick and see nothing more. Now Crims understands the pressure against him. What can he get for it? Jocko down. Second player swinging forward to that AK. Crims trying to keep himself protected and stall for time at the very most, but swing back to Exercise, gets that kill. Maka can get a bomb plant in, but his AWP versus 4. Isolating every single fight and having to hit every perfect opening shot. The AWP at the CT side rings out as his teammates close in from short. And there goes Matties with the closing kill, and Fnatic will find their second.
But tactically, 3D Max have done everything correct in that scenario. They've been able to slow the round down, they fake out the B site, and you can't just fake out a site with util. You can't just molly Nubox and smoke CT. You need at least one player to really sell it, to try and keep them at bay, to stop those rotations. And from Fnatic, the only way that round is winnable is if Crims has a moment. If Crims probably goes 1 for 1, I still think that round goes the way of 3D Max.
On this one, it goes the way of Fnatic. CT side, not an amount up something to consolidate the end of the half. Got 3 AKs for their trouble, so firepower aplenty. Very fast in from the T side line. Molly's against Matties. He's completely blinded, but still transfer sprays on 2 for the one trader body. Yes, he's low HP, but that's another start for Fnatic here.
He's done very well out there from the half wall. Exercise is waiting to pressure anyone aggressively in from Boiler or the apartments. And for Fnatic, I mean, look, there's 7 points of health actually could be a defining factor in the round. They need to try and get assistance on the crossfire to help out Matties.
Well, Crims is there with him. Switching over to the A bomb site defensive to B. Using his smoke, timed it well against the T-side line. It does stall out the execution for now, but it should be inbound.
And Crims is spotting out for the boost on the left-hand side of the smoke, not to be. Full site execution coming in. They'll probably won't cancel. They'll have to go through this.
Re-smoke does come down from Crims. Nade sent to his general position. It opens up the gap in the smoke. Flashes go over and he is blinded. What can he gain out of this peek ahead of the smoke? Get another double. And again become the rock formation of Fnatic. Exercise takes him back, but he's unaware of any more site defensive. They weren't allowed much vision before they all started falling. And Bomb is also in the open, watched by Afro as the smoke towards CT will clear. Checked by the AK, trying to bait in a shot, trying to bait in a mistake. Walked upon, slow back the tree, 15 seconds, swing, AK, headshot gain, now he has to go for the plant.
Get it down and look to try and fight instantly. Both of the banana players are coming in together.
Plant open. Did he hear the footsteps of Matties? I think he might have done. 7 HP on the forward contact player. Both players seen, and Exercise just mows through both. and holds it for the Quadra. Very nicely done from his own part. Indeed, the low HP did become a factor as 3D Max take 8.
And for Fnatic, I imagine the mental is going to get really touched on, really pressed on in this first map. They have lost a 1v3 to Maka, and they've lost a 1v2 to Exercise when they're both coming in from Banana that quickly. These are 2 rounds in the clutches that should never, ever go the way of 3D Max. Man, it's wild how some of these rounds are being won. And if you are Crims, you've just had 2 very highly impactful rounds back to back, and you haven't been rewarded whatsoever.
Yeah, this one's getting out of control, isn't it? 3D Max. Continue to hold their lead, ahead by 6. Fnatic, I mean, they can get another bye together for round 11, but round 12 become a concern, and they need to just convert these rounds above all else.
3D Max are looking to strengthen as much as they can at this first half. Fnatic have just been simply outclassed. It's been surprising the lack of competitiveness I've actually seen. We know it's a strong map, but this is a different direction.
Afro trying to find the AWP shot. Flash is sent, Incendiary is back from Crims, will try to block them out of the bomb site, and Afro will get MBK in the end. The swing of Jocko does actually get a team kill by Crims' Incendiary. That's a bit unfortunate, but again, high impact from an individual, negated by 3D Max anyway. Exercise taking QB. Crims now needs backup from Body coming in from long. Flash sent, but Crims transfers to, looks for the triple, and the veteran stands tall once again.
Crims might be the only winning element for Fnatic. The last 3 rounds, he's created very good openings and very good opportunities, and they've won 2 out of the 3 rounds because of it. 3D Max, it's actually, for the first time in this half, really affected the buy state. It's going to look quite rough to close out, so this very much could be just the 8-4.
Hero rifle, part of a force buy. Fnatic. Set with their standard rifles to indeed try and get that consolation prize. Set with their defaults, much more passive on the CT defensive. 3D Max have established themselves in mid, given nothing out over at Banana, and as they see the smoke start to clear, they'll start to rotate players back. Smokes and Molly sent in for the execution. 3D Max are going real quick here. QB gets Think down, taken down by Jocko in the end. Afro and his AWP strikes on 1 and number 2. Needs pressure against him though. They're coming in from apartments, and sure, now he's sent his direction. He's going to get out of the way and wait for backup to rotate.
3D Max are desperate to try and get a kill and to hold on to one of these rifles and clearing out the majority of the bomb site. Fnatic giving a lot of emphasis on holding on to the retake and not looking to press in.
Deeper smoke on the bomb site. Plant will be secured. And Fnatic a little bit more breathing room as the Mortar smoke should start to fade soon for 3D Max. Deagle caught on the reload at the gap. Takes his fight. 2 shots ring out. 3 in the end. 2 do connect, but neither of them are kills. Crims walks forward. Afro's AWP. 2 stellar kills on defense to get them to the man advantage. Is he going to get any more out of this? He does find 1 player, doesn't get the kill against him, away towards that pit position. MBK and Lucky taken aback. 1 player in the back of the bomb site. Exercise only good for the 1 frag. And Fnatic indeed stave off decimation, create a 4th to close the CT side.
If you think about it of the perspective of the what if, this realistically should be a 6-6 kind of half. Those both clutches from Maka and Exercise have pushed it to 8-4. And for 3D Max, you'll be very happy about it. It doesn't really matter how those rounds are being won. You've just got to create a lot of pressure and create a good looking scoreline. For Fnatic, I don't think there's going to be a massive amount in this second half. Yeah, there might be a couple of testing moments. There might be some pressurization of an opening pistol or an opening rifle round. But realistically, this should be a comfortable end-to-end Inferno for 3D Max.
Yeah, the few times they do play it with, it's usually the CT side that fares better for Fnatic, so... Second half, disadvantage on the scoreline. MBK continuing to live up to his namesake. Matty's dead to rights, the first kill. Mid control taken away from Fnatic. They has to press up towards Banana and try that B play.
Yeah, it's more of a tell that it is going to be a B movement, though. They're seeing nothing out from the brackets, and these Julies and a smoke that can go down from Lucky.
Counter smoke in from Lucky. Flashes are sent. He spams away his teammate on the center of the bomb site. Might need some support here. Lucky gets 2 kills for it. And Fnatic fragged back, 2 left standing in Crims and Afro. Crims especially on low HP. Fnatic are just going to dive out of there, try and work a different angle. Get back into that A site if possible, but you still have Maki and Exercise here. NBK back on the way. Julie's face. Frag away. Do some tag damage and does get one back for Afro. The bomb gets dropped by the natural born killer, and Afro, well, nothing he can do.
Afro tried his best to try and pull some of these aggressive players out in the open, but it's not really happening. Exercise wants the Zeus kill out into the apartments. And this round has featured 1 Zeus and 3 Julies, in which all of them have pretty much had success. Very good sequence there from Lucky, because you just know, okay, your mid players are spotting. We're not seeing very much at all. The execute comes through. As soon as you resmoke, they have to go. There's no way that Fnatic can cancel. And when you've got the Julies at that range with the smoke just by her, mate, you're going to rip. And that's exactly what he's able to achieve.
5 to the good. Really max with a pistol that should now springboard into the end of the map on paper. Fnatic have got this eco and then the last rifle round where they can try and contest that, but even with that in mind, it will be a very long way back. Frenchmen set with their SMGs on 4 and M4 for Lucky. MBK. Standard burst fire as Maka presses on. Can he get punished by the player at stairs? SMG at range doesn't quite land a kill shot or tag damage.
And Maka taking a lot of space away. Matty's gone. $600. Here we go.
$1,800 with Joker's combination. $2,400 in total between the two. Lucky there to make it 27. So
he's got it right. Get in. He did not say 3,000.
I know I failed maths, but I at least had this much down. Addition subtraction is easy. It's once you get to times tables that everything goes right.
yeah. The long division and try and carry the one. I'm familiar. The 3D
Sine
max.
and costs, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bit of trigonometry.
Pythagoras' theorem.
Yeah. We like a bit of that.
Like a bit of this lead as well for 3D Max. Again, Eco dealt with. Fnatic. The Jocko straight in, aggressing against his opponents, looking for the opening fight, but only goes 1 for 1 with Maka's HE able to take Afro back. Lucky follows up with the M4, and that's now the true man advantage for the CT side.
Not even 20 seconds into the rounds, you've got an aggressive contact out from Banana that just has not been successful. You peer around on a jiggle. This close range at long, this might be unknown.
Spot spray, Crims takes MBK as he does take a bit of damage back for it, but now it all leaves onto Exercise and his SMG. The range game against the rifles. Got to fall back out of the apartments, knowing that he put his nade down there. Plant should be secured by Fnatic.
Exercise has got to wait for the B players to come up from mid if he really wants to try and strike. This is not an easy retake. What does help is that they've got an Incendiary of 2, and they've got the M4 and AK.
Crims sees them swinging, gets the kill out of quad, looks back in the brackets and just escapes to hold down the site itself. 3 on 2, post-plant for Fnatic, and Rims will keep swinging the fight. QB holding back and waiting for someone to walk out long, but both players are coming from the same position. Both sets of footsteps should get heard. Incendiary forces QB out of position and right into the kill of Exercise. Nicely done on his jump face. Maka's got nothing left in this round. No kit, no breathing room. The fall back and save is the name of the game.
And my largest concern, though, is that it is the Crim show out here on Fnatic for all of their round successes. He has been able to be such a monster, which is great for him individually. It also means, where is everybody else? Why are we not seeing the impact from guys like QB, who's normally more consistent on this map of Inferno? Matty's, who's one of their stronger riflers. Yes, Afro's had some decent moments, but I actually think his kills have been overinflated due to the anti-ecos. It's only been Crims for me.
Yeah, I have to concur. Both players might be up at 15, but Crims has certainly had the the big rounds, and that has been enough to keep Fnatic at least away from 3D Max taking the map point. But only for now is he going to be consistent. Jocko charging down, sprayed by Afro, whose blind kill does catch that headshot, so starting advantage. Maka takes Crims right back out, though.
A very aggressive stance for 3D Max to have emphasis on working an opening pick. Lucky has got to be very wary about how he extends his line, because if he drops the B site's cracked open, Maka's repositioning, and there's still an incendiary at the pouch of Lucky.
Fire down to block them. Fnatic have to allow 3D Max to reposition here on the B defensive. One out in the open, watching with the AWP of Maka. Finds Afro, good shot, falls away behind the smoke. Third teammate looking to join the two players that are attacking through spawn. Lucky has missed the window of opportunity. That smoke will start to fade though. Has he seen him? Yes, he has. Spray goes a little bit awkward. Molotov to force him out into the open, but he gets that kill on Matties anyway. Body is low, dealt with by Maka. QB 1-on-4. 3D Max with a hell of a responsive bomb. Even in the church position, Huey's going to fight back so hard. He does find a second kill, but Maka can continue to adjust.
They just keep falling back and reposition. Allow Exercise to come in for the backstab. QB, at this kind of range against the AWP, there should be no chance.
1 HP on Maka, though. Slightly quick thinking. QB does grab that bomb, continue extending 20 seconds. Where there's a player on the bomb site. Baits in that first shot. Exercise on site itself. That's the key fight for QB to win. Swings out. Sprays awkward out of ammo. And Exercise will lock in 11.
Yeah, a bit of a cool moment in the end there for 3D Max, but the round comes in. And for Maka, I actually don't think he's had a crazy Maka map. We know what that's like, where he's just constantly getting multis, constantly feeling like a guy that you just can't play against. He's had some good rounds, but he's been consistent. He's been very consistent, and that's where it shows him up at 21 kills and just 10 deaths, always getting that AWP involved.
On the contrary, the likes of Fnatic, the confidence continuing to storm up Banana. It hasn't always worked for 3D Max's man advantage, but it has set them up wonderfully for the rest of the rounds themselves. Jocko heard on his jump up past the wood barrels, getting away from the T side line. A re-smoke down from 3D Max with flashes now to get Fnatic into Banana control directly. They're happy to concede this part of the map for the CT side.
And this is where 3D Max should start pressuring brackets, make a bit of an info play on the A players. Matty's getting caught by the retaking utils, so have to go up and defend. They're bringing a third player over to B too. That's Maka rotating with the AWP.
Afro still prodding out against the two of the crossfire. Maka is still reconsidering his options and holds down the A bomb site, opts to stick with his two teammates there. Fnatic are committing that bomb in here though, so perfect reads from 3D Max in the end.
Now, this bait and switch at long could be very successful. Maka to take first contact, and then MPK to almost tuck in the cubby.
30 seconds, 3D Max. Shot on from Maka. MBK does get body as well. Matties with a response, but aware that that AWP is a danger to him. Also got Exercise unaccounted for at this moment. Matties checking Pierce. Maka does get overwhelmed, and Matties turns back on the headshot, trying to get Fnatic out of this awkward situation. 2 versus 3 for 3D Max on the retake.
A lovely kill to come through from Matties. Now Jocko can go over and get that AWP and just save. Look to not go commit into the retake.
Grab that M4 and fall out. 3D Max still not allowed map point yet. Fnatic trying to fight back, trying to show that glimmer. Problem is always going to be those individual rounds. This is one to bounce back from. They need to follow it up and get some serious confidence on their board. Even Crim's going down. AWP lost, it does get recovered, but that's an AK also lost to QB's part of things. Matty's only getting away with the Galil, so really not the ideal round for Fnatic. They've got 5 to make up as 3D Max to bring in a bye.
And it was certainly unexpected for Fnatic to win that round. That initial contact with 30 seconds on the clock out from brackets features an AWP kill from Maka and a rifle kill for MBK. The trading game was very good. It was just the collapse of the bomb site with some very good entries from Fnatic that won them their 6th. Aggressive approach to get Matties out towards looking for an opening fight in Banana.
AK bolstered. Nades right at his feet, though. 9 HP. Here's the footsteps away that they're going to go aggressive, and Lucky catches Afro. Swing forward, 2 kills, only 1 gained. Burning down on Maka, getting a little bit ballsy about grabbing that rifle. Eventually has to fall away from it. It's 4 versus 3 for 3D Max.
Both of the M4s were down there on the B-bomb site, pressuring top Banana, and they've come through very successful. MBK close range with the 5-7. Exercise also close range with the pistol. Fnatic have got body in Banana, who is on 2 kills going into round number 18.
5-7 forced away. Crims is trying to make disruption against 3D Max as part of things over on the B-bomb site. Or on the A-bomb site, rather. Look at the press forward from the likes of Exercise, though. He's going to go in with a big old backstab, going to cut off Fnatic's options. And maybe even find decimation against them. MBK on the corner. 5-7 headshot immediately by QB. Bomb should try and commit from here.
Hey, even Jocko, he really needs to get Crims. This is the kill that wins the round.
Engages the player on the site. Swinging that AK doesn't go so far as the check long. Flash turned away from Crims gets him. And that is round for Fnatic as a result here, unless Exercise has anything special in him. But P250 at range, based upon taps doing damage, but no kill gained. 3D Max just got to fall away.
And for Fnatic, they can now look at this situation of saying, this map is stealable. It's 6-11, you've gone up to 7, you've dealt with the anti-force spy, so it's going to be a lightened eco. It is workable to get closer to that kind of 11-11-ish score line and obviously try and pressure Inferno. It's just not going to be easy. You have to be so minimal with the mistakes that can be offered.
Fnatic hit 7. Continue to grind their way back. 3D Max at least kept the 2 M4s in. Not a lot of cash really to buy around here, though. Only $1,900 a loss bonus from that previous round. They do go in, it will be a force-up. I don't think it's really advisable to them. Tactical taken by Fnatic in the meantime, though.
Now, last round, they had 2 M4s and they both went B. I reckon this time around, they try and mind game it. They maybe put both of those rifles on A, they maybe split them. That's always the double bluff, is what they did in the previous round, and Fnatic know that they're not gonna upgrade. They might upgrade lightly, get a couple of pistols in, but they know there won't be a buy-up. So Exercise and Maka, I mean, Exercise, they know that he's the pit player, and they know that Maka is the rotator. So they're gonna have a rough idea of where they're playing. But I wonder, can the M4s strike a bit of confusion?
Let's find out where they place themselves. Let's see how 3D Max approach this. Just one of Lucky over on the B-bomb site, and both those rifles go back into the A stack of 4 in total. Nades up, orb in, shot connects right to Jocko. It's only a pistol that drops there, though. The rifles are engaging towards second mid's crossfire. QB's isolated one of those players. Lucky, meanwhile, facing utility out towards Banana. CT presence aggressed upon. AWP's firing away. MBK does get tagged up out towards that second mid engagement. Crims deals it in. Maka is all that's left of any firepower for 3D Max.
They certainly tried to catch them on their toes. Go for an aggressive approach where you fight in from both second mid and from the bedroom. It is just unsuccessful, though. And Fnatic deal with those M4s easily and give themselves a pretty clean 8th round.
Matty's expecting Lucky to be around this corner. The Zeus is expecting players to press on from Fnatic, but they are just going to commit to that open A bomb site, realizing the fact that they just basically faced off against the entire stack. There's nothing left for Lucky in this round, so this will be number 8 for Fnatic. Slowly starting to grind their way back into this matchup when 3D Max were looking so confident, when they felt like they were well within closing. The most proficient of T sides, but they are getting these rounds past it. Matty's now to get that last. Nice and effective, but 3D Max focus here on the gun buy.
For 3D Max, you want to close this down pretty quickly. AWP can be glass cannon here for Maka if he really wants to invest it down. He's been very pivotal with the big green in his hands. But for Fnatic, this has been a pretty good second half from them. I mean, they've only really given away pistol, anti-eco, and 1 gun rounds. Other than that, it's looked pretty successful. I would say that this has been a better second half performance from Fnatic than the first half.
That's the case of just converting it into half success if possible. Again, 3D Max hold the lead, but Fnatic opening frag found by Matty. Second player has also been seen. He's swinging very aggressive towards it. That nade should take him back though. 4-on-4.
And no pace accelerated into brackets after losing Banana. They pop themselves through and now they start to commit.
On short, there's 2 players out there looking to fight back from Maka and Exercise. Molly's come over towards the site defensive itself. Exercise with a decent pick back, so Advantage has turned the way of 3D Max. Crims trying to fight back from here, though. The flashes will keep him blinded, but backup is on the way. The bomb's yet to commit. Fnatic might have to put in the backup plan.
And they have to cancel and just wait out their smokes. They've got to try and work a pick in here from short. The HP bars are so low.
QB and Crims, particularly Afro's AWP. Up in apps, not a lot of breathing room for him. Advanced angles taken by 3D Max on the bomb site, especially. Molotov's back out towards pit. Broken wall will be cleared. The CT players over at mini pit though. QB moving up, check the left, swing forward. Maka with a trade back. AWP of Afro, nothing left in it, 40 seconds. Didn't see the player swinging out from Wine, and Maka will deal with the last. 3D Max are finally on that point.
And for Fnatic, they go 1 for 1 out from Banana. They try to accelerate at it. It's not the one, is it? Very good defensive being held. It looks scrambled, honestly, from Fnatic. They come in quickly from long. There was a missed molly there from Crims. Maybe they're getting too quick. They're getting too panicked in the scenario. Exercise and Maka hold a strong crossfire on A.
Four rounds. That's how many 3D Max have to win this in regulation. That's how much Fnatic have to bring back. Again, their T side has started to look all right. Might be a little bit too late. Got their rifles into the defaults. The AWP of Maka ready to meet Crims. Takes that shot, wins it easy.
It doesn't just fall off. Instead, maintains the line and holds it for another repeat. Out from Banana, there is going to be pretty much no challenges whatsoever. Jocko is incredibly defensive, and they've just jiggled down to brackets and haven't seen a lot, so it's going to rotate Lucky over 2.
Fnatic gave away all the info as well. 2 players started firing there at Banana, so 3D Max aware that they're going to be going in for something. They're going to have some presence out here. The jump phase is missed out on the boost. The flower pot not contested. 3D Max are forced out of the bomb site, but a 5-on-4 for their retake.
And Matties has got one more smoke that's going to go down there from CT. They have pretty much nothing to work with on the post plant.
1 flash for Matties, and I don't know how you would time that well against the likes of 3D Max. QB has to stand and fight. About to face into Maka once again. The AWP scene. Flash turned away from swing back. Does turn on NBK. That's an advantage negated. Half the time a tick back. 3D Max trying to act out from Spawn and Coffins. Lucky gets the trades going. The AWP contested as Afro. Get on the side. Gets involved alongside Body. Exercise and Lucky have dropped. And Maka's got nothing left. Fnatic are hanging on by a thread.
It's certainly surprising. Man advantage and the lack of nades on a post plant. You'd give 3D Max the advantage in that retake any day of the week. Good time stalling from QB, in all honesty. I mean, obviously, it's a 4v5, so rather than kind of separating 2 apiece, they separate 3 players on the bomb site directly and 1 for QB. All his job is to slow the round down, make it uncomfortable for the retaking players coming in from Banana, and he gets 1 kill, and he pretty much stalls Maka into just tucking. That Maka can't really do anything on that retake.
.3D Max. Once again, down to pistols outside of the AWP that Maka has held on to. Already he goes down to Crims, who gets his revenge from the opening kill of the last round. Start up. Taken aback by the veteran and all the pistols. And the Zeus is left for 3D Max. Just don't really seem like they've got much contention in this round. They'll try and catch off some trades, particularly this USP for Exercise, seeing that up, how tantalizing it is, but understanding that they are so close to brackets.
There's just no way you're going to be able to recover that big greed. He tries to get out of there, but you're just instantly repositioning into the apartments, which is awkward for an AWP. Fnatic have got so much time to slow this round down.
Exercise has picked up that AWP, though.
Well, if they gamble stack at B, it actually means that they might be able to recover the AWP and bring it forward into the next round and give it into the hands of Maka.
You say that, the bomb is starting to rotate back to the B bomb site. Body's just prodding out the smokes onto the A fake. Is going to draw attention away from the site defensive itself, but I don't think that matters too much. Fnatic setting themselves up, 2 smokes to go for the ENCE. As they realize no one's coming into the bomb site, they might actually counter-rotate. Footsteps have been heard. A 4th player might even get drawn back. Smoke set, but meanwhile, a walk from Body has gained the bomb site itself. So over on A, they'll look to press. Body making the right call, the right push at the right moment. This will be number 10 for Fnatic. 3D Max have been a little bit outplayed here.
It's easy to be critical of Body's individual numbers, but in that round, he has lured them away from a trap. And committing into a bomb site with, what, 20, 25, 30-odd seconds on the clock, and there's an AWP in play, it actually could just be a complete eco steal. So for 3D Max, they deal with Body, which means they can hold on to an AWP and an AK. I would say both teams are happy with that one. For Fnatic, obviously, they survive for another round. For 3D Max, their economy's not in a great space. Obviously, they'll buy next round, but depending on what happens in that round 23 could make things awkward for round 24. So knowing that you don't have to invest into 2 rifles for that safety in AK and AWP, that's actually going to make a difference.
Fnatic's own economy state isn't too stellar either, so they won't go hunting for those weapons. (12-10). They still have the lead and 2 more map points to play with, but you are right on the economy state situation. If Fnatic take this, there won't be enough funds for 3D Max to go into the next round with a solid buy, so it looks like overtime would be calling for us again today. It's been a very arduous battle back from this T side, but Fnatic have made this manageable. Can they make it workable?
They're bringing 3 players out to Banana early round for the CT side, looking to try and contest it early. Matty's smoke down and just retreats, just gets out of there.
Hefty damage done by the Molotov, though. Orbs firing, nades are standard. You've still got 3D Max trying to press for Banana control. Fnatic very passive in terms of their own map control here.
They're happy to slow play the rounds, happy to retake Banana. Spam connection there from Body down from the bottom up to the half wall. For 3D Max, they are trying to hold on to as much utility as possible. They've still got a few smokes and a couple of incendiaries. Very deep in the bomb sites, which only tells you that within the next 20 seconds or so, there should be a prod, either retaking nades to the half wall or a prod into brackets to see what's happening on A.
.50 seconds on the clock. Lucky smoke, well timed against Fnatic, understanding. Have to just stop them in their tracks, cancel the execution as best as you can. Jocko is an incendiary he can put up here ahead of the smoke as well, so Fnatic may be walking into a bit of a difficult execution. Smokes sent, HE's down, a secondary smoke comes back as well. Lucky with 1 pick, but Afro and QB take 2 back on the site defensive. MBK trying to find blind fire, not aware of the player at Tree. Crims will pop out to force him back. He'll continue to try find the key member, the planter of the T side, but they have the site, they have the man advantage, and MBK is unsupported. He's got to fall back with his teammates and hold these rifles into round 24.
Once more for 3D Max, Jay, they've actually played that correctly. Now, as soon as Lucky re-smokes Banana, he gets out to the left-hand side of the boosted position at the flower pots, and there's another smoke that got dropped by somebody else in that round. So you've dropped a smoke at 30 seconds, you've got another smoke, you've got another incendiary, they try and pummel the util, but it's the trade game. That's what cost them. Jocko doesn't get anything out from the second first oranges-ish kind of position, and then Lucky at CT only gets away with 1. But Jocko's had a very quiet game. He's normally one of our key individual riflers to look at. And for Fnatic, it is unreal that they're still fighting here. They've had to work very hard in this second half to recover these rounds.
.3D Max can buy around their saved guns. Fnatic one away from an overtime to contest Inferno and to change the course of this series, perhaps. Felt like 3D Max were going to get away with a confident map to start off, and it was getting more and more that way as the rounds played out, but Fnatic have found their rhythm. And the idea that their map pick could also look confident, throw some serious spanners into the rest of this series for the Frenchman. Damage done to Lucky early to the Molotov face. Fnatic are driven out of Banana though.
11-5 at one point for the French. Looked as if they were going to close with clinical ease. But once more, this international squad is threatening. And for either squad, if you can steal a map in this best of three, that could be everything to winning this series and progressing further on. It's so slow. Once more.
Starting to creep into the apartments. The smokes of Exercise will suppress the App's entrance for now. Might be an App's pop. Smokes over at long should start to fade in a second for Matties. There's a few more to play with. His teammates have to put those in effect. They're going to do that though. Flashes will be sent out with Molotovs down towards this long position. It's not going to force anything major out of Fnatic though. They've got their heart set on this A play.
Yeah, Afro's just trying to sell him on the B fake, try and draw that attention. Maka has not over-rotated yet.
No, it does very little. Smoke down to suppress the broken wall entrance. QB dives in, Exercise gets him though, looks in for the second, and locks in the triple no. Crims takes it back, and Matties deals with MBK on the side. Rotations of 3D Max are slow, but 15 seconds. They got to go back for the bomb. If Maka can catch this one player, then he can still seal this one in for 3D Max, but he's smoked off. No vision, blind fire doesn't connect. 3-on-3 for the retake.
That's the lack of the nades on the retaking scenario as well. One player in from bracket to boost up behind the Moto smoke.
Flash will keep 3D Max even further away as the smoke does start to fade. The short player also beginning to act. Maka is also focused here at Pit. Flashes in against Afro, won't do much towards him. He's looking at that crack angle. Jocko is now established to the bomb site, looking in from short. Must be so wary of that short player. Looks to the backside, Matties is core. Jocko trying to hold his nerve. Crims still on the bomb site though, and the AWP overcooks his flick. Fnatic have done it from the worst deficit you could possibly imagine to a 12-12. We're going to overtime.
Body is still on 3 kills. How has this happened? How are we now going into overtime? That's a choke. That has to be noted that that's a choke for 3D Max. CT side on your map pick, 11-5 up. You should be closing. And somehow, some way, it has been Fnatic to come out on top. And I'll retract my statement. It has no longer been the Crim show. Yes, he's been impactful. Yes, he's been the go-to guy. But in this second half, it hasn't just been him anymore.
Afro keeping his numbers up with the AWP impact. Matties getting going himself. Only thing we're really looking for in Fnatic in terms of the individuals is Body to really light up the server, and then you would have had almost the complete set. 3D Max now feel the pressure. The veteran-led squad of the international team trying to hunt for the first round of this T side of OC. Swing forward of Makadoi's AWP finally gets a little bit ballsy and picks up Afro.
I saw in the last round of regulation that he was just out of position out on that B side. Mac has oftentimes been in positions where he hasn't had a chance to work a pick. Fnatic lose Afro early and haven't been able to respond. At least they have pressure in from brackets and top banana gain from Matties.
They've played from the man disadvantages before in regulation. And reading the right bomb site here. The smokes coming in from Body, trying to sell them on some sort of an A play. They got the smokes involved at Moto, but the prods out from the likes of Maka to look into mid is going to see nothing at all. CT smokes will suppress out towards the banana entrance. Smokes now come down from the T execution. Fnatic ready and raring. Jocko not required. Is Lucky holds his nerve against Matties. QB trades it back, but he's such low HP. The Body can get the trade immediately. Responded to by the likes of the T side. 3-on-2. Still, Crims just sneaks in the bomb plant, and the AWP in the backside rests on Body to do so much of the heavy lifting here.
I don't see Crims on the AWP all that often. Does get a leg shot out from CT and connect onto MBK.
Okay, now he's making work happen. 2 versus 2. Body still watching. The low HP of Maka could fall easily to this AK. MBK. Now the owner shifts to Exercise over on 3D Max, and Crims is so ready for him. He ducks out of the way of that Dark player, and attention is drawn away at that AK. Blind fire at Body. It's forced back. Crims finally overwhelmed, but Body gets his kill in a 1v1 against the big green of the CT side, trying to bait him off the bomb. Oh, what a swing! 6 frags deep, but 3 impactful ones right there in that round. Fnatic have the lead.
Body has just doubled his kills in round 25 of this first map. He's gone from 3 to 6 in an impact moment that closes it down. Frequently, Jay, we say that the team that struggles to close to overtime often gets the overtime lead, often leads by example. That looked like that was 3D Max's round, but the recovery comes through from Body and Crims.
There's the impact at last egg. Look at the push forward to the CT side, though. Afro's not ready for it. MBK trying to make a difference once again. Straight up from mid. Body trying to see if he can get that responsive. Indeed he does. But smoked off position. Fnatic down by a man. They trying to look for another kill. Oh, Body. He's turned it up now. Dialed to 11 in overtime. Brought us back to evens.
This is another round that yet Fnatic can recover. The walkout in the apartments for Crims. QB working in from second mid. Exercise is peering for this approach, this walk, this one contact out from Apps could just be everything.
Exercise gets him, Crims down. Still they hold. Exercise looking for another pick. I don't know if he saw the head. Something spooked him. QB expecting the player to press. He will rejoin with Body. And they've got Macca's AWP on quad to deal with.
This AWP is in a strong angle unless he gets jiggled. That's the only way that he gets forced off. QB deals with the other.
Now the Apps player starts walking. Flashbang keeping Macca completely blinded. Molotov sent to the backside. He's so focused on QB. He'll grab him. It's onto Body to clutch it again.
He's done it before. He could do it once more. Body with the bomb. Tap it. Draw the fight out in the open.
3D Max hold their nerve though. Smoke's all clear. Out in the open. Tapped it again. Here's the player coming in. And a shot swing out from Lucky. Patient plays for 3D Max. Take us to evens again.
And oftentimes, whatever happens in overtime is so contrasted to what happens in regulation. You can have the 8-4 halves, the 9-3 scorelines, but you get into OT, it's down to X Factor. It's down to who's making the biggest plays, and for Exercise, that was a very good recovery from him out to the apartments. This is a tough shot too from Macca. That is close range with the AWP. When you're in that tucked down corner out from quad, you want the brackets player. You don't really want the swing to come through from Boiler.
Even scoreline once again. Fnatic pressured by 3D Max's aggression in that last round. Did their best to try and recover it, but playing with this advantage. Now it's squared up. 3D Max not nearly as aggressive as last time.
Macca on the front side of the half wall rather than behind it and jump spotting. Needs to get a flash against him to try and push him off of the angle.
Does fall back in the end. Molly in the right position at the right timing. Smokes come down to the T side though. They suppress. No vision allowed for either squad. Ooh, the tap of the AK. That's dangerous because Macca could have pulled the trigger right there. In the end, he didn't.
Crims out here on the long timing. Oh, this could be a bait and switch. He might not check the cubby corner.
Taps to the M4, trying to look for him. He does check Cubby, but still loses that fight anyway. Advantage again for 3D Max as Macca strikes on Body. Back here, the AK and Matty's only good for one. NBK in with support. 2 players left on Fnatic. 3D Max forming up on the site defense. Afro's going to have to make a play here. QB trying to act alongside him out of the apartments. He'll look to lean. Player on the bomb site is hidden. Smokes it in the way. He's been spotted and now they're aware that both players are coming and they look for the headshots. They can't get them. And 3D Max edge out Fnatic in the first half of OT.
That's a very good response from 3D Max. It was obviously a difficult regulation for them to close out the game, but they've come into overtime and they've won 2 rounds in a row, which obviously takes them the lead moving into that second half. You feel for Crims because that is a hard bait. To try and draw that distraction out there in Arch in a pressured round, he still clears out the cubby corner and loses that fight. So for Jocko's perspective, that kill, I want to say, wins the round. That is a defining play.
14-13. 3D Max back in the lead over Fnatic. Advantage is short-lived on the international squad, but switching over to that CT half of things. Can they find what was missing from regulation? Got those rifles set in the standard. 3D Max just walking their default, suppressed by all sorts of util over at Banana. No commitment just yet, but Fnatic are hunting for this opening kill.
Insanely passive from 3D Max. Only now just starting to pressurize Banana. Retaking nades is going to do quite a lot of damage, and the spams are coming in close for Body.
HP down on Lucky and Jocko. Body, minimal done, a quarter of flashbang sent. Maka expecting him to peek for it, and right to assume so, but Afro comes in against Jocko. AK now close. Check the corner. No, he doesn't. He walks up towards the cross, hoping there's a player out towards main. That flashbang's so effective as Matty's has seen them all that remain. Killed off by Exercise, yes, but a 4 versus 2 still for Fnatic.
Tied to perfection, and now Afro could just play defensive on the bomb site, force that rotation from Body out as well. Oh, this is a tough round. Lucky and Exercise. I don't know how you win this. I mean, you regroup together, you've just got to be raw, because there's a lack of util to get you into the bomb site.
30 seconds left, and Lucky is pressing. Exercise right behind him. These two fights are what they need to win to equalize the stance and gain the bomb site. Smokes on site and at cross. Coming in very quickly towards each other. The spray is back, blinded by Body, does damage onto Exercise next. Afro just waiting with his AWP play. Here's that bomb getting tapped. Can't see him in amongst that smoke. He does lose his teammate, but Afro can still frag on Exercise. Lucky versus 3. That's one pick isolated. 2 more to go.
Remember the 1v3 from Maka. Remember the 1v3 from Exercise. Are we now going to remember the 1v3 from Lucky?
Complete a trifecta. More ways than one. Footsteps heard towards Spawn, trying to draw attention away from Banana. Player's been seen. A spray back at Coffins. Can't quite get it. As QB will dome him in, hold the defuse, and hold the round. Fnatic equalize again.
Now that damage out there from the half wall just set up the round. That flash timing too was everything. Afro with that flash assist for Matties to peer around the corner and just see so much. And they make sure that they close the round down 14-14. We're tied up again.
That we are. Looking for a little bit more is Fnatic again, trying to springboard into that advantage over 3D Max. AKs versus the AWPs. Matties taking some damage to return. The molly of Lucky, nade to his face. Be known to be close. Swing back. Molly's head of the sandbags. Players are going to make their way back out of position. They're going to regress further forward. Matties, again, a ballsy kind of play at 19 points of health. If he gets even 1 kill out of this, that would be stellar, but the smokes it in the way. They can't see the T side.
Just backing off from Banana from 3D Max's point of view, not consistently looking to challenge. Resmoke comes down. HG catches Matties. He just tries to escape, but he's not quick enough.
Util damage compounding. 3D Max up by a man, but they're still leaving only 1 on that B defense of Fnatic. Execution call might be everything to the T's side. Fnatic have got 3 over on A. They commit. That bomb's still out there. 3D Max still prodding at 45 seconds.
This round is going to test both of the French in-game leaders. Afro holding aggressively and repositioning to leave the rifle alone here for Crims.
May well be the worst timing for it. Utility out towards the apartments and the part of QB who's starting to consider his own options. Crims. Big test for the vet. Smokes coming in over towards this CT cross. The 2 players on the A defense hold their nerve. The prods out. The lineups can do so much, but the kills come in for Maka and Exercise, and the A site is picked apart. If only Afro stuck around, maybe he could have made a difference. Instead, a difference made to him as Maka leaves it all on Body to save the M4 and push 3D Max up to map point again.
It's lovely composure there from 3D Max in what is a high-pressure round. Once more, time is low, distractions being pulled. Notice how everyone's attention wasn't brought to Crims. They know that he's out there too long, but they're still establishing the crossfire in which someone is holding towards short. Someone is anticipating that instant swing to come from the other teammate. Very well done from 3D Max.
They're going hunting as well. Body can only hold on to one of those exits. Feeling frustrated. 3D Max feeling fired up. It is closing time for them once again, but Fnatic battled back from worse. They just need another for a second overtime.
And there are limitations to the buy here for Fnatic. We could already see the lack of full sets of util, the lack of kits that Crims and QB only have of 2. For 3D Max, this is the round to close. This is the gift that you're looking for.
Lucky trying to beat them. Incendiary sent back and forth between both sides. Nades and smoke suppressing contact from 3D Max, a standard utility down towards Banana, and both sides play the passive angles for it.
An opening kill is going to be much needed for both. For 3D Max, they have not taken much map presence to A, just flashing their way into brackets. Everybody else is pretty much regrouping to Banana.
Afro slow walks the corner. Nothing at the stack. Players, all sorts. Nades, stacks, or they're going to catch one. Afro, how does he get away with even that one kill? Lucky the unlucky, but a man advantage still maintained by the T side. Body does so much to Jocko. He is such a low HP element. Smoke's involved against that Incendiary. He doesn't block it off. Man advantage for 3D Max on the post plant.
And they've got a H in an Incendiary that can go back to Nubox. At this position from Exercise, he's pretty much hearing nothing at bottom Banana, so that's the tell that they're coming in from CT.
They'd sent close. HE's back line, but Jocko is nowhere near that position. Incendiary's on a dark. Maka on top of the boost. They need to find the one kill into the site. MBK is caught. Maka's checked, but he still gets 2 for it. And Crims, as good as he's been, is unable to be good enough in the clutch. 16-14 as 3D Max finally pushed past the win of Inferno.
Certainly a lot closer than it looked like it was going to be. It was 8-2 and 11-5 at one point from 3D Max, and yet it goes all the way to overtime. At least for the French, they'll look at that one and say, we've got the result. I know it was a close affair. I know that it was really competitive at the tail end, but we came into this best of 3 series picking into Inferno, and we've won Inferno.
Yeah, again, it probably could have been a bit more confident from their own part of things, which maybe is a bit encouraging on the mental aspect from Fnatic, right? Because you come into a map which is so strong for your opposition and you pushed it all the way from a massive comeback and pushed it all the way to overtime. Maybe a couple more different plays, another opening frag or 2 towards them in overtime, and that would have been theirs instead, and that would have reset us up for the 2-0 Dwag.
Yeah, that's very true. At the same time, my reflection of it is this was still very competitive, which probably gives us an idea that Map 2, even Map 3, should be very competitive. There won't be a lot in this series. Both teams gave a pretty good crack to close Inferno, but just at the tail end, it was 3D Max to close.
Yeah, well, Fnatic certainly having their own things to say about that whole matchup. And if they do end up taking second map as well, you'd be looking at that thinking it could have been their chance to close in 2-0. It doesn't obviously, it obviously should be a case that they do hold their dominance on their map pick as well. And it's that prospect, again, of the first map going so close to win for 3D Max. The second and third, if they go one-sided, that would be so reflective of their rest series between the two.
Indeed it is, and you have to remember, this is a 3D Max side that's working with a stand-in against a high-end Tier 2 squad who's just won an event. For 3D Max to even take your own map pick, like I know from their perspective they'll look to try and crack into the series, but that has to be looked at as a positive note. I do definitely look back and say at 11-5, at 8-2, if Hadji was still in the roster, they probably do close and reg. There's no denying that, but with the pieces they've got in front of them, they are still performing at a pretty good level here in Tier 2.
And that's even also a factor in the fact that MBK has been an absolute unit over the course of this one, right? Like, he wasn't always quite on the ball, but when he had his moments, when he had those impactful rounds, they did make a difference with 3D Max, and he was one of several players that really stepped up over the course of that one. However, the highlight star for me probably has to be Maka, right?
Yeah, you'd have to expect so. He had a lot of good rounds with the AWP, and obviously being an AWPer and in-game leader of the team, you have to throw away a lot of resources and focus on the team more so than just the individual ability. Now, Jocko, for me, had a lot of assists. He had more assists than kills out there in that first map. So I want to see a little bit more from him, just because I know that he's such a consistent rifler. He's normally one of the guys we watch out for in the higher degree. didn't see a lot from him on Inferno.
Well, if he's getting the assist, he's certainly helping his teammates to be the stars in that respect. So there could be something more behind him in terms of his own supportive setup and how he's able to enable 3D Max. But you are right in terms of him in previous positions, right? Like, he still had some impact, even if it isn't directly in terms of the kill counts overall. On the idea of Fnatic, I think that maybe towards the end they had like a bit more of a set of stars rather than just one, and maybe enabling that from earlier on in the map make a difference going forward.
Well, I actually think that Fnatic played better out on Inferno from a tactical aspect and just the overall protocols. And the reason that I come to that conclusion is the clutches. I reflect back on that 1v3 from Maka and the 1v3 from Exercise in the first half. If they don't come in, that's 6-6. And now, obviously, seeing what the second half was made of, it came down to clutches just being enough to close that game down for 3D Max.
And for Fnatic, I mean, maybe they look towards those stars and think, if only we were able just to win that one extra bullet, that one extra kill, that one extra missed nade or something to keep a bit more presence over the map and the game itself. But unfortunately for them, that's all just a what if at this point. 16-14, again, 3D Max take their pick of Inferno, and Fnatic will move forward to their pick of Ancient, where it could still be competitive, Dwayne. But in terms of how it's lined up, we expect both teams to take their map picks. That's already gone the way of the Frenchman.
But this is exactly everything I wanted in this best of 3 series, is a proper challenge. One of these best of 3s where there is not going to be a lot in a couple of rounds. There's going to be a lot of what ifs. So for Fnatic, a map down in the series, they'll be looking to recover it, Jay.
Indeed, it will be off to their pick after the break, so do not go anywhere as we roll on with the quarterfinals when we return.
Need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night.
So we set ourselves in for what should be an epic confrontation on Fnatic's map pick in this best of 3. A 16-14 did get driven the way of 3D Mac as they do take their pick of Inferno, but now it's time for Fnatic to try and take over situations. They did bring an epic comeback to egg in no small part due to the efforts of those stars. Again, we're talking up Crim so much in the first half especially. Maybe if Afro and Co were able to get a bit more involved earlier on, it could have been a different story, but the bottom line is that scoreline, and Ancient will be a chance for them to try and make amends.
Yeah, for Fnatic, their Ancient's good. 5 maps in a row being won and single-digit scorelines to their opposition. Alternate attacks, Preezy, Godsent, Young Ninjas and Bleed back-to-back, very successful results. The one caveat I will say for 3D Max is that their last handful of officials have actually looked pretty good on Ancient. Now, they played against Gun5 a couple of days ago and nearly won that map. And then 4 days before that, they 13-4'd Bay. And then 2 days before that, they got a 13-10 against Perivision. So I still think we're going to have a contest. I just don't think it's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there. I mean, we kind of looked at this whole veto process and said to ourselves that we see a world in which both these teams would comfortably get their own map picks. Obviously, the comfortability isn't there for 3D Max on Inferno, and I feel like that would also sort of repeat itself for Fnatic. I do think we're going to have a bit of a battle and a half. I mean, I am hoping it's a little bit less streak and comeback heavy, and we do see more of a brawly style, because I think that's where we saw the most entertainment there, when things were a little bit more back and forth in terms of their positions. But you look at those stars, and again, you look at those top fraggers, and you think that those would be the guys to watch out for the most on this map.
Well, I want to know if Maka can keep it up. He was, I think, 22-10, 22-11 at one point, and then just kept it going. Just didn't take many deaths, was always on that big green on the CT side. And anytime you're able to have a much better performance as an AWPer over Afro, that's going to mean a lot to 3D Max. That's going to feel very positive that, you know, this guy used to play with us. We've got a guy that's not only AWPing, but also RGLing, and he can still put up those kind of numbers.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the star of the moment for the likes of 3D Max, and rightfully so, being a key element as to why they did as well as they did. If he carries that forward on Ancient, then I think that we can be expecting some very, very good things out of 3D Max. Something I did want to explore as well, Drake, however, is how momentum has shifted over the course of the series, because again, the first map in the last head-to-head between 3D Max and Fnatic was a close win for 3D Max. The second and third were turned around with some significant one-sided scorelines, 13-8, 13-4 of the like for the Fnatic side, ultimately a 2-1 series rather for them back in rest. So it's a case of how much adaptability that Fnatic have to try and replicate that again.
Yeah, I doubt it, to be honest. And the reason for it is that the veto's changed. And even for Mirage, Mirage is a map that neither of these two teams play. So that's always going to be up in the air. If you do have an insta-ban that gets floated right to the end, you don't know what to expect. We do know what to expect. There's more home turf here of Ancient. It's the go-to map in the pool for Fnatic. So they'll obviously look to try and get some good performances out. This is now the 10th time in best 3 history across the last 3 months that they're picked into Ancient. So there'll be no surprises going in here for 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, certainly so. I'm expecting this one to be fun. I think we're all expecting this one to be a little bit fun. I'm just curious to see how Fnatic will line themselves up in terms of their individual star power and how they'll work on their own map pick. They'd love it to be a bit more comfortable based on the fact that they did press the issue on the opposing map pick, and in theory, if they're playing the better game, because you mentioned as well on Inferno, they probably played a bit tactically better, right? So if they bring that tactical prowess out on a map they're comfortable with, on one that they, in theory, should beat out 3D Max and make it a good scoreline, make it look a little bit more easy for them, then that presses to map 3 with a lot of confidence on the back of Fnatic.
I think the largest concern is that is it going to be the Crims show for at least a portion of time? I would say pretty much the majority of that first half was only Crims creating impact. And it was nice to see some of the other guys get more involved, your QB and your Matties as well. The issue is they got more involved and they still didn't win. And that's, from my point of view, where it was already over. When you're down 2-8 and you're down 5-11, you can have a sick comeback. You can have a really good second half. But to actually close it is quite difficult. And I'd say a lot of the time we don't even go to overtime. So we both can sit here and say that 3D Max should have closed a lot earlier. So that's where I think we need to see more from Fnatic outside of Crims, where we see some of the backup dancers get involved.
Yeah, and getting involved a lot earlier, right? Because it was only in the second half where things started to get a bit more impactful for Afro, who was matching Crim's numbers, but wasn't having the same amount of impact with those numbers and with that AWP. And as you mentioned, Kimi and Matties as well, similar story for them when the rifles came out. Even Body, right? It was on 3 kills right up until the overtime, right? Yeah. And they turned up and they got that massive 3K in the clutch sequence, and then got a few more off the back in the next round to open things up, and was able to find more impact, but very, very late in the game. So, again, I'm not expecting him to be a star by any stretch, but just those riflers to get a bit more involved a little bit earlier on.
Well, I mean, take it from the in-game leader point of view from Body. I would say that he's one of the higher fragging in-game leaders in the Tier 2 scene, always has been. So knowing that we saw a disastrous map number 1 from him, I'm hoping that he can turn things around individually.
He's going to lead his team into the T-side start for Ancient. Of course, Fnatic's map pick, 3D Max going the defensive line to start things off. And Afro is the first port of call as part of this pistol round. Facing into mid, NBK immediately removes him from play.
Get that fast CT smoke down and try and come out from A. Prioritize taking Donut and getting the bomb in. The reposition from NBK and Lucky, we have to expect to come in from Donut.
Smokes down, Molly sent, flashes at the ready as Matties will press the issue, get the bomb support in on Crim's part of things. He'll dive his way back out towards the default boxes and keep himself protected as the cash bonus is gained by Fnatic at least. Now time to fend off in a 4v5.
Exercise with the Julies is going to be very impactful to this entire round. Contact from CT goes the way of Matties, though.
Crims joining up with his teammates, aware that the players are coming out towards Donut. Damage up against one player on the center of the bomb site. Matty's still good to take another player with him. NBK gets that trade back. They've got the boost up also over at Tree. Lucky is expecting this swing back for the second headshot. And just like that, QB's alone. But 1v1 as he gets his trades back, and NBK is on 6 points of health. Swung upon, gets his headshot. There is no kit for him, though. So Fnatic will take the pistol.
Lucky hitting some nasty shots with that USP in from CT. It did not seem as if that retake was going to be successful. Some good time scoring, a lot of obviously goosh downs, which makes the HP bars low. For NBK in that 1v1 just being on red. But for Fnatic, it's a pistol victory, and it is one for 3D Max, which is probably quite frustrating considering that NBK won out the opening man advantage in mid.
Good start from him, and just unable to close it because of the damage that was done. I think he even got the player on the center of the bomb site. Matties fell to him. He's unable to get that 4th kill, though. 3D Max, as a result, are on the Force Invest. M4s got in by Jocko, got the upgrade pistols, SMGs, and XM for Lucky. Playing aggressive and close quarters over towards the A main control, but that might not matter here. Fnatic are going in for the B execution very early. Body leads the charge, checks out all the central site defensive positions. There's players out towards long that might boost on top of each other and see what they can do. The 5-7 and Maka especially dishing out some damage, but Afro is the man that gets caught.
And that M4 is probably going to be chucked around now, knowing that Jocko's on 52 points of health. HE does very good work out to long. And now for 3D Max, save call it in. Got yourself good for an opening pick, but nothing else came off of the back of it.
Not too dissimilar to the last round, except 3D Max sent in the retake and got down to one player on the Fnatic side. Might still see the hunt from a couple of individuals, particularly Body in his Mac 10. Galil of Crims shouldn't really be looking to extend here towards Lucky or Jocko, because Lucky would be in for a pretty easy pick around this corner, honestly. Mac is 5-7, caught off at the wrong timing. Body swings for the casualty. Galil ready for the auto shotty, and Jocko will live to tell the tale, at least. Fnatic 2-0 start.
And we've seen that for Fnatic, of course, in their last tournament they played of the Res European Series, that they worked themselves stronger into the tournament. The more games that they played, the better they looked. And having an opening loss in their first matchup against Preezy, then put them into the elimination decider, and then obviously flawless into the playoffs, that can't be said here in this closed qualifier. One loss in a best of three, and you're just out. You don't have that lower bracket. You don't have that decider game. They can't afford to get off to slow starts in maps and best of threes like they've done previously.
Nade stack this time not as effective from Fnatic. Matties catches Maka. That 10 sprays, Body starting to get his little bit of payday. Doesn't quite go so far as the second kill, but that's what QB's there for. Going to keep that bomb protected, though it is on his back, and prioritize that plant down over on the A bomb. So I think they've read the fact that the stack is in. Grab that M4 and exercise, get it out into the next round, because it's not going to do you any good here.
If they can hold on to it, that would be a nice added bonus. And for Afro, maintaining the bottom of the B doors means that they'll probably hunt down this rifle. They'll probably try and squeeze out the M4. And just when you look at the maps that have been played in the last 3 months for Fnatic, Anubis 7, Inferno now at 5, Mirage at 1, Nuke for 2, Overpass for 9, Vertigo for 7, and then instantly Ancient is at 17. It just gets played so much for Fnatic.
It's a comical comparison, isn't it? For Fnatic, confidence involved in terms of this pick in the series, and of course at the start up 3-0. 3D Max should be recognizing the fact that are on the back foot no matter which way you cut it, but at least they have the buy-ups, and the next MBK is turned away from the T-side contact, trying to play anti-flash, dealt with in the end by Crims. M4 in the corner. Oh, the gun barrel seen! He stays alive just about.
It just holds that one in. Fnatic now can look at this opening rifle round to just sort of show their depth, show what they can offer on the T side. And for 3D Max, it just depends on how competitive this first half is going to be. If there is any threat of a 2-0, if we can legitimately say that it is on for them. Getting Maka on that big green, I could only expect is going to happen in this round.
A tactical pause to figure out the way forward from here. They can't allow Fnatic to get off on that early start. Want to evade the concessions that they made in the last best of three against this team. Parallels have to be drawn. It was only so recent, and even the circumstances surrounding that match between those two teams was a quarter-final game and a single elim playoff. Well, this is a quarter-final game and a single elim playoff. And Fnatic in the second map are off on the right foot. 3D Max, again, they've got guns to contest and try and change their fortunes.
Now, one aspect that I actually thought was intriguing was that they didn't bring Lambert over as the head coach for 3D Max. I think when you've looked at it in the past, even Double Pony and Heat, they had Ozstriker for quite some time, sort of in the scene. And going in with Killazoo was someone that a lot of people aren't familiar with, only played at the lower echelons of the French scene, and didn't have much coaching experience before that. And Yeah, I was just surprised. Again, Lambert was, the assistant coach for TSM, ended up being the head coach because Xtaz left. But to me, that would have been movement back into the 3D Max side to work up with some ex-teammates as well. But not to be. See, they definitely see something in him that they want to keep.
Keep on trucking on themselves. Fnatic. Try and put pay to any thoughts of success here in this best of 3. Taking 3 Galils into the next gun buy, so in spite of 2 players having the rebuy, they lose one of those AKs on Crim's part. Slightly better investment should look good for 3D Max. We'll just see the straight M4s though, no? Or bin for Maka on 3D Max's part.
It probably comes down to what they want to achieve with the round. There might be a call to come through from Maka where the AWP would not be at the advantage.
No kills yet for him in this map. Fnatic, very fast it seems, in from main, smokes down towards the crosses, counter-action, the utility is there for the CT side, but this player's got to get ahead of the kill, counts, Afro, quick adjustment, exercise down, that might just send him out of the round already, especially with the lurker out towards the B-bomb, so that's Crims getting Jocko, reducing him to 3 on 3D Max.
And that was very pacey in from Fnatic. Now, what you would have noticed as well for Crims is he set up util and then instantly started running into T-Sport, instantly wanted to be in a position to cut off rotations, and for exercise, he needed at least one. Just that 1-for-1 at default, and then they would have committed to the retake.
But instead, it's 2-for-0. An exit frag at best against this player all the way back on the other side of the map. Crims might just be worth it to sacrifice himself. He can just take one more player with him on the way out of the round. Unfortunately, not such opportunity is going to present by 3D Max. He goes for a fight instead and actually wins it on MBK. And rubs salt into the wound of the CT side. Fnatic on a roll to start.
And they'll be very happy with the opening few rounds. And for 3D Max, it's just beaten by pace. You've got 3 on B. You're playing a double mid where you're taking mid. So no one's on A directly. No one's at Big Box. No one's at Temple. No one's at Donut that can fight immediately on the contact. It has to be that reposition. It has to be that rotation in from CT. And it's unsuccessful. So a good round there from Fnatic. Good pocket strat.
Overwhelms and does get 3D Max in with another buy at the very least, including that AWP on Maka, so bring as many guns to the table as possible, but still broken by comparison to the T side confidence. The economy is well built. They can buy all the AKs and AWPs they want in the next couple of rounds. They'll hold on to the M4s of the previous one. And Galil of QB from 2 rounds ago. Fnatic posted in their defaults, went fast in the last one, slow in this one.
Have to retake lane with a flash over the doors. They're going to hold it for now. And for 3D Max, there isn't a huge amount of util for them to work with. So they can't afford to keep re-smoking off the doors. Another molly close to that sort of bottom of the ramp cubby. That HE does some chip damage onto Jocko too.
Flash sent, turned away from Jocko, goes 1-for-1. Lucky and MBK can combine to take back Afro. So advantage has been taken by 3D Max here. In from mid, the AWP and Maka misses its shot. Falls back out of position. The CTs have just got to contest with the man advantage. Lucky is almost dead though, and QB finishes him off.
It just got straight spammed up there in shelf behind the cave smoke. That kill actually changes the complexion of the rounds. Now, Body can sell a bit of a fake out here to A, try and cut some rotations off, out to shelf. It's very awkward, but MBK actually goes down, and now the B site is compromised.
Scrambling the rotations, back of exercise, trying to get back towards short control. He will be a little bit late to the party. The flashbang, however, will not force Fnatic to act. 20 seconds, they're going to have to make something happen here soon enough. The red player as well, acting out on the part of Body, getting Maka, backstab to close in. Bomb can't commit towards the A-bomb site now. Nothing the exercise can do about it.
I love that freeze in the 3v2 because for Fnatic, they just slow the round down and they try and toy with them. They try and get them to over-rotate. You've got a maneuver coming through from Cave where it's pulling distractions, exercise is starting to move, and once Body takes contact in red and wins that fight, that's the timing for the bomb to come over. QB up against Exercise to try and deal with this last player. He may have just been able to work a timing where he could hold on to this M4.
AK's dropped as well out towards the B doors, but needs to play the information game. QB has at least evaded info, evaded the contact against Exercise, so don't give away the easy pickings out of this one. Will he want to extend out to try and grab that AK? I think he might do. Yep, grab it, just escape. A little bit extra into the next round, but 3D Max have conceded 5 on the trot to Fnatic.
Very similar to the whole campaign of what we normally see from Fnatic. The last 5 officials from them have looked comfortable, haven't been tested, hasn't been much of a threat. And now you come into your T side and the gun rounds have looked quite pivotal. They're communicating nicely. And for 3D Max, they were probably at the advantage. I mean, they had a man up, they had full lane, but it was just losing Lucky to a spam and then losing MPK up there from Shelf. That's what cost them.
Bringing back another attack. On the moment of discussion for 3D Max. It's Fnatic. Stormed ahead like they did on the first map of the series. Turning the favour and may have to return back, come back of their own if things keep going down this way. Incendiary set, Mac 10 of Crims charges straight in, nade evaded, but there's a player who's walked right past over at Donut. He's also seen those sprays of the player up at red. He's going to creep his way forward of it, but does opt to back away a little bit. This is all down to timing of whether he gets this kill. A resmoke comes in close, and he's known about the spray of Maka, doesn't get the kill anyway. So much damage has been done, though.
It's more distraction for Crims to hold this red player at bay because they're going to lean into the B play. Crims is holding Donut, holding red, and Lucky does eventually catch him, so that's when the B play should start to act.
Deeper smokes and utility flashes going to try and stall it out for 3D Max's B-side defenders, though Molotovs and flashes will return from Body and Co. Body especially firing back, so that draws attention away from the A site. You've got him trying to walk out mid and check for any potential rotates and backstabs that might come in. They'll be a little bit slow with 3D Max, which might work towards their favor, but the rotations are also getting called by Fnatic.
It could very well have been Crims actually getting caught on the geometry and just getting caught in the smoke. And disallowing that maneuver into red, missing the timing, and then ending up cancelling. Good shot from Afro, just when Maka starts to make a slight info play on the jiggle at bottom ramp.
Meanwhile, Body starts walking. No one's accounted for the main wrap all the way in Fnatic, the big old long wrap. Lucky and Exercise. I'll turn their attention back as Afro continues fragging NBK his core, and that forces them to reconsider the A bomb site. Body caught with U2 in hand. Lucky going to back away. Still isolates the second kill. QB gets caught for damage, but has to sneak in his bomb plant here. 13 seconds. AWP can only provide so much support from the backlines. Jocko is contesting him, but Exercise cannot deny this. The Incendiary doesn't extend. It looks like it's right on top of him, but still... He gets his reload in and now has the AWP's backup, but low HP on both.
And this is where the crossfire's got to get locked. Afro with the AWP has to take first contact.
QB waiting, swings available. Afro's AWP shotgun barrel, seeing QB, strikes back, and that is the perfect crossfire for Fnatic to connect 6 in a row.
I think for Exercise, he's been CS2'd there. I don't know how that molly hasn't spread out to the back of default. Because we can both be under the assumption that if that molly spreads, that round is just done. Because first off, it takes you off of the plant, which means if you're repositioning, you're just going to get spammed. And secondly, if you do stick it, well, you're just going to burn. There was only 33 HP there for QB. Man, that's so unlucky. That round should have gone 3D Maxes.
Unfortunate. But Fnatic just storm ahead even more so. They've got pistols against them. The M4 of Lucky is a hero weapon versus the full set of rifles. The Fnatic have yet to truly be broken upon. Matty's expecting CT players to come out. He'll be known about to the second man, but Jocko cut down by Afro. He provides support with that AWP.
3D Max are just hoping for any level of success for pick. Off angle from Lucky to hold out to red. Doesn't have much of a crossfire, though.
Leans forward, sees one, spray does so much damage, but still Crims wins that fight. 12 HP, the only rifle of the CT side negated and cannot be recovered either. Sneak in from Maka, will try to set up a backstab, but only a pistol in. The SMG of Exercise gonna have to do work here to hold off against the bomb carrier in at main. Checked upon by QB. Flash keeps him blinded. He at least holds for time, stalls for it, trying to charge back against that bomb planter. No, Afro drops. Exercise looking for a little bit more. He's isolating all these fights, but Matties finally puts him out of commission.
A bomb gets recovered, rotation gets caught, and now it's down to one player of Maka with the P250. Yeah, there's not a huge amount of belief. I know that two players are low HP, but yeah, there's not much in this for me. Save the AWP, I reckon, for Maka.
Yeah, it makes the most amount of sense. He'll stick around in case there's a player close for the exit frag, but press no further than this main entrance. See nothing at all. Fnatic have got a hunt in play as well. Look at Crims down at elbow. Trying to see if he can catch this player off, and aim punch of the AK would certainly aid him. He is, of course, 12 points of help, but Maka needs the one-shot kill anyway. Footsteps heard, backs turned, tap to the side. And indeed, the hunt's out. Maka just feeling very frustrated in himself. You can see it on his cam. You can see it on all the 3D Max right now. 0 and 7, and Fnatic have the half.
Now, I am utterly convinced that an MP9 in tree is actually the most OP position for a CT side on an eco in any map in the pool. You see it held so frequently because you can get a multi-frag just off of the vertical crossfire, just the whole position of it. And for Exercise, he's done very well to try and recover that round in for damage. It's unfortunate that no more gets granted from anyone else, even that hero rifle that was out in red.
Maka will still buy the AWP anyway. With 0 and 6. Needs to find some impact for 3D Max to try and make a difference here on this CT side. The best that they can get is 5, and that's why they're down 0 and 7. Jump face, Jocko has spotted one, but he himself has also been seen, so Fnatic just put their Molotovs down and deny any aggression on the CT side.
3D Max with a horizontal crossfire out in cave rather than the vertical. Fnatic have just been slow playing so many of these rounds, and they've constantly been working opening man advantages like they've done just there from Afro and Ramp once more.
MBK caught, Jocko faced upon Matties. Pops his head off, Exercise trying to trade, only good with a 1.5. No man advantage for 3D Max, no trades back to evens. Even the player caught off guard at window, QB stays alive. Backs away from the M4 spray, the AWP. Unable to connect his kill shot. Maka and Lucky have just got to save. There's no choice.
M4 tries to get in for some exit damage. Might upgrade that to the AK. But Fnatic once more are just going on the press to making sure that these weapons stay out of play. 3D Max haven't had a look in. And when I reflect on some of the Ancient results, I mean, one team that's obviously catching a lot of people's eyes at the moment is Ecstatic, the team that's made top 16 at the Major, had a very good performance today as well. They were 13-2'd when they took on the Fnatic side. Now, that's way back in the open qualifiers to the RMR, but it just shows that even some of the teams that kind of catch our eyes to the higher end of Tier 2 that have been able to surprise have been slapped about by Fnatic on this map.
And it seems like 3D Max may be the latest of their victims. Fnatic may have lost 3 players in those exits, but they got cash to account for the damage that was done, and 3D Max need to find more pertinent answers here. Half buy is all they can afford into round number 9 to Fnatic. I mean, you just saw what they did with the key weapons, with the full buy up. Absolutely decimating all elements on the CT defensive. Lucky just about gets Afro isolated in that corner. Was hoping for a pick out as the lane position. Matty's in fact going to get 2 of them on that B entry. Nade and AK combination. Exercise caught rotating back. The bomb's yet to commit here, but they already have the B bomb sites.
Yeah, MBK out from Cave is hoping for a crossfire to get set, hoping that Lucky with the M4 can do some damage. MP9 gets swung in, the Jiggle's actually seen him, MBK struggles, and Matties gets yet another kill on the bomb site directly.
Oh, that was very awkward. But now they recognize the pressure's back on the B rotation. QB's extended all the way out towards Temple. The bomb should get picked up. Exercise is in the only position to try and deny it. The M4 has seen QB and at least will trade back one. That's info to be gained. Exercise is going to maybe take back control of Crims, although focused on mid to that smoke that was put out there at elbow, so the plant can be secured safely.
It's all about the searching of information. Exercise and the timing out from Shelf just gets caught. Ah, man, this just hurts. Some of these timings just feel like, how's it happened? And it's always 3D Max as well that are getting caught on them.
And just Fnatic being sharp to punish and enter in as appropriate. This, of course, will be number 9 towards their board. And we really were having faith in the idea this is going to be a bit of a show, but if it is, it's going to be down to the comebacks once again. 3D Max. Again, the latest victims of Fnatic smacking teams about on Ancients. There's nothing the Lucky can do here but hold on to this AK. Take one with him. Crims again, casualty of the exit. They will try and hunt him down, though. Certainly be nice to remove that AK from the CT side hands and just deny that extra headshot potential. Bonnie is known about, though. Footstep was heard. He's seen his man. He knows what to do. He knows exactly what to do. One pixel makes all the difference for Fnatic. 3D Max. It's hard to watch, man.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a lot of eyes for 3D Max in these next couple of weeks to see who their new 5th is going to be. Now, what I would say is that we've obviously been talking about Masuda, MPK, Navira all being options. When Double Pony first came around, they surprised us with an exercise. They surprised us with someone that's kind of unfamiliar, not known at the higher degree. Naitu is also an option out of Mal's NXT, a young 16-year-old rifler. So do they try and go with youth? Is now what I'm kind of wondering. And again, we're only going to see it over the next few tournaments because I'm sure the decision will be made fairly soon.
That depends if Mal's NXT want to let him go. M4 swinging of MBK, trying his best. He's getting desperate for any of these opening kills. At least Jocko can return fire back through the wall bang. Spray through the wood wall. The pick taken as Maka's AWP also finds QB elsewhere. I think this was the A main position. Matty's, however, acting out of cave. Sees the gun barrel, sees his contact, and just doubles up again. Every time 3D Max try their hand at something, even when they get those advantages, they are just forced back time and again. Maka suppressed, flanking on Lucky. Bomb plant might get tested for a moment if they can try and convert it on the bomb side very quickly, especially if they catch Matty's off guard. Now they need Crims to support Afro.
Now, Afro's got to stay alive and try and move out to ramp as quickly as he can. See that player out to short and deal with Maka instantly.
Just back away from Lucky's position. Flashbang will reveal his exact angle. Crims knows to walk his way in position over at Cave. Catch him aggressing. That's a 1 versus 1 now. Tap on the bomb. Lucky low HP, but the pistol is pulled. The Deagle out of Afro. Faced upon aggression. Lucky will get his kill in and should hold this round together. Finally, 3D Max have broken the backs of Fnatic. The streak ends at 9.
Well, at least they haven't been 13-0'd. That's the only positive really there for 3D Max. A good feeling to not just be completely rolled over. A good clutch we've seen quite frequently from 3D Max in both the first half and now transitioning here into the 1v2. For Fnatic, though, I mean, it's not going to phase them whatsoever. They'll be looking to just get 11-1, close at 13-1 probably.
MBK has caught the opening start on Matty's. Once again, the wall bangs will be attempted to do some damage, but he himself down to 5 HP for his aggression. Exercise about to face in against the Rifles. I think he just barely got missed out by the T-side player. Walks right into him, kill found. Second AK to work with for this side.
And Maka's been able to get a kill from the A-bomb site as well. So all success being landed. And Crims and Afro in a 2v5 with not a lot of space and not a lot of opportunity.
Finally something going right for 3D Max. As I say that, Afro finds a responsive and MBK gets caught back by the AWP. Low HP on the aggression. A flank now from Maka's AWP over at elbow. Actually doesn't opt to take the shot onto Afro. Now to link up with his teammate and try for the site hit.
This is an establishing crossfire that needs to be strong. Exercise and Jocko can play off one another. Jocko can take first contact, and Exercise can peek in from long.
Afro walks his way up. Jocko gets checked. Headshot gained immediately. Crims all that remains, and slowly but surely Maka will cut his time low. There's the killing blow. The one that sets up a second in a row for 3D Max. One more to close the half would certainly be nice. The Fnatic, they've got plenty of cash. They'll respond with a buyback. Still could make it 10-2.
And this is probably where Fnatic go with a pace changer, go with something very aggressive. We've seen those aggressive A maneuvers. We've seen the pops out from elbow. And they've been slow playing it the last couple of rounds. And for 3D Max, they've at least got some AKs they can work with going into the last of the half.
On Jocko and Exercise. One place towards mid, one place towards the B bomb site. Maka over on A as AWP finds that first strike, but Mattis has closed the gap and gets that kill in. Wary of players out towards Donut. Exercise specifically gets his head ahead of the smoke. Kill found, advantage now also gained by 3D Max. Lucky playing from behind Vision, his teammates coming in also from Temple. Crims just facing so far forward, 2 players seen, but gets cut down by Exercise first. Jocko caught in the smoke, and Lucky starts swinging, footsteps heard, backs will be turned, body dead to rights. And now it's all left to QB. They tried something fast, a bit pacey. The lineup's right there for him. He gets the 1 kill. Needs to find that second player. Flashbang, counteracts it. Face away, M4's caught completely blinded, wild firing as a backstab gets set in by Exercise, who now is in the full-on clutch. Kyubi trying to hold his nerve. The bomb is with the CT side. The AK swings, and he's not ready for the closer angle of the CT side. 3 in a row to close for 3D Max, but still 9 in the T half for Fnatic.
It's certainly a positive outlook on what was a disastrous first half performance there from 3D Max. For the French, they can keep pressure up to a certain extent. If they can get away with an opening success of either a pistol round or an opening rifle round or even the anti-force buy, there's room to challenge this second half. It's just that once more, similar to how Inferno went down, you're not going to get many good chances. You're not going to have that many real rounds that you can work with. And for Fnatic, they go quite heavy with what looks to be an aggressive setup to maybe boost a player into tree.
Lost in the bodies, Julie's cut down by Maka first and foremost. Fnatic of Matty set in towards the corner though, doesn't get checked all the way. Headshot gain to the first player, Afro follows up on Jocko's responsive to the 3 versus 3. His pistol got started real quick, but now it slows down a little bit for NBK to insert himself.
And the timing is everything. The CTs have started to move from A. NBK has been able to get out to CT spawn. This should be a freebie.
Oh no, he whiffs his shots! And now he's known about as the T start to act. QB's Julie's ready to cut down the bomb carrier. He's got Lucky and Exercise drops for it, and the natural born killer ain't killing anything today. Fnatic with a pistol win.
And that is a shame, because that 1 kill probably not only cracks the man advantage, but it probably offers QB to go defensive. It probably means that he's going to go back out to the bomb site directly, try and get into Donut and maybe challenge against that wraparound into CT. It's only with that protection can he allow that maneuver forward that he can aggress into A main. And those Julies anywhere in sort of the tree to A main section, they're going to do damage. The range is so close there.
Tactical taken by 3D Max. They stand on the ropes once again. Fnatic let them back in at the tail end of the first half, but the pistol win may negate any further action from the Frenchman. Force buy back for round 14, trying to stop Fnatic very early on in this, try and close that gap as early as possible. It will lead to possibly a map point for the CT side, assuming 3D Max don't take this round. A lot of risk might be required to take for them. Smoked off early contact, no opening kills.
The Deagle getting aggressive out from Exercise in A main, grouped up with teammates. Now this could certainly be the A pop with maybe a late round cutting of the rotation from Maka. He's only got a Glock. This first point of contact from Afro, this could slow it all down.
Deep donut smoke set in by Maka's part. indicating that they want to try and go for this A hit, but the smoke, of course, comes in to counteract, suppressing the time. It's a very slow approach. Fnatic now start to re-establish themselves a little bit more heavy-handed over towards this A bomb site. 2 players on the cross.
It's a good read here from Fnatic. They have full lane and full mid, so stack up 2 on A, and it has to be a cancel now for 3D Max with that flash in. Maybe the double pump. This force buy has not worked out at all, and just when it seemed like they were going to cancel and go out elbow, you're then being re-smoked, so you probably have to go back to A again.
It's like 3 smokes put down there by Fnatic. The 2 smokes set in towards the A execution once again, but the FAMAS is watching for it. He's about to receive contact, burst through on the first, and the second just barely comes in on Lucky. Jocko with the responsive as they continue to clear lane. It comes down to the A defenders who are now going to play double duty against the T-side attack. Blind sprays of the Galils. Crims holding his nerves. MBK gets mowed through by Afro. Jocko can get 1 trade back, but 3 more to deal with. No time to do it in. Fnatic hold the force.
Those re-smokes just hurt them massively. You can just tell by the way that you look at a T-side that they're frazzled because they want to act and they keep getting re-smoked. You keep cancelling what you want to achieve. And eventually, you have to fake the A-site exec, hope that no one's holding mid, hope that you can catch someone repositioning from shelf and out to donut, and you can walk in, and then Matty's, he just spots it all. You know exactly what's going on. So then eventually, when you trade out the shelf player, you're getting smoked again in donut. And it just, yeah, everything falls apart. Really well played for Fnatic.
.3D Max. I'm surprised they have any more tacticals left, if I'm being honest here. They call in all the pauses all the time, any answers to generate from this T side to try and get something back on Fnatic because they're about to lose their grip. Barely had any to begin with here on Ancient. Fnatic have just been all over them. A 9-round streak. Turning into an 11-3 score with a broken by once again. Kind of a force, kind of a half. Upgrade pistols. Set in with the defaults once again. The nade damage. Fnatic. That opening kill. MBK charges up towards window. Caught flash blinded body. Gets his pick back. And the mass numbers of T-side forces will try and mow down Matty's. But he takes 2 with him. He's done absolute work. QB coming in with the closing support. Has let 1 player sneak past Red. But the bomb is in CT control. It's a 1-on-3 for MBK.
Matty's has just been the king of Ancient. He's constantly putting up these ridiculous rounds where he just keeps multi-fragging. MBK, the best that he could hope for is 1 more pick. Oh, Crims might knife him here.
Yeah, go for it, son. Point of pride. Point of pride. Oh, mate. Slow walk. Bait him. Bait him. They're baiting him as well. No. He's run his way forward. Crims couldn't catch him. That's unfortunate. You can see the flag, though. They were well set to try and get that knife. Not to be. 12-3. Doesn't matter too much to Fnatic. 9 map points to play with. They look to press us to our 3rd.
It's just a shame that for 3D Max, they really could just not hold their weight here on Ancient whatsoever. We know that Ancient's a very good map for Fnatic, and we know Inferno's a very strong map for 3D Max as well as a team. But yeah, 12-3, just been simply outclassed. Have to look at map number 3 for sure.
And for Fnatic, this must be all the positives in the world. You've had a hell of a comeback on your opponent's map pick. You've absolutely decimated 3D Max here. In your own home territory, you look comfortable and confident. You brought more on the tactical basis, and now Afro setting to get his 2 frags of his AWP. Just for stylistic end, it's all a 1-on-5 for Lucky. His teammates for the lurk and the contact, the bomb's on his back, but there's nothing left in it. Shots on from Afro to make it a stellar sequence and close down Ancient. Confident, cool, calm, and collected are Fnatic.
That's a lovely showing to come through from Fnatic. They looked very strong, and even that first half, they set quite a precedent when you go up 9-0, when you're just not giving many chances over to the opposition whatsoever. For 3D Max, this is going to be a bitter pill to swallow, because once more, you probably could have actually lost map number 1. You've now just been slammed on the 2nd of Ancient. For the 3rd and Decider, it doesn't look promising for the French right now.
Yeah, it's like you said earlier, right? The idea that a few different rounds go in the way of Fnatic. If it was a 6-6 half on that first map, then possibly we could be looking at a 2-0 right now.
Yeah.
Like, that's how confident things have looked. And then again, coming into this third map, I feel like that it's kind of without doubt the Fnatic have played the far better series so far. The rounds look proficient in terms of the score lines. Obviously, there was that early streak from 3D Max, but Fnatic had the capability to bounce back from that on Inferno. 3D Max couldn't do the same on Ancient.
That's very true. And for Fnatic, that gives them quite an edge. It gives them quite a lot of leverage. Going into that third map decider, they've definitely worked their way into the series, and to me, they're the favourites in this bracket. I think they're the team that should be winning the entire thing. So because of that, now after seeing that showing, I want to see it again. I don't want to see a 13-11. I don't want to see an overtime game. I want a convincing result from Fnatic, because then that will at least edge the conversation more so that they are the team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're walking into this one, I believe, is the highest seed of the entire set of 12, right? So the fact of the matter is that they were expected to come into this one with a certain level of confidence, and the confidence, of course, is being shown right here, right now. Obviously, they will have to go through one more map against 3D Max, but there's just so many positives to take away for Fnatic right here, and I think that they'll be well happy about themselves. 3D Max are going to have to go back to the drawing board and try and figure out a counter plan for Vertigo, because it's not going to be pretty, right? They understand the fact that this map has not been the way they wanted to follow up the start of the series.
And just knowing for 3D Max, at least they've got a stand-in that's familiar with the team, they're familiar with the players, they're familiar with the vibe and the atmosphere. But when you get results like that, when you get absolutely slammed, it puts a toll on the mental. It tilts a lot of the players. It makes it feel like your map number one was just nothing. That, yeah, it still lets you fight in this series, but that's just not good enough from us. We should be holding our weight against Fnatic.
And it also tracks with their previous head-to-heads. Fnatic, close affairs, losing out that first map against 3D Max. Second map comes up, they look absolutely dominant, even more so than the 13-8 we saw on map 2 in that rest series. So Fnatic are just trying to go further than where the trend attained for them. I mean, at least with 3D Max, they're up against them on a map that they're not all that comfortable with on the Fnatic side of things. But yeah, difficult stances to be taken for the Frenchmen, regardless of whichever way you cut it. Only silver linings at best.
I would certainly say that the final map of Vertigo is awkward for both teams. Once more, for Fnatic, they've taken a lot of losses on it. It's at least a map that has been quite close in the majority of scorelines. And for 3D Max, they don't play a lot of Vertigo. They haven't done for a while. So with that in mind, with a lot of question marks on that third map decider, you have to look at what we've witnessed in this series already, and it all points the way of Fnatic.
Indeed it does. In the case of 3D Max, though, who needs to come up and show up something a little bit different, right? Is it just a case of the IGL coming together and giving the most epic speech of all time between maps to give a new tactical style, or to give them sort of like the encouragement or the momentum behind it? Like, what is it for 3D Max?
Nah, it's nothing like that. Like, they have to just look at this. This is Ancient, right? This is the best map in the pool for Fnatic, and we lost it, okay? Just focus up. Like, they still are high-end tier 2 team. 3D Max is still a team that can hang at this level. So I don't think there'll have to be too many speeches being said going into that final map decider for them.
Well, something will have to be done to turn away from this unprecedented or unlikely situation for them to be in. Fnatic decimating on their own map pick. We head to Vertigo as our final map of the day, so do not go anywhere. We find our second semi-finalists after the break.
Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él. Pues nos fuimos, y yo el ave, campo otra vez, tiro lino. Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer lo dimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Pilla el ave, había un coche aquí lo limos. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él.
would you break me? Feel it in my bones. I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking. So get yourself to safety. 'Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the one and pray. Don't stay. Run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay. Run away, 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 away.
Let's go to Vertigo. It's time for our final map of the series and our final map of the day. By the end of this map, Fnatic or 3D Max will be in the semi-finals. The question is on everyone's mind, who will be that team? I think, Drake, however, based off what we saw on Ancient and considering everything that happened on Inferno, we might have a pretty good idea.
Yeah, we should do. The one caveat I'm always going to have is just we don't see wins on this map for Fnatic. I can look at so many of their officials against high-end Tier 2 teams and say, man, this one's gone to overtime. This one's gone to overtime. Oh, look, another one's gone to overtime. But it's a lot of losses. They've got to turn that around against once more, a team that is a high-end Tier 2 team of 3D Max.
Well, look, we might not see a lot of wins from Fnatic. We don't see a lot of maps from 3D Max on the other side of the board, right? 4 maps over the last 3 months of Vertigo being played out. We can take a look at the scoreboard as well of Ancient. I don't think it matters too much. It basically tells us what we already knew and outclassing from Fnatic. It is one of those caveat points that, yeah, you are right about the fact that Fnatic don't often get those victories on the board, but one of the maps that they have played in the last 3 months was against 3D Max. It was a 13-9 win that 3D Max were able to take. So another caveat to add to the table there on that record. But I do think that, again, coming into this final map, Fnatic have played the far better series, and that's something that on the day 3D Max have got to try and address.
Yeah, there's no denying that one. They'll look to come into Vertigo and put on a much better showing. I would say that historically it's actually been a fairly decent map for the French. They kind of played a lot of it when they're out on Double Pony. It's just the recent iteration. It's the recent history for 3D Max in which Vertigo doesn't really get to see a lot of game time.
Yeah, and I guess in that respect, like the idea that you're playing a Vertigo with a standing situation might cause some other issues. Obviously, we don't know what their formation is going to look like with MBK. I don't think they've had a map with MBK in the roster, if memory serves me correctly. I can't verify from
No. They
played.
The only one they played was obviously the ECL game before Masuda stood in. So we haven't seen any stand-in play any Vertigo games yet.
Yeah, so none at all in terms of this 5-man unit or the other 5-man unit. Yeah. So a case of eyes on MBK once again, seeing what he can do. He had a fair amount of impact over on map 1. Not so much on map number 2, although, again, not many people did over from the 3D Max side. And seeing where he formed himself up for number 3 and whether they can try and turn things around against the Fnatic side. They already have that victory on Vertigo in the past, but I still think Fnatic are going to take it. It might be a bit more pressy. It might be a bit more close than what we saw on map number 2, but the Fnatic on the CT side start will have a lot of confidence to start things off in our final map of the day here. Already, contact has been established by the players. They charge up this ramp position. The resistance of the USPs have blocked 3D Max for the time being, but they set themselves in for the execution.
A HE for the default angle too for Crim's. Body to get a 1-for-1 trade in early.
Ready for that bomb to get tapped. 2 nades back on the oranges. The player out there stays alive. They do break apart those nades, so they're a little bit late to the marker here, getting in each other's way. Lucky does go down to Matty's on the directive engagement. Now, Maka forced to swing. Does take Matty's with him. Body is low HP, and Jocko is hunting for picks back. QB firing to Bodies. Finally, Body, in fact, gets that kill onto the man. They're so wary of who might be in this bomb site on this defuse right now. Needs to be Crims. He's got the kit in play. Faced upon is Jocko. He gets Body. Spammed his way forward. QB gets that headshot. Exercises all that remains. Back over to Sam, makes note about that. Smoke's about to clear. Damage has been done. The defuse is being held. The players have lined up. They're trying to body block it, but they're getting in each other's way again. 3D Max may have done this for the timer alone. Exercise has certainly done it now. Kill on the diffuser. Kill on QB. Pistol taken by the Frenchman.
Now, the reason they got off of the bomb, Jay, is they tried to keep their head down low and turn around. Now, in CSGO, you used to be able to do that quite easily. Hold the defuse and kind of spin around while a body blockers come in. In CS2, it is a lot more difficult, and if you try and do that maneuver, oftentimes it actually forces you to get off of the defuse, and that's what Fnatic tried to incorporate. Didn't quite happen. A lot of chaotic bursting there with the Glocks around the utility, and in the end it worked out for Exercise.
.3D Max get their starting on the T side. Exactly what they want to see, because they'd love to deny Fnatic any real swing of momentum here. Crims caught first and foremost by Exercise and his AK. Matt Tens will try to storm the bomb site. There's nobody out here. It was a bit of an ace stack. The firing squad will at least get Exercise to stall time a little bit more. That bomb was on his back. But with the casualty of Matty's, QB will be the only player that's left here. Maybe a Zeus to catch an exit frag. Maybe get lucky out of the fold, but nothing major here.
And it is difficult for Fnatic in the road to try and get the LAN qualification spot. You go up against 3D Max, who obviously have a stand-in. You go up against, if you do win the game, obviously against BetBoom in that next round, that it's a team that has just incorporated a new 5th player. So I imagine prepping for both of those teams wouldn't be the easiest affair whatsoever. A lot of that newer entity from MBK and the newer entity just to sort of fill the gaps and help out the team as much as they can.
Now 3D Max. Their 2-0 start. Fnatic would back up on their guns very quickly here, contesting against the Stairs walk. Jocko losing his teammates, 2 of them down, and Matty's in QB. Jocko continues to try and make a little bit of breathing room up for the T side, finding QB eventually, but that's a 3 for 1, make it 4 for 1. 4 for 2 as Exercise gets one trade back in mid, but he's all alone now for the rest of the clutch.
There shouldn't be much in this round at all. Good hold from the B players. Crims and QB just kind of working off one another. A multi-frag coming through from QB. 3D Max may have got that early start, but that lean into B was unsuccessful.
Great one from Fnatic. Early pressure of the economy of 3D Max still leaves some limitations for the next round bye. Tech9 pulled out on Jocko, Galil for Exercise, so slightly better investment and better setup for Fnatic, and that AK of Crims is just an extra bonus for them and all. Defaults set in a little bit more carefully, but QB still catches lucky early.
Out on that B site, Maka try and get the molly towards the 51 in the gap position. Fnatic actually don't even peer back with that aggressive Matties. Instead, he kind of holds the front side of the tarps.
QB's found another kill on MBK, just straight up fights down the stairs, I think, over on the B-bomb site.
Yeah, round's pretty much over, just off of the basis of that. I mean, we see a lot of the time on the T side towards B stairs, you work up on the railings, you try and get yourself a boosted angle, you try and work just that instant timing of the quick burst. But it could also go the other direction, in which if you're being watched, you could also take a lot of early deaths.
Like Sides and Jocko have got those 2 AKs dropped from their teammates. See if they can work a pick back against Fnatic, but you can see how QB setting himself up over towards quad. Crims aggressing, knows exactly what to do as soon as he sees that jump up, as soon as he sees that boost. Transfer back and forth, remove all from play. Maka's all that's left out from mid, should get caught soon enough by Afro. Swing forwards. It's 1 kill back, but 40 seconds to find the rest.
A position where 3D Max have been simply outclassed. Fnatic have offered a lot. The timing here for Maka does not look ideal out from the zigzag either. They'll know roughly where he is, and Crims may even make that slight info play to T-Spawn to see if they can catch him after time.
It's backed up towards the spawn rafters, and they aren't eventually going to give chase here. Keep a hold of their own rifles. Crims really extend out far enough. No, he just falls back to the bomb side. Just keep those 4 guns. The 2 AKs valuable. The economy can build as a result of that. 3D Max. Money state crippled. Might have to buy it back into Maka's money line here.
No. They'll just use this as a Glock round.
See if this rifle could do anything at all here for 3D Max. And Glock basis only will have limitations on the 1 man for 3D Max. Bomb plant will certainly be ideal for them if they can get it in this round. Big if on that one, though.
Yeah, very unlikely. He'll probably be down to either a Deagle or a Mac-10 in that next. Out to the bottom of the ramp, sandbag. Chip damage already goes down to about 30-odd. Maka, he's waiting for an overextension just to be able to get that AK in for a first kill. And it's a good attempt, but it's unsuccessful.
Nade damage is now feeding themselves to body. Triple up for him. No one can grab that AK. No one can get anything done for 3D Max. MBK all alone versus 5. Fnatic should go clean in this round. Indeed, they do. So no damage sustained. Means economy can continue building for them. Only the utility to rebuy back. So cash line looking good for the CT forces as they take the lead away from 3D Max. And now comes the true buy for the T side. You'll see the AKs across 4 and Maka again limited by that after time save. Tech9 only for him.
And for 3D Max, you want to try and strengthen as quickly as possible. The last thing you want to be up against is 2, 3 AKs, the majority of the gun rounds, strong economy floats, so keep allowing Afro on the big green. Aggressive utility, but aggressive maneuver down from the tops.
Molotov and rifle damage eventually finds those 2 kills in. Body will get Maka to return, however, so Tech9 removed from play, but still pretty impactful given the what he was able to do indirectly, of course. Weapon itself wasn't impactful, but the utility basis has worked. Now Exercise trying not to get caught off on the mid-walk from QB. The T's are going to start walking into that bomb site as Fnatic go back to stack up the A play. QB's getting caught off guard by Exercise. As 3D Max have out position and outplay Fnatic here.
Well, Fnatic go for an aggressive approach, down from ramp, try and get into the tops, and they just lose so much to the util. Both of those ramp players fall pretty much instantly. Just a very good timing to be worked out from mid. Lucky gets away with Crims as well, so this is turning into a very expensive round for Fnatic.
We'll hold on to this AK a body at least. They have cash in the bank to go for another investment, so for the next round at least they should be okay. 3D Max will have to find that reset.
And I do look at Body's entire pro career and say that he got humbled really quickly because his jump to Tier 1 was very fast. He didn't really have a lot of previous pro experience at the Tier 2 level. Kind of got jumped up into G2 almost immediately. And then as soon as he got benched on G2, that was it. You just get stuck in the Tier 2 scene for pretty much the rest of your career. You work on LDLC, you work on Double Pony, you work out on Heat, you work out on Falcons, you try and see if you can utilize that from French to International. That doesn't work. You go out on Into the Breach as a bit of a stand-in for a bit, and then you finally find yourself back on a team like Fnatic. So being humbled early in your career realizes how difficult it is to hang at that Tier 1 level.
Quick in for NBK, who has also hung at a Tier 1 level for a longer period of time. Matty's caught, Body transfers back and tries to do some more work against the exercise, catches him back to a 3 versus 3. But those efforts may have once again bailed out Fnatic in this round. Afro is waiting for the T's to make their moves. He unscopes at the wrong moment, falling back to retake positions.
QB wanted to go aggressive out from the sniper's nest, but that molly slows him down. Another incendiary towards default to get them off the bomb.
Maka aggressing, burns in exercises Molotov, so that's a 1-for-1 that still could provide an angle of avenue for Fnatic. Plant hasn't been secured. Afro can put the nades down to dish out the damage towards exercise. 14 HP. He barely evades the majority of it.
Here comes another HE from Crims as well.
Turned on from Afro. Crims has got to set himself up in position for it, though. He puts that out. Exercise as a dead man, and it'll be only on Lucky to try and hold off this bomb site. Noises being made. Crims is going for dry faces, though. Sees his man, gets it back. Incendiary on the sandbags will ensure that they're not out there. Smokes down towards side alley, but Lucky is caught out a headshot ahead. 1-on-1 now. That smoke could have been used for a ninja, but instead it's just got to be Crims to go straight in for the engagement. Lose it out anyway, and 3D Max have the lead.
Well, there is no question that 3D Max are the better team in clutches. Just reflect on map 1, map 2, and now map 3. Anytime there's a 1vx, I've got more faith that 3D Max are going to win the round than Fnatic will.
Case in point, that last round. Tactical taken by Fnatic because they need to find an answer to that because it was enough to get them past the finish line over on Inferno. Here, getting past the finish line of Vertigo would be series win in the case of the Frenchman, and Fnatic to be left lane out, eliminated from the qualifier. Cannot afford to have that happen.
Yeah, for Fnatic, this would be definitely a surprise. It would be not an embarrassment. That's probably the wrong terminology, but it would be underwhelming if they lose out here to 3D Max. When you've just won a tournament, when you've been able to prove that you're a high-end Tier 2 squad that's looking for more, if you go up in your first game to a 3D Max side with a stand-in, that's very underwhelming if you're not taking the best of 3.
With a Hero M4 in for this next eco round. Fnatic, a lot of faith in Body, and to his credit, he had a very good sequence in that last round, but wasn't enough to get the round itself, so need to find a little bit more out of him in this one. QB's 5-7 is what gets Lucky first and foremost. Boost up, not ready for it is Maka. Body returns now to a 5-on-3. They try to storm the bomb site. Afro getting picks back of his USPs as he loses his rifle teammates and co, but they've managed to force out the 3-on-1. But Exercise in another clutch here is going to catch off that first player. Bomb is in the open over on the A bomb site. Now Fnatic have to adjust.
Now, this is where Exercise needs to slow the round down. He is at the advantage in this 1v2. There is no denying that.
Walk forward. Check the head. Burst through. QB is all that's left. 1-on-1 now. Got to play so careful. Swing out to grab a rifle. Right call to make, but where has Exercise gotten himself out towards? No footstep noises made. He's going to check tarps. Hide back at sandbags. Still holds the minion over the bomb. Exercise has made no further noise. He continues walking. Oh, it's all timing, and QB's looked the right way at the right time. Fnatic find the steal.
And that's actually a really good reposition from QB, because you kind of, you know that he's the B player, and that's why Exercise is watching bottom ramp. He's expecting the B player to come through from underneath bridge and kind of work out from the bottom of the forklift ramp perspective. It doesn't happen. Then you think to yourself, okay, maybe they were doubled up on the bomb site, so maybe he's elevator, default, somewhere at headshot. You never expect him to work all the way out to sandbags.
Pistols only for 3D Max. Look at that nade on MBK. Body starting to extend to try to get these frags together. And will indeed get 2 picks alongside Matties to clean up Lucky. Decimate all that face. Hold the confidence for Fnatic.
What was it? The hero rifle in the last round for Body. He got 2 with that, and now he's got into the next round. Obviously, this is just an anti-eco, but it shows the extent that the in-game leader can have of round victories and damage being applied.
For a guy that started off in regulation of map number 1 with only 3 kills, in fact, he's up to number 14 now with the AWP pick back onto Maka. Low HP passed off towards him. Fnatic in the lead for now because of it, but blow for blow has been this half. 3D Max are still only within 1 of Fnatic's position. And we'll take another tactical. They have a buy on the table. Need to convert it.
And it could certainly be one of these cases where it's the scrappy rounds that actually lose you this best of 3. It's not the rifle rounds, it's the upgraded anti-eco where there's maybe an MP9, a 5.7, a Deagle, 1 hero M4 to what is key that we've seen just a couple of rounds ago. Now, those can spiral round streaks. It can make it quite uncomfortable to recover scenarios. 3D Max will look at the scoreline at 4-5 and think they're in a pretty good position, but then you also consider that they've won pistol and anti-eco, and maybe it isn't as good as it looks.
One up for Fnatic, trying to look for the 8-4 half, their best case scenario. 7-5, the best case scenario for 3D Max here. Matties trying to press, Incendiary's up, Molotov's down, he does catch Jocko in amongst that smoke. I think he just faded ahead of it. Nades will clean up vision, but no one else on the CT side is seen. Exercise tried to strike out to the player on the boost up. Crim's good for the 1 pick. Exercise responds all the same. Molotov sent towards Guardian. Should force a bit of scrambling from the CT players in mid. But still 3D Max back away from there.
Now, Afro widens up the angle with the AWP now, and they're actually playing no one on B. They're playing a retake B setup at the moment. Body aggressive. This is good map territory being gained.
The footsteps, nades. Matties finding support from the sandbags, but it's the case of this bait and switch, the contact face, the kill on the 1 M4, the swing of the second one, but it's just going to be good for the 1 kill on MBK at most. The real execution starts coming in towards that B bomb site, and MBK gets mowed down, so still 2 players. Exercise, less than half. Maka on a Galil. Leading the charge up, and QB's adjusted towards this, so set at AC, ready to receive.
Afro's got retaking nades of both an Incendiary and a HE that can go down to this default position from Guardian.
Smokes towards the ramp cross, now going to set in. Afro doesn't even need to be part of this defensive initially. He'll hold off as his teammate does go down. A sneak forward from the bomb carrier. Tries to insert himself deep. He's snuck very far behind Fnatic. Gonna have to back away and try and find space. No, they've caught him. They've read what's going on. They'll hit minimum 6.
And for 3D Max, they just lose too much out there in mid. And that setup in from ramp, normally we see the jump spot at the bottom of the ramp sandbag, just to kind of get that info, see what's happening, fall back to the sandbag, re-smoke off, whatever it is. That time around, they didn't need that jump spot. They just allowed Body, who worked a very good timing, and as soon as Body gets that kill, and then Matty swings and they see nothing, they know it's B. They know 100% it's going to be the B play.
3D Max. No choice in this round 11 but to take it on the chin. Look at Afro and his extension. Fnatic are starting to look confident again here.
Yeah, when they're making plays like this on the anti-eco, and they're reading the game well, deep position out there in spawn. Just taking a contact, but an easy shot from Afro anyway.
Bit of HP damage done to several CT players, and now they try and make their way into that B bomb site. You've got players over at spawn as mid does get cleaned up by the T-side forces. No casualties taken on Fnatic just yet as Afro continues striking back. Damage done to both MBK and Maka here. And Crims sneaks forward, does lose body, but loses only that second of the player on MBK. So slight bit of expense, but ultimately nothing that should be worried about too much for Fnatic's side of things. They'll go into the last round with a confident buy regardless. 7-4 on the board. Need to try and make it 8. 3D Max have a buy.
And that hero M4 round from body has just ripped 3D Max. It's been such a difference maker, and it's caused a ripple in the first half scoreline. 8-4 would be so sweet for Fnatic.
Body trying to swing in, caught contact on one player, but unable to do much damage. None at all on 3D Max, in fact. Utility suppression, Molotov sent back and forth, but Body is still looking for this one man. There's a bit of a walk up. That does fall back in the end of the T side. Look at the aggression again from QB downstairs over at the B bomb site there. About to walk right into the man. He's going to get a kill on towards Jocko. Lucky's good for that trade back, though. It will draw attention away from the A bomb site. It stands on Afro to defend.
Start rotating quickly, and the NWP could just hold for as long as possible. God Flash from Maka to try and get them up B.
Out from mid, better be watched out for later on in the round. Afro missing his shot, but diving out of the way for a second face and catching Lucky in the end. Aware of MBK, must be somewhere close to the main entrance, but Crims can deal with him. And exercising Maka, 2 versus 4, making it 1 as Body deals with Maka in mid, and Fnatic will look for the 8-4 half. HE to close. Wonderful CT side.
Body has granted himself more kills in this first half of Vertigo than he did on map 1 and map 2 combined. That is such a stark difference of individual performance and what ability he can bring to the table. 8-4 from Fnatic. This is where you close it down. They'll be very happy with that.
Talk about him being an impactful IGL in terms of in-service showings, and certainly he has done in this first half, but can he keep that up for the second? Will Fnatic need to get some of those other stars involved? 3D Max. Now to the CT side of things. Got to try and return from the deficit. The pistol will be all important to them.
Aggressive fight out from both Crane and from the mini-ramp. Lucky is waiting to see if there's a boost up or a jump on the back for info. Lucky strikes, but can't find the headshot.
There's Crims finding his headshot instead. Lucky down. Player on the center of the bomb site. MBK good backer with 2 headshots of his USP. A 4 versus 2 gain as MBK continues to hold. Maka will get forced back with some damage. The Molotovs driving him out of that position, but Fnatic still look to fight. Afro now left in a 1-on-4 as QB is lost. But where does he go with this bomb?
Yeah, there isn't many options here. Keep pressing up to A, try and get it out to B. Hope that they give you the respect, and at least you can have the cash injection to force buy. Maka just jump spotting to try and keep eyes onto ramp. What a sick hold from both Maka and MBK. From, what was it, headshot and default there on A?
Yeah, it seems to be. Rotation start to get called in as they recognize the rotate back from Afro is certainly on the table. His USP not being aggressed upon in mid. He could still sneak in the bomb plant over on the B site. Maka might not even be a concern here. The Julie's set to the back lines. Player's been seen, and now Afro's got to commit to this. Does get away from most of the damage being done. Plant secured. Incendiary actually denies it. They make their way around with a jump face, and Afro is eventually overwhelmed by all of the players at 3D Max, an all-important pistol gained by them.
And without that bomb plant bonus, it's difficult to force buy here in the second round of the second half. 3D Max are giving themselves a lifeline. I still think, though, they won pistol, they went anti-eco in that first half. They got up, what, 4-3 at one point, and then that was just it. Once we got deeper into the gun rounds, once we went more extended into the half, that's where their depth was overexposed.
They should be allowed at least this 6th. Run boost out there from the likes of QB. Does manage to find MBK off guard. Exercise does also get overwhelmed with the trades back of the Glock. So they're trying to handle something a little bit special here, but they can't convert that from us on Maka. Now aware of the second player off to the left-hand side. Deals with that for all the same. Good efforts there by Fnatic, but it didn't work this time.
And not to me. In terms of damage, though, I would say that's an excellent round. 2 kills come in, and you've pretty much just got Glocks. Yeah, I'd be happy with that one.
Third would be even more fantastic, but unfortunately it doesn't seem likely. Body running what he does here. That looks so goofy.
The things that entertain the eternal J on a broadcast.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
What? I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah, you've just got yourself in a loop now.
Yeah, I know. Well, but Body has broken that loop, so...
At least he hasn't seen the old-fashioned animations in CS2 with the util, with the molly.
I'll need to take a look at that later today.
Oh, yeah, if you know, you know. For 3D Max, this is now obviously a rifle round that is so pivotal. It's so key to be able to just continue up, getting closer to tying up the scoreline, and overall protecting themselves on Vertigo of being able to give a challenge to Fnatic.
And again, pistol conversion. Easy off the back of the start here for 3D Max. Now comes the real challenges and the task, as you said. The rifle rounds were the key concern of the first half. Will they become the concern of the second? T-side defaults carefully placed, evading most of an A damage, and incendiaries placed up by the CT side. There is a molly also put back as well from Fnatic, trying to drive them away from tarps. Blind sprays beyond this smoke, aware of where several players might be out, but 3D Max giving up nothing of their own right.
And Fnatic have got quite a bit out to mid already. And getting a boost up to look into Guardian. You got to play it deeper towards CT Sport of MBK. Peppering around that util, breakage to the smokes. QB probably would have seen 2 with that crossfire.
That moves up to less than half, though. MBK continues pressing 2 players to potentially find. They think that they might be safe up top mid. They think incorrectly, and MBK mows through them both.
Very good sequence as they start making their way up onto B, and out from quad exercise strikes, even being mollied.
Crims responds towards him, but Incendiaries come back on the CT side basis. They will burn away over to the other side of White. The main entrance is the only real point of access here for Fnatic, and they are just firing away, covering fire past this position. Backline's closing in as well. They're just going to check it from Lucky's part, but Crims is walking his way forward, trying to provide an avenue of a plant for the bomb. How much can you gain out of this? Sees one, engages, second one lesser so. Jocko's SMG is good enough, as is MBK's AK headshot. 3D Max are closing the gap now.
It's a superb round for MBK, and probably his most important one across this best of 3. You're in an uncomfortable state, mid's been compromised, and you've given away a bit of information. He gets on the front side of the util, and he catches Fnatic just sleeping. A util out, not peering with the guns up, waiting for a fight, and those 2 picks in mid were defining to the round. I mean, even Exercise, how does he get a kill from quad? He's literally been mollied out into the open. They know that he's there.
It might only be 1 gun round, but Fnatic are about to concede this lead to evens. Really, Max. Only to face against pistols. Several players with AKs involved in this. Can Fnatic get any exits? Can they find any sort of steal round here? They certainly would love to, but unlikely ahead of the Molotovs. The damage has been done. Body doing damage towards 1 player, but MBK and Maka clean him, and Matty's right up. Maka, similar story, back out towards spawn. Good for the triple. Lucky with the closer. All 5 alive on the CT side. Fnatic are going to bring in the guns.
And for 3D Max, win this next gun round, and you probably win the best of 3. You put a lot of, I would say, mental turmoil against the international squad. You get them tilting. You maybe get some of the individual players threatening the position of the best of 3, where it comes out to more individual stances, and that's when more mistakes are being made. This is a key rifle round, and knowing that we still haven't got Maka on the big green yet can put more emphasis on working with these 5 rifles for now.
Guns as appropriate. Fnatic. All important one to win. The tactical was taken, but what can Keita drum up? What can he advise? What can Fnatic change? How will they hold their confidence right here? And no confidence from Afro. Turned away from what he thought was a flashbang. 3D Max, a perfect chance to get that opening start, but the player that did press did end up falling back himself. And
they've got a lurk smoke to work around now to try and get out to mini ramp. Matties is waiting for the boost, but nothing seen.
Flash will keep Jocko away. Establish themselves ahead of 51, trying to look towards the alley. Lucky at side alley. Matties. Molotov over the sandbags, going to receive absolutely nothing. Flashes are sent. He did just catch Vijun, not quite the kill on Lucky. They are just skating right past each other, breezing past and never really getting an opportunity to get a kill at this moment. Just minimal damage done.
Both teams are putting a lot of emphasis on regaining ramp. Matty's working around the edge of this smoke. He's hoping that one of these gap players works on the other side of it.
Finally, Matty takes a little bit more chunky damage. QB, however, with the kill onto MBK. Advantage taken. Can it be followed up upon as a player making his way out in the open? And Afro's ready for Maka. Sees that second player close at the crane, but he's fallen away to try and bait him in deeper into the bomb site. Tap burst through the double. The triple not quite secure, but Jocko is now low. And so many poor players to deal with. Meanwhile, Exercise is caught up in mid. There's a walk coming out from the T side line. They will fall back away from the bomb site. They should allow the plant at least. Almost certainly the round, but with that trade from Exercise, no, they fall away.
Yeah, not keen on it. You saw very early into that round that MPK fell in mid to the likes of QB, and that was just enough to keep pressuring that ramp position. Afro with 2 very clinical kills. I mean, that crosshair placement was ripping. And for 3D Max, that hurts. You had them on the ropes. You had a perfect round to take the lead, try and get up 10-8, and it hasn't come through. At least you can rebuy, and I reckon we'll see the big green out for Maka now.
Advantage Fnatic. Taken back off the equalization. 3D Max. Trying to protect these AKs above all else. I don't know if they're going to get away with it though. Actually, Exercise does find body. Slight bit of expense established for Fnatic. Not ideal in the money line state. Still trying to build it. They could get even better for 3D Max to cripple the money state to run with even more off the back of a rifle win.
Yet to see a kill from Body in this second half. Finished the half with 18, and he's still on 18. That might also be something that pressurizes Fnatic. 3D Max. It's going to come down to a couple of key rounds. When you have a 9-8 scoreline in a third map decider, it legitimately could be 1 or 2 rifle rounds that actually make the difference on who wins this game.
Talked about the Crims show so much on map number 1 as part of a reason why Fnatic were not able to really get any confidence, especially in that first half of Inferno. Similar might just apply to Body here. Worked a great CT side, but 3D Max still knocking on the back doors. 3 players went down that last round, so Fnatic will again have a lot of importance around this next round win. They will need to secure it here. Galil's on QB. The AWP indeed does come through from Maka. Fnatic facing 2 AKs on 3D Max is part of things as well. Default set, expecting aggression so far, not finding anything, particularly in mid.
I saw a lot of back and forth pressure out on ramp in the first half. Now, there's got a flash forward from Jocko, and the AWP has seen nothing. So Maka's going to move instantly. Probably try and get it out to mid, maybe put it out to the B site, and see where he can find an impact kill elsewhere.
Matty's still trying to work out of this ramp play. Molotov sent. Afro prodding over on the B-bomb site with a teammate there as well. Nothing will be seen. Oh, body caught on the wall bang. Exercise starts.
And now they might have to second guess whether they commit off of it. Still got the bomb in a position to go back to A. Afro just about gets one. Can he make it the double entry? Struggling up against Default. He finally gets the two, but Mac is there to strike.
Now they know where that AWP is, and Jocko's pressed down ramp, so if they're going to rotate, they're going to run into a very early contact of the CT forces. 3D Max stacking up and holding out mid here. Could still be a work up from the stairs, but no, Fnatic are starting the rotate. Matties will need to hit this headshot just as good as Afro did himself. Check position, AK lines up, only one kill. Damage done to the next player is minimal, and now it's a 2v2, but they're on the bomb site for the defensive very quickly here. 3D Max, QB setting up his smokes. Crims, we need to support him because the bomb is on the player's back. Shots out of the AWP, no scope, lands it, denies the plant, and Crims, no time to go for it a second time. Gotta go for the kills, and 3D Max know it. Just hold their crossfire, keep at least one player alive, and that would be round done, as Crims falls all the same to 9 apiece.
A lovely spray in there from Exercise, and he's a guy that's been having a very good map. The B-site anchor, you're not always going to be looked at to perform, but the rounds that I remember from him when he got mollied out from quad, still got one. That one there, spams out towards Danger, gets that first kill. Second guess is what Fnatic do. Think about, maybe double pump into B, maybe a reposition back into ramp. And then Maka, he was a superstar on map number 1. He had a really good performance on Inferno. And we've kind of come out here on Vertigo, and he's been consistent again. 9-9, economy state. It's got to be, I reckon, Hero AK onto Afro, and maybe a Hero Galil onto Body, everybody else light by.
QB's got in with a force here. Crims on the mat 10 as well. Okay, they're putting a lot of stock into round 19. No light buys for Fnatic on this day. 3D Max trying to return the favors. We need to see some star individual emerge from Fnatic's part of things. We saw some glimpses from Afro in that last round. Maybe he would be the guy to put the impact and start against 3D Max. Ollie's gone to sleep. Crim, similar story. Couldn't clutch that last round. Defaults carefully placed on them, but backed away from ramp.
A huge swing round for both of these teams. Whoever wins this should win the next. Get yourself up by 2. Info being gained out to ramp. Resmoke comes down. I think Fnatic are going to have to go.
That's what they'll do. Exercises backed away. It's the ideal execution. Only one player held away from directive contact ahead of AC. Damage being done to Crims, though. He burns without taking anything back for it. Body will strike to return a trade, though. Bomb plant is secured.
MBK trying to get close towards the generators, but they might just have to wait out this smokes, wait out the util. QB still trying to cut a rotation from anyone from ramp. Everyone is coming through from CT or Guardian.
Matty's P250 is going to try and extend back to catch that. Hearing those taps out from Spawn. MBK still looking towards the gap, trying to pop open gaps and catch more info. Now the fourth player has joined the fray as Matties will get caught off by Jocko. Diving in, Body, blind shot behind the smoke, gets that headshot. Body turned away from MBK, strikes to the man advantage. Adjustments there, 2 versus 2. They're tolling for time. The AWP fires, but Body bursts through to the headshot of Lucky. Maka's got to run, as is QB and Body. Get out of there, because Fnatic have 10.
So 3D Max are actually lining up the retaking smoke, which lands kind of at the top of Danger and in there at White. So it blocks off any of the vision for anyone tucked at Danger and anyone at the stairs. What actually happens, Jay, is that smoke misses. It bounces back and it comes out to the left-hand side of the generators, which then means in the retake, they can only go from the right-hand side. They can't go for the left. That one smoke capitulated the retake for 3D Max.
And in a swing round as well, Fnatic will face only the AWP, nothing else. No buy-ups from 3D Max around it. Upgrade pistols in play, yes, but they are saving to get the rifles out in the next. Look at the boost, though. They're going to catch players off guard regardless.
A triple boost working nicely. Can they make it more? Maka with the big green will look to try and do so.
We've got Matty's backing away from that contact at the top. The Eagle of NBK has caught Body in mid as well. And nades are sent deep. QB falling back from position, wary of what might be coming his way, but his back might be turned at the wrong moment the same. 5-on-3 again, 3D Max. They're on for the steal now.
Oh, this looks good. This looks promising. Timing, though. Matties is hearing Jocko.
AK in his hands, turned away from elevators. Teammates walking forward, he gets onto MBK. Jocko can now hold the bomb site directly. Smoke's involved, taps again, trying to start a bomb from the site, but Lucky goes down in turn. AWP dealt with on Macca's part 2 versus 2, with only one AK on the CT side of things at Jocko. His aim is thrown completely off. Plant will be secured. It's tapped again. They're trying to hunt for exercise though. Trying to suss him out, figure out where he's coming in from. They're going to walk back into his position. P250, the headshots, no. QB shuts down any potential in that round. 3D Max, heavy damage done towards Fnatic, but it's 11-9 on the board. And the rifles will not look as strong as they'd like it to be. The XM coming in from Lucky.
And that was actually very well played from Fnatic. They slowed the round down. They worked together. Even in that 2v2, they swing as a unit. 3D Max, they needed that still. I mean, Ort being saved in, 5v3, 4v2, man, that round hurts. That round may have actually cost them this best of 3, because stealing that would have been everything.
You could really feel it as well. At least MBK has caught Crim's first, straight up towards the stairs face over on the B site. Fnatic will act off the back of that, take a lot of map control on the ramp defaults body, expecting there to be players over the sandbags. The Molotov reveals his position, trying to protect himself. QB getting MBK elsewhere. Jocko continuing to face fight. Matty's catching Lucky next up. CT player caught, damaged up, dealt with by body in the end. 2 left standing on 3D Max, both at the back of the A bomb site. Exercise and Maka to hold and work miracles against Fnatic.
And Maka and Exercise are actually going to split off from one another. This M4's being watched.
AK at the ready. Matty's flashed in. There's an easy kill. And Maka with it all to do. 3D Max should be conceding map and match point to Fnatic here.
Maka, just no other option but to save onto that rifle. Man, they had the opening kill. They had MBK to get that first onto Crims outside of B. Oh, that hurts. 5v4, then just spirals into a collapse on the site directly. This is just, it's one of those games where, again, Jay, we're going to say it, one key round makes a difference. One what-if round for 3D Max, it goes their way. For Fnatic, it goes their way. And looking at this international squad, already seeing the likes of Maka, they're going to drop him. They're 100% going to drop him.
M4 will not stay in play here. They're going to even stack up towards mid. He gets a couple of those kills together, but the reload should be caught off guard. Afro will remove him. 3D Max in a broken by state to try and grind back to OT. There were 2 key rounds there for 3D Max to swing together. The retake of the B bomb site, the Renault ride to a single smoke, the steal round in the previous that didn't quite come together. They could have shut this down at any of those 2 points and we'd still be playing a back and forth affair. Instead, Fnatic have risen above everything, have held their nerve, have played the better series in the overall, and will look to take it as a result. Last tactical for the Frenchman, last hope in this round.
And this is a team that have gone 0 for 2 in pistol round and conversions in this map. They were down 0-2 in the first half, and they were down 0-4 in the second half. That is 6 rounds gained from 3D Max just off of the start of halves, and yet they still haven't even got to double digits. That's the proving ground that when we get deeper into the halves, when we get deeper into the rifle rounds, the international squad have been the better team. They've shown more depth.
Three match points on Fnatic. Jocko, the M4 in play of this, trying to find an opening fight, trying to get a man advantage, but ahead of that smoke he sees very little. Crims leads the charge up to the B-bomb site, and his man is completely blinded. Afro did get caught by Exercise, but that's as far as it will go as QB combines with Crims to catch MBK with a Molotov kill. Plant secured. Fnatic 40 seconds away from taking the spot in the semi-finals. Jocko is trying to work miracles, but he's got no support.
They're trying to get these retaking nades up, but Body is just keeps spamming, and Maka drops out from Guardian.
QB with the mid walk, removes a flank element, and Body combines with Crims to get the last 2 players and secure this series. Fnatic eliminate 3D Max as they storm their way through to face BetBoom in the semi-finals.
Fnatic can look at this best of 3 and say that we should have won all 3 maps. We should have just gone 3-0 in this best of 3. A very decent performance from 3D Max to hold their way on map number 1, but for map 2 of Ancient and map 3 of Vertigo, that was convincing. That was a solid-looking Fnatic side today.
Yeah, the scoreline certainly will speak towards 3D Max making it close, but make no mistake about it, the reason why that second half came together was because of pistol anti-eco and then an anti-eco off the back of a rifle win. Once they started getting going, it felt like Fnatic had the better position. And again, I'll remind you, one mistake, one missed smoke threw everything off kilter for 3D Max in that retake.
And it's going to hurt because when you reflect on moments like that, it is always the small, minuscule mistakes that are going to cost you. But in the grand scale of things, we're working with a single elim bracket. We're working with high-end tier 2 teams. Those mistakes are going to cost you games. And Fnatic, they're the ones that came out on top. They're the ones that will look at that next series against BetBoom and say, yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep getting this best 3 winning streak under our belts.
And no doubt in my mind that Fnatic played the better series in this context. I mean, the idea that you're doing so well on your opponent's map pick, stressing to an overtime pretty much on that Inferno, and then you smack them about over on your map pick of Ancient. You go towards one which is uncomfortable for both sides, and you have the lesser mistakes. You punish them more often. It felt like when they got comfortable, the streaks just didn't stop there for Fnatic's side, and for 3D Max, they couldn't maintain streaks for long enough here. It is unfortunate the way things have gone down, obviously, given the context of the instability of the roster, unknown who the 5th permanent man is going to be. But for 3D Max, that's a hindrance they're going to have to deal with in the future because they're done here in the qualifier. Out to Fnatic, who move forward.
It is a shame for 3D Max. Again, they're a very solid team, and I'll be very keen to keep an eye on who actually does get that official signing. I'm sure that they'll look to try and have a strong year because, again, they're a very consistent team. This core's been very consistent for the last couple of years. But for Fnatic, this is now a 6 best of 3 winning streak for them on HLTV. Yes, it had been 2 weeks since we'd seen them won the rest tournament. They've come back and they've had a fairly comfortable best of 3, which means that they should be looking at qualifying to the LAN event. They should be looking at as one of the #1 teams that should do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, they are a team that obviously, I think a lot of people will be disappointed in Fnatic because they didn't make it to the major. But, like, make no mistake, they are a very capable squad at the right level. I mean, I don't know, they're definitely not a tier 1 team. I think we've established that as a squad unit, right? They're going to have to play tier 1 tournaments because of the nature of the organization. Yeah. But in terms of them being a squad, in terms of context on the online circuit and certainly making it towards the LAN at Skyesports Masters, that is a very doable position to maintain. It's a case of just developing it from there if they have to get that far.
Yeah, they know that they can give a run for the money for the majority of teams that are already invited into that LAN, but they've got to do it online first. And I would still look at them as the team that should do it. There aren't many teams left in this bracket that should give Fnatic trouble. There'll be teams that can threaten them, and there'll be teams that can take maps off of them, like a 3D Max. But as an overall picture in a best of 3, there aren't many teams that can give them that much of a fight.
Yeah, I think it's mostly dark horses from here on out here for Fnatic. I mean, BetBoom does feel like it might be the most threatening squad because of the nature of them also being a tier 1.5 pushing tier 1 squad and the standards that they set for themselves. So that semi-final match does look like it's rather intriguing and one that could set us up for who takes the bracket overall. But Fnatic still walking into that one as favourites in my eyes. I think the CS that they played has just been so sound.
Yeah, and this has to come at some point. Again, you've got a core 3 that's only been together for, what, 4 months or so? You're getting that leadership quality with an AWP combo too. Matties and QB only being signed in with that triple with the new core. So it is fairly fresh for an international project, and they've already seen some levels of success. They'd like to make it more so. They'd like to be able to qualify to the LAN event.
Well, they're only a couple of Master 3s away from doing so. Again, they take on BetBoom in the semis, and they'll take on a combination of either Guild, VP, Prodigy, Preezy, and Forza in the grand finals as well. So still plenty of action to, of course, take us over in the quarterfinals in tomorrow's proceedings. But that's, of course, for Fnatic's future. For 3D Max, this tournament now is in their past, and they have to go back to the drawing board and again, figure out who is going to be that permanent position. I don't think that the changing of players between the different seasons and the different tournaments that they play in is going to be all that helpful. So to lock in that final 5th might be their next step to making a step forward.
Well, realistically, it depends on if Falcons want to let MBK go. It depends on the buyout price as well, if that can happen. I mean, look, MBK's played with these guys before, so it makes the most amount of logical sense to get someone experienced to help them out in the LAN atmosphere. I mean, we saw that for 3D Max, they struggled at the RMR. They only beat Into the Breach, and that was it. So I think in terms of a role position and an experienced player, he would certainly be the best option. But we know for 3D Max, it's not always about who is the best option. It's who is actually workable, who's actually feasible. So I'll be keeping an eye on the organization point of view to see who they sign as their fifth.
Yeah, and we'll see the other guys that are standing in the other tournaments like ECL and A1, which is the other leagues that currently the 3D Max side are going to be playing in over the next couple of months or so. So we can keep our eyes on that and see how things develop. But I do agree that obviously it's very difficult to say for certain because there are behind-the-scenes aspects and business sides of things that we can't really say for certain. I think that if we were playing Football Manager style and if we wanted to just, take a player and just pop him into the 3D Max side and say that's the guy you want, it would be someone like MBK. But in terms of today, it wasn't quite enough from his own part to enable 3D Max for the victory. Maka did a stellar job in terms of being the star guy. Boney, though, what a turnaround from start a series to end a series.
Yeah, he played very well, and he had a very good first half that obviously capitalized the 8-4, and that was a defining moment. There's no denying that. Getting that strong half is going to make it easier for you to close. I would say as well for MBK, I mean, he's played back-to-back officials here in the closed qualifier after not playing a single official on HLTV. You're kind of being thrown into the deep end as well. Maybe not so much against Gun 5, but going up against a team that's legitimately just won a tournament, going up against a team that's striving to be a very high-end team in Tier 2 and make that boundary to Tier 1, it's not as if you've had an easy competition to embed yourself back into the official capacity.
No, this has not been an easy run whatsoever. So, look, for 3D Max, go away from this one. Try see what you can establish later. And, of course, for Fnatic, it is a case of pushing forward in the bracket. Well, once again, they are taking on BetBoom in the semi-final proceedings. And for tomorrow, we have to find out who's going to push on the rest of the side of that semi-final bracket. Again, we still got our quarterfinals as a whole, right? Just 2 of these matches today, 2 more in tomorrow.
Yeah, I do wonder with tomorrow. I think there'll be a lot more surprises than there is today. I mean, I look at Guild Eagles. I don't know if they're going to 100% win that game. We can sit here and say they're going to be the favorites. They certainly are. But I don't know, man. Their online record for the last 12 months, 15 months or so, it's looked really rough. And the form that VP Prodigy played as a team against TSM, that actually could give Flatshrew and co quite some trouble in that matchup.
No, 100% on the part of the Guild Eagles side. I mean, they were always a team that we classified as like a great on LAN, never really online squad, but you have to play good online in order to get to LAN. But now, even the LAN aspect is taken away because they didn't even make it to the major, right? So they've got a lot of things that need to be improved upon to re-establish where they stand. And certainly against VP Prodigy, like I wouldn't count them out quite yet. Obviously, Guild Eagles will still be the favorites in that one. And for Preezy as well, I mean, question marks about the roster itself and whether those guys, whether some of those elements will stay together in Forza with our dark horse position over on that side of the bracket. There's very interesting games coming in the rest of the quarter.
It's funny because I look at Preezy, and we've obviously had the conversation in the past where now they don't have an AWPer, and what I've seen is that since obviously the discussion is Dupree's going over to Falcons, they've brought in Christo, which is an AWPer, so it actually could fix this entire thing for Preezy. It actually could be to the benefit of them of finally not having this role clash of TMB needing to pick up the AWP because they just don't have an AWPer on the team.
I mean, look, we've seen players try and convert themselves in the past, and it hasn't. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. And this is one of the cases where I don't think it has worked, honestly, for the Preezy side. So maybe that is right. Maybe there is a lot to look forward to. I guess the only way we can find out, really, is to see how tomorrow's matches play out, Dwayne. So look forward to that in our final quarterfinals match. We will start off at the same time, at the same place, with the Guild Eagles VP Prodigy matchup first and foremost. So a little bit of a teaser to what could actually end up being a key match within the quarterfinals all the same. But for today, that is all we have for you. Dwayne, want to get some closing thoughts, some wrap-ups, anything to say to close out the day?
Watch out that game with Preezy and Forza. Forza are my dark horse team to go on really deep and to kind of give a good run for the money for the majority of best of threes that they play. And I want to see if they can do it against a tough team of Preezy.
Well, 2 more matches to go in the quarterfinal proceedings, and we'll find out who our top 4 teams will be and find out who of those 4 will make their way into the Skyesports Masters over the next coming few days. Plenty more action to come for in the European qualifier, but for today, we bid you all adieu. Tune back in tomorrow for the rest of the quarterfinals.
just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con el... Pues nos fuimos, y yo el ave, campo otra vez, tiro lino. Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer